Born on April 27, 1967, in the ancient kingdom of Oyo in southwest Nigeria, Dele Farotimi's early life was spent in that serene city till he moved to Lagos State, where he obtained a law degree from the State University where he studied law and was called to the bar in 1999. His political teeth were sharpened during his days at the Lagos State University. His political trajectory in the university culminated with his election as a students' union president in the 1994-95 academic session. Since then, his advocacy for social justice and a better deal for the oppressed has remained steady. Dele is a political activist, revolutionary thinker, radical lawyer, and author. His pedagogical dissection of the Nigerian situation has been brilliantly captured in many of his thought-provoking books, among which are Do Not Die in Their War and Imperatives of the Nigerian Revolution. Since then, his advocacy for social justice and a better deal for the oppressed in Nigeria has not abated. Other books authored by Dele Farotimi include Politics of Power and the Moral Imperative, The 5 Jewish Squirrels, Moses Almost Emerged Today, among others. His pursuit of social justice brought him to the forefront of the obedient movement. He explained it in his own words.
I cannot look beyond an Igbo candidate in this race, and thanks to God, there is an eminently qualified Igbo candidate in this race, and that is the person I will be supporting.
That's Peter Obi.
Yes, to be precise, that's the person I will be supporting in the coming election.
He also served as a spokesperson in the Obi Dati Presidential Campaign Council. Unafraid to toe the unpopular paths, Dele's voice has remained unwavering on topical issues like restructuring and NSARS. He insists that agitations arise from a place of genuine grievance and that the Nigerian government only responds to these grievances when they are extremely expressed.
You cannot aggregate people's rights and expect that you will find expression for their grievances. All you will find is that you are providing avenues for those who trade in grievances.
Speaking on the NSAS memorial a year later, Dele, who had earlier rejected the Lagos State Governor's invitation for a peace walk, blamed the continuing rot in the police force on political leaders.
The Nigerian police is deliberately starved so that they are able to keep it on leash and make it complicit in the serial crimes of those who rule us.
Dele Farotimi has been a consistent voice for all oppressed people in Nigeria. He believes strongly in the revolutionary imperative to upturn the crass corruption that has characterized the Nigerian political landscape and institutes a system where leaders will serve on the basis of the principles of accountability, transparency, equity, and justice. This has been a common thread that runs through all his political treatises. His conviction is simple and clearly expressed on his pinned post on Twitter. It reads, "My grave matters more to me than my bed. I can always lay my bed or have it laid for me. I have no say as to my grave, and it matters more to me than my bed. I will die happily, knowing that I never betrayed my purpose. Take it to the bank."
Hello. Good morning. This morning, Ghanaian president accepted the resignation of Sanitation and Water Resources Minister Cecilia Dapper. The minister resigned following public outcry over huge sums of money discovered at her home in the capital, Accra. 2 of her domestic staff were accused of stealing and stashing more than $1 million in cash, 300,000 euros, and several million Ghanaian cedis, as well as some personal items. The disclosure has caused uproar in Ghana. Many wondered how a minister could have such vast sums in her home. MPs have called for an investigation to verify the source of the money. I intend to cooperate fully with all state agencies to enable them fully establish the facts, says Mrs. Dape. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, a former governor seen on video stashing envelopes full of dollar bills, bribe money he got from a contractor, is still free, angling to be a minister under Bola Tinubu's administration, or at least the chairman of the ruling political party, the APC. All through last week, police in Kenya used tear gas to disperse protesters in the poorest parts of the capital, Nairobi, and at some opposition strongholds in Kisumu. The three-day protests were against tax increases and rising living costs. Over 6 protesters died, and more than 300 people were arrested. Police also detained members of parliament who joined the protest. The main opposition leader, Raila Odinga, who urged millions of his followers to protest against levies on petrol and housing introduced last month, said he could not join because he was under the weather. He plans to join future protests. In Kibare, protester Duncan Otek told the BBC that President Ruto must bring down the cost of flour or he should quit. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 6:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya, 5:30 p.m. in Cairo, Egypt, 5:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, 11:30 a.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today is Dele Farotimi. He's a lawyer, a political commentator, and the author of Do Not Die in Their War, Imperatives of the Nigerian Revolution, and many other books. He was one of the spokespersons of the Peter Obi Dati Baba Ahmed presidential campaign in the February 25th presidential election. Dele Farotimi will update us on the happenings at the presidential election petition court, what permanent transformations Peter Obi has brought to Nigeria's politics, and whether the Labour Party is preparing for a rerun election sometime this year. Welcome to the show, Dele.
Good afternoon, Rudolph. I know it's morning at your end. I was a little too eager to greet you. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's always an honor to have you.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
And I must, I'm sorry to cut in again, but I must, with all sense of humility, thank you. You drew tears from my eyes with the intro you offered, because sometimes we do the things we do without understanding exactly. Anyway, I don't do it waiting for anyone to clap or to boo. I don't care either way. I do what I do out of conviction. But to have someone put together such glowing tribute, it gives me an idea of what I expect to be said when the bell shall toll for me, hopefully in my old age. You've given me an idea of what I might expect. What you cannot take for granted is that I'll stay the course. Take that for granted.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm on board. Thank you.
Sometimes, let me just go off script. Sometimes we do these things we do. We appreciate people like you who are consistent and who are basically doing this for the betterment of others. We do. And we don't have time to do this. But I decided on this show that once in a while, when I see someone I know has contributed a lot, that we give credit to them. That doesn't stop us from questioning them in a way that we want to get more information needed for our people. But we thank you. We thank you for what you have done. Okay, so let me start with, it's all in the news that we showed there, what is happening in Kenya. But let's start from Ghana, because this is an Africa-wide show. In Ghana today, the Minister for Sanitation resigned because they found money in her home in Accra, $1 million, 300,000 euro, and some other millions of cedis, and vehicles that she bought, her domestic staff bought. So she resigned, and the president accepted the resignation. A lot of Nigerians, if you look at social media, the comments is, when will something like this happen in Nigeria?
Well, Rudolph, I'm sorry, I'm going to do a quick correction. I've been given a lot of credit that do not belong to me. I've authored 2 books, but I have probably about 200 to 400 essays. The reason, all those titles you quoted, they are titles for essays that I have had published, but I've never bothered to compile them. I probably have enough for about 10 books if I'll put them together, but they're all available for free. That's to deal with that question. Now, to answer your question, I have said very often, everywhere I've talked about Nigeria, I've made clear that there is a fundamental problem with the Nigerian state. It is a country that exists without citizens. And it is so because the law does not rule in Nigeria. And because the law does not rule in Nigeria, the citizens are just generally, citizens now are just generally subjects. So you have multiple layers of citizenship. Because you've asked the question in relation to Nigeria, I'll deal with Nigeria before going on to speak to the Ghanaian aspect of it. I recall that when the imp of Edo State, I'm speaking particularly of Oshiomhole, he was specific when he was the chairman of the APC. He said, join the APC and your sins will be forgiven. We tend to gloss over the things that they tell us in the public space. We ignore it. Instead of taking them serious, we ignore them. And I've said very often that these people are by far more meticulous than we've given them credit for. He said so in the open. So because this man has told you and you have found factual basis for what he has said, Akpabio was facing, I believe, 46 counts for stealing. He was being prosecuted as a thief, which is what he is. But Buhari, the one who called himself the Pope of anti-corruption, plugged him from there and made him a minister in Nigeria. And sane men clapped. They applauded the saint of Daura. The man institutionalized the reign of impunity, the point where the law exists for some people, but some people cannot be kept below the law. They can only exist above the law. That is why we can't talk about Idisirika. We have normalized evil. But let me see, I haven't dealt with that because it's a whole huge issue on its own. And if I begin to deal with the deodorization of evil that has taken place in our country with accomplices in the clergy, pastors, imams, those who come out to speak against societal ills, who are themselves part and parcel of the ills, helping to deodorize evil and to normalize the madness. So in Nigeria, you cannot have any such outrage, such as the one you are seeing in Ghana. In Nigeria, they would have told you, he's our son. Oh, he's a Christian. Or no, he's a Muslim. Oh, he is from my ethnic nationality. And is he your own money? Is it that they are thief or is our thief? That is the way we deal with these issues in Nigeria. I'm not suggesting that that is the way it should be, but because of the way you have asked the question. So that question, you can't bring that Ghanaian context of understanding of the issue into the Nigerian situation. You are seeking to compare apple and pineapple. The Ghanaian society has not been lost to abnormalities. It hasn't become amoral. Ghanaians have not become amoral. They still have a sense of revulsion. They still understand that they are citizens. They expect the law to apply equally to all. They have not normalized evil to the point where they have become numb. The Nigerian has become numb. We've become excusers of evil. Even from the pulpit, you hear pastors preaching in normalization of evil. You hear imams rationalizing evil because the other person is Muslim, woman. So at the end of the day, there are two different situations. To now speak specifically to the Ghanaians, the problem with accepting or becoming accepting of evil is that you become deadened to its effect on society, and then everybody become acculturated to evil, just the way we have become acculturated to evil in Nigeria. The longer you tolerate evil, the more you become like the child or the man or the woman who is spraying perfume. And then he stops smelling it because his senses have been deadened by proximity to the particular fragrance. He then thinks he's not, I don't have enough perfume on me. I can't smell my perfume. So he brings out the bottle again. He sprays some more. But it becomes offensive to everybody, just as we Nigerians, unfortunately, not as individuals, but as a collective, we become a reproach. The Ghanaians must not allow this to sail. And Nigerians must find a way to refuse to accept this to continue. But there are two different situations. One society has become acculturated to evil. The other is just beginning. But it will be lying to itself if it imagines that evil is not already resident amongst them. This is how it's not just starting, but this is how you discover, and you either treat the cancer or it festers.
Thank you. The other story out of Africa that we mentioned at the beginning was what happened in Kenya last week. People were on the streets protesting, especially the very poor, because of increases in taxes and in cost of living.
Yeah. Rudolph, I salute every strata of Kenyan society, from his government to his law enforcement agencies to the citizens themselves and the opposition party. Government must exist for the greatest good of the greatest number. Politics is about disagreement, and protest is the inalienable right. The right to protest is the inalienable right of citizens in democracies. I do not know the local circumstances of the Kenyans, but obviously the people are protesting against the economic policies of the government. But that is what politics is about. The opposition party is supporting the people who are calling for protest. That is what politics is about. It is about contestation of ideas. We might agree on a policy position, but disagree on the funding of the position. We might disagree on the policy instrument by which we would achieve the strategic objective over which we have agreed. Kenyans are exercising their rights as citizens. The government has a duty to explain to the people why they have to pay those prices if those prices must be paid. The opposition that is seeking to exploit the discontent must move beyond the sloganeering to also offer alternative policies with which it too might run in the coming election. That is the beauty of democracy. But because I'm here in Nigeria and you are there in beautiful America, I wish my situation can be as straightforward as the Kenyan situation. But I am thankful to the current occupant and that is sat in inside the rock at Aso. My Yoruba people have a proverb. They say, kari ki to gbon. That means that when suffering has not been democratized, it is almost impossible to find the consensus for resistance. Because now the suffering is going around sufficiently. Whether you are a Yoruba that is renewing or a Yoruba that has pronounced, whether you are normally a normal, whether you are Yachukudi or you are Damberibe, whatever you might care to be, everybody is chopping the breakfast in Nigeria currently, and I am hoping that in the coming days, we will find the capacity to speak in much the same way as the Kenyans are speaking. Because if we do not find the commonalities of our affliction behind which to unite ourselves, the Nigerian political class are systematically enslaving us, and our situation is already worse than that of either the Ghanaians who are bleating, sorry to use the word, over pittances. Because those are pittances. The children of any one of the miscreants ruining Nigeria will spend that money or probably have it underneath his bed or so in the trunk of one car or the other. It is no big deal in our own space. It's an everyday thing. That's more this chicken feed. And for the Kenyans, that they can even protest without having scores of people murdered in daylight by security agents. Oh, I'm sorry. I think they reserve their brutality for the like of MNK when they kidnap them to send them to Nigeria. Because ordinarily, if those were Nigerian policemen, there will be concealed dead bodies that they will be denying their existence by now. So that's as far as I can speak to the Ghanaian and the Kenyan situation.
All right, thank you. I know that we have limited time with you today, so I'll be quick and get some questions through before you go. I looked at the headlines of today's newspapers in Nigeria, even yesterday. This is some of the headlines. APC used me, says Mr. Jollof. I don't know if you know him. Christian Association of Nigeria, they said your policies inflicting hardship on Nigerians. They were talking to Bola Tinubu. The governor of Kaduna State, Governor Oba Sani, said that 8,000 naira cash transfer is a scam. And of course, from Gani Adams, he said that Nigerians did not bargain for current hardship. What do you think is going on? It appears as if a lot of people are getting something that they did not expect. What is your take on that?
Well, let me first of all confess something. I don't read our newspapers. No, I mean, that's not. I know not every journalist in the print media is corrupt. I know that. I can say that for free. But for anyone who still relies on the Nigerian print media as their news source, is essentially buying purchased news. Is being fed a diet of lies, propaganda. So I don't read them. But I live in this environment as well. And to deal with those headlines on a daily basis, deaden one's brain. I don't need the governor of Kaduna State to tell me that the money transfer is a scam. Since when Baba Alajo, General of Nigeria, Professor Oshibajo, was busy going around the country with cash, we had said since then that it was a lie. Then they brought the ministers of disaster. That one that was, if they tag Ezani as a crook, that one is bent. She has multiple bends, crisscross all over her. That was the one that. So I don't need the governor of Kaduna State to tell me what I already know. It does not. I don't. In fact, it's insult. The level of insults to which the Nigerian is subjected, and is that news? It's not. There is nothing about everything about the Nigerian government is fraudulent. Everything. from top to bottom. It's about the system, the idea that governs the creation of the system that governs the country and that informs the policies that are made on a daily basis. So, my brother, let's run away from current affairs as it relates to Nigeria because it amounts to peeling scabs. One constantly in fact, it's worse than scabs. It's like you're self-harming yourself, slashing yourself with blades. Nigeria is sick right now. We, the people who are the victims, are the ones who will need to get around to finding the commonalities of our afflictions and understanding that we need to move. We can't keep reacting. We can't. It is already done. All these things that they are saying, there is nothing new to it. Nothing. Where is the Disirika? Where is the Accountant General of the Federation? Toxic fuel. They commissioned a project that is still 2 years or so away from. So it's
I can feel your frustration, and most Nigerians are also frustrated. I'll give an example. There's a story in People's Gazette about one Awilo from Ondo State. He called a radio station and he was crying, essentially saying that this is not what we voted for. That we did not expect this level of hardship.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Rudolph. I'm sorry to interrupt you. When people say this is not what we voted for, there is an intrinsic lie in that statement. It is suggestive of a scenario where we actually voted for the career criminal that is currently ensconced in the presidential office. We didn't vote for him. Everything in the public domain makes it clear that this guy did not win the election. He's running an illegitimate government and has no business sat in that office. That is the reality. Anything beyond that is a lie. So when people now say that they're having buyer's remorse, they will say that because they voted for him. And that's fine. He has now revealed himself to them. They can have their buyer's remorse. But what about those of us who not only did not vote for him, we knew all along that this man was going to be evil and that he's bad for everybody. And we warned everyone. And people listened. They fought to make sure he did not emerge. And this man has proceeded to force himself into the office, and he is proceeding to corrupt every strata of that same society. So if some people are having buyer's remorse, they can discuss their buyer's remorse. I'm actually not too keen. So somebody said he was misled. They defrauded him into supporting APC. Look, for anyone to have supported Bola Ahmed Tinubu, or if I may correct myself, for anyone to have supported the man labeled as Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the person is prima facie either stupid or evil. They have to decide which one they are because the man has sufficiently introduced himself. You do not know his parentage. You don't know his schooling. You know nothing about his past. You know the name he's claiming is not his name. So when you have that kind of person elevated to the highest office in the country, how can you talk about Ganduje? How? When you cook jollof rice, the best of the ingredient goes to the bottom of the pot. The bottom of the pot are the ones that are governing our country. Bottom pot. The bottom pot of Nigerian evil have risen to the top of Nigerian offices. The Senate president is a crook. The president is a crook. Who is it in that place that is governing Nigeria today that is not essentially a crook? Who? A state that kills and denies its complicity in his own murder, in the murder of those who should be citizens and protected by it, and uses state machinery to cover up the fact of his complicity in the murder of his own people. Is that a country? Is that a state? Is that the place where we begin to talk about some idiots who sold their consciences and they are now having buyer's remorse? Everybody are going to eat this breakfast. My hope is that the breakfast everybody is going to eat would unite us as a people so that we stop all this stupid quibbling about tribes, about ethnicity, about religion, about nonsense. The people who are busy enslaving all of us, they don't quarrel about anything. They are united. They can quarrel about sharing it. How many people have shouted amongst the people who went to the National Assembly? How many have come out to complain that they have voted too much money to themselves? Not one, at least to my own knowledge. So why do we, the people, continue to divide ourselves and then strengthen the chains binding us? We divide ourselves. Oh, is this, is that, is Yoruba, is Igbo, is this? That nonsense. So sorry if I don't get excited about the remorse of idiots who you went and bought yourself vulture. You thought you bought turkey. Nonsense.
Yeah, there's one other question similar to this that I want you to just address, because people are still saying, there are people who, we do this every week and we hear people say several things. So one of them is that people are still saying now that, oh, we want to wait until he appoints his ministers. We see whether
they are fools. They are fools. They are fools. They are complete idiots. And I have no apologies for saying that. If I was on a TV station, I'd moderate myself so that the NBC will not go and find them. But this is me and you chatting as far as I'm concerned. How many other persons might care to watch or be watching now does not matter. But here is the thing. A sentient being has memory. What is it about the APC as a collective? The Nigerian political ruiners as a class. What is it about them that would inspire anybody into believing that the worst that could have become the president of Nigeria, a career criminal, is the one that will now appoint those who will lift those that he has helped to enslave out of their enslavement? What kind of fools are those ones? Just like I saw a bunch of morons praying to God that he should do one thing or the other for them. What kind of people do that? And I hope Ghanaians know that if they dare to tolerate the nonsense that is just imagined in the open in their country, this is what they will become in the future as well. Morons looking to justify enslavement instead of challenging it. Who is Tinubu going to bring out that is going? What are they going to do? It is about the idea that undergets a governing system. The idea. These are not people who care about the average Nigerian. Fela sang maybe like 25, 30 years ago. There is one of Fela's track. I generally refer to it as Alaji Alaji, but I think it's Movement Against Second Slavery. I believe that's the actual title of the song. Fela pointed out the fact that those who are ruling us are not related to us. They are strangers. Alaji Alajis. These people, their homes are not in Nigeria. If Nigeria dagbow tomorrow, they are gone. They are gone. Their doctors are not in Nigeria. Is that bad? If they have common cold, they are flying to England. They are off to Dubai. They might go to Khartoum before Khartoum scattered the way it has scattered now. They might go to Jeddah. They don't do anything in Nigeria. They go to Cairo to see their dentists. Their children don't go to school in Nigeria. And then idiots who are the actual victims, they allow themselves to be divided by the people who are the beneficiaries of the ruination of their own country. Please, let nobody fool himself. Nothing good can come out of these people because look, it's not only in Nigeria that people steal. Government officials in Nigeria are not unique. Even in the America where you are at, they steal. Government officials steal. I remember the governor of Massachusetts. I remember he was sent to jail. Some black gopher jig or something like that. Some bad.
Yeah, Illinois.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I remember there was this British general. They recalled him from retirement to come and face a court martial because he drew 50,000 pounds more than he was entitled to in child education benefit. They called him back and they court-martialed him, stripped him of his rank and sent him to jail. 50,000 pounds. The same British How many of the thieves ruling Nigeria have homes in their country, have bank accounts, have residencies, have citizenships? So Nigerians are the ones who need to quickly understand that the governing system is not designed to work for them. It's designed to extract value out of Nigeria for the strangers who pretend to rule Nigeria whilst they are ruining it. And to cover their tracks, they don't mind plunging the country into war because they don't live there. They live everywhere but Nigeria. So the people of Nigeria are the ones who need to come to grip with the knowledge that the people ruling us are not interested in us. They are not Nigerians. So anyone waiting for some stupid list is a fool.
All right, let's go to the tribunal, the case in court. How is it going? People are interested in what you have to say.
Rudolph. You want to put your hand in my mouth? Well,
No, that's what they
no,
are
don't
doing.
worry. Don't worry. I'm not constrained like other lawyers. I'm not constrained.
You are retired.
I am fully retired. That's been a fact for the last 5 years. I'm fully retired. So it's not I'm not stopped from expressing my opinion. But let me just put it this way. The Nigerian judiciary is peopled by Nigerians, like me and you. Some of the best and most brilliant are in the judiciary. But there is also something that we need to understand quickly. If the Nigerian judiciary is Nigerian, then it means that it is as Nigerian as the Nigerian custom, is as Nigerian as the Nigerian police. It is as Nigerian as everything Nigerian. It is as Nigerian as me and you. So if we take that as a given, we should then know that it becomes dangerous and dangerously stupid to imagine that it is free of the impunity and the corruption that pervades and permeates every aspect of our society. That is the truth. I'm on record and I've said it without hesitation that even our CJN is completely corrupt. Either is completely corrupt, irredeemably so, or is unbelievably incompetent. He has to decide which one it is. And I cited the basis for my position, and it is a Gbadamoshi Eletu case. I wasn't reticent about citing the basis for my position. He knows it, I know it. Every lawyer who bothers to read that case or who are familiar with the fact of that case, they know it. Every judge every member of every justice of the Supreme Court that sat on the second panel of that case is irredeemably corrupt or incompetent. That's a categorical statement for which I have no apologies. And I have said so variously. So if you now have a question that asks me to express hope based on to express faith or belief in the Nigerian judiciary, it will be counterintuitive for me to do so. There is nothing about the Nigerian judiciary that separates it from what afflicts the entire country. Yorùbás will say that àìsàn tó ń ṣe ẹgbẹ̀fà ló ń ṣọ̀ọ́dúnrún, ohun tó ń ṣàbọ̀yàdé gbogbo ọlọ́yà ló ń ṣe. What afflicts one afflicts all. So the Nigerian judiciary is not in some way insulated from the madness that has overtaken our country. However, there is always a remnant. Always a remnant. It might very well be that some of them might find the grace to discover their consciences if they had lost it before. It's not impossible. I was in court on the day the APC closed its case, and Chief Wole Olanipekun stood up in court to commiserate with the justices over the death of one of their brothers, I believe one of the justices of the Court of Appeal. And I found it quite striking because I looked at the justices sat on their pedestal, and I realized that none of them is younger than me.
They're all probably my age or older, much older. I'm 55 now. I know that my time is almost spent, just like all of us. We blink and we are old. A friend remarked the other day that I have a lot more gray on my head than he's ever seen. I said, yes, that's a function of age. All of a sudden, the grays on my head have remembered that they need to run and catch up. So these justices will not live forever. They have the opportunity to decide how they wish to be remembered by history. I sat down here, you spent all of 3 minutes, and you had me all tearing up in front of your camera. My belief and my own challenge is to make sure that I do not do anything to fall short of the standard that you have lifted me to by your introduction. It is up to those 5 men, 4 men, and I think a woman, to decide how history shall remember them. But there was nothing that happened that we Nigerians are unaware of. We already know the truth. They know the truth. The question is, would the truth set them free, or would the truth entrap them? What they say does not matter. It is the judgment and verdict of history on each and every one of us that counts the most. But the truth is inviolate. We all know what happened that day. The career criminal sat in that office did not win. It didn't win power. We all know it.
All right. Next question will be about what you think that will be accomplished so far at this point, how he transformed the Nigerian politics, which is the main subject why we brought you here. But before then, let me bring Okendibe, Professor Okendibe. He had to go somewhere, but he wanted to have a chance to ask your questions. So let me bring him on. Okay, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah, we can hear
Loud
you.
and clear. Good afternoon, sir.
Dele, first of all, my very deep admiration. I sort of got to know you about you a few years ago, and I must say that the constancy and consistency of your ethical commitment has been a breath of fresh air. In a country where ethics, morality are up for grabs and for sale to the highest bidder. So thank you very much. You really give hope to a lot of people, and you bring a lot of clarity in these muddled times. So I was just listening to your take. I was at a party last night, a gathering of Nigerians, and we were all sort of x-raying the way that the legal case at the presidential tribunal has gone. And so the ultimate conclusion was that the APC and INEC did not uh, cover themselves in golden colors, but that regardless of this, regardless of the strength of the petition before the courts, that everybody expects the justices to just move on, do the wrong thing, and just, in a sense, validate impunity and fraud. And so, as I listened to you and you spoke about the fact that ultimately it's a verdict of history, it's a chastening conclusion, because ultimately that's what it's about, right? It's quite chastening, but of course, one wishes that we came from a country where points of law should predict outcome, in which case we should know what the outcome would be. So everybody that I've spoken to fully expects that at least a majority, a plurality of the justices are going to, even if there are one or two dissenters, are going to do the wrong thing to uphold fraud. So my question for you is, ultimately, what is it that sustains you? What is it that should sustain Nigerians in the face of this drama of doing the wrong thing. And because, for some people, I think that I'm not sure that somebody like Tinubu worries about how history remembers him, and I think that ultimately the justices who do the wrong thing don't worry. They want to go to Dubai, buy some big mansions. If they can make it to North America, buy themselves big mansions, drive, live in palatial homes, and so on and so forth. So I'm just wondering, is there any hope for our country, and where does it lie in your view? It's a very tortured way of getting to my question, but it's your analysis is impeccable. That ultimately it's how do these men and women who are on the bench want to be remembered by history? But in a country where history doesn't count, is there any other um, do we have any other kind of purchase on the situation now?
Okay.
Thank you.
Prof, it's indeed a great honor to have you speak so glowingly of me. I am very grateful, sir. Thank you. You are most kind. You are someone I have read for years, and I have a lot of respect for your work. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. I have two questions as far as I can see. What has Obi done to affect the Nigerian political landscape? And then the second is the one that Prof has asked in many ways.
Mhm.
And I would answer, what sustains me? The belief that regardless of how long it takes, the truth will always win.
Mhm.
I
Yes.
have not found a single instance in human history
Yes.
where the truth has lost.
Mhm.
Yorubas have a proverb. They say, "Òtítọ́ ló máa lékè irọ́." It's such a simple sentence,
Mhm.
simplistic almost in its ramifications, but
Mhm.
it is a truth that cannot be impeached. Our proverbs are essentially, they are more spiritual than didactic. And when you say "Òtítọ́ ló máa lékè irọ́," it says the truth shall prevail. That's what you have said. The truth shall prevail. It's not about always or sometime prevail. It's about it shall prevail. I recall when the NSAS massacre happened and the government went to town with its dissemblers, the lies, the propagandas, the deniers, and labeled people, handed some into exile, concealed evidence. I remember, and some of you will recall, that I came into the public space and I said that as long as the tribunal is allowed to do its work, we ensure that the Nigerian government is stripped naked in the public space. Nobody is in a position to deny what happened with NSAS any longer. That is so, in spite of the fact that 7 members, or I believe maybe 7 or 8 members of the tribunal, were all nominated by government. That panel still delivered a unanimous decision, a finding of fact that there was a massacre. The same government that was denying the existence of massacre had been busy paying cash in compensation to victims. I will not speak to the veracity of the document that is currently flying around because I don't know whether it's true yet. But these are the same people who have told us that nobody died. That is a lie. So now, when you now bring this to bear on the question of our electoral petition tribunal, let me say this, sir. Sometimes the truth might appear to lose, but that's only temporary. The person standing on top of the truth is a mortal. He must die if he does not tire of standing on top of it. He must die. The truth upon which he's standing is immortal. It cannot die. If these justices would find the grace to say that white is black, it does not change the fact that white is white. They are merely writing down how they wish to be remembered by history. The conscientious refusal of some of us to deodorize the lie stands in rebuke against their lives, because lies cannot sustain themselves, but the truth is self-sustaining. The self-sustainability of truth is why it cannot be defeated. So my own abiding faith and belief in the immortal nature of truth makes it impossible for me to despair, even in the face of the putrefaction that has come to define our country and our judiciary. My own is that it is up to them to decide. We won't forget. The time when people used to forget is gone. We will not forget. Let them not even think that this system will always win. This system is dead, is in its death throes. This system is found on a bad idea. It is not found on the idea of citizenship. It is found on a bad idea. That is the kind of idea that we think it is fine to allocate 70 billion to less than 500 people, and then 48,000 to 12 million households, 48,000 each to 12 million. That's 8,000 naira a month for 6 months. And then what? What happens thereafter? But you could allocate to yourself, in addition to what you are already earning that is completely opaque. Even the determination of the 12 million household, only you know how you came about it, just like they were feeding people at home during COVID. So you have a situation where this system, some of us have made up our minds. We have no guns to carry. We won't leave this country for them. We are not going anywhere. I have not trained my children to live outside Nigeria, and I'm not leaving. I will not leave. But we will also not normalize their evil by keeping quiet. And those who had found peace with their consciences, we will continue to make sure that they cannot find peace with their conscience by refusing to keep quiet. So, as long as we refuse to normalize evil, evil cannot win, because the truth cannot be defeated. To now deal with the question of what has Obi done in the public space to change Nigerian politics, let me put it this way. Obi is the first Nigerian politician to make it clear to the Nigerian people in the last 24 years that they are the most important piece in nation building. Other people have attempted in different ways, but they might have been swallowed up by different reasons or might be obscured by different things. But what happened with Peter Obi was that the man came at the right time. He was the right man, but the time was also ready for him. Time will not allow me to deal with all the reasons why he was the right man, but I'll deal with some of them and then explain how it has affected the political landscape. Peter Obi comes from the disadvantaged, institutionally disadvantaged. Those the Nigerian state have used as the proving ground for his many evils against the people of Nigeria. Those are the people from whom Peter Obi came, the Igbos. The Igbo people of Nigeria have been the proving ground for every one of Nigeria's evils, until they have experimented and completed this usage against the Igbos, normalized it by using the hatred of other nationalities against the Igbos to normalize that evil, and then begin to extend the same evil beyond the ethnic line into class line, because it was always about class. It was never about ethnicity. But it was hidden behind ethnicity because it found acceptance in a larger pool of humanity. So, a member of the institutionally disadvantaged rose as a champion of all, because every Nigerian have become marginalized and disadvantaged by Nigeria. So, His candidacy found resonance in those we had earlier referred to as the North, as though they do not exist as humanity. The people of Kaduna, Southern Kaduna, the Bauchi people who had long been silenced and who had lost their voices. The people of Borno, vast parts of Borno, parts of the Plateau, Nasarawa, Taraba, Benue, places that were once blithely referred to as though they had they didn't have identity. And then it came at a time when the hubris of the Nigerian ruining crash had led it to believe that the politicization of religion had been matured to the point where they could blithely declare that Muslim ticket is the way to go. They aroused the passions of those for whom religion was a matter of ethnic identity, the Northern Muslims. Religion is not just religion for the Northern Muslim because it is rooted in their history. Those who used to be the slave stock of the Fulani conquerors of Northern Nigeria, who were not governed but left alone so that they might not become impossible to enslave. Because in Islamic jurisprudence, if you conquer a people, you Islamize them. If you Islamize them, you cannot enslave them. The Fulanis ignored to conquer, built garrisons around vast part of what you call Middle Belt today, and used those garrisons as raiding points for slaves, which fed the empire that arose after the jihad. And that also fed the Kanem Borno Empire itself, even though it predated the jihad. Slave trading went to a new level and it became systemized. Up till today, the records for slave trading in the Kano Emirate. Sanusi himself said so. Records dating back like 200. So let's be clear about something. What Peter Obi did was that he came at the right time. He came at a moment in time when the hubris of the Islamists had exposed them and made it possible for those who had lost their voices to find their voice. So Peter Obi, by divine orchestration, became the champion of the victimized Nigerians, those whose voices had hitherto been lost. So a coalition of Nigerians disadvantaged, Nigerians oppressed, the hopeless, a motley crew of those Nigeria had forgotten, came together and rallied around his candidacy. And to make matters even more interesting, the man is himself an uncommon politician, because how many Nigerian politicians can come out into the open and say that, probe me, you find one thing. Propaganda that anybody might throw around. How come nobody has managed to trace one of those cobbles into his pocket? So, I'm not a saint. I don't expect to find a saint on this part of life. Maybe by the time we've translated. I'm no saint. I do a lot of things I shouldn't be doing, but I don't steal anybody's money. I don't know what else Peter Obi does or does not do. I don't know who he is in his personal space. But the man has proven in his public space that he can be trusted. And Nigerians saw that and gravitated towards it. You cannot say the same for any other member of the Nigerian ruining class. His enemies succeeded him in office as governor. His enemies. He even enthroned one himself with his own hand. Willie the drunk. What has happened? How many of them have brought out anything to stick on him, like stealing? How many? Let me tell you why Lagos became as desperate as it became on March 18th. The level of stealing and malfeasance that has become institutionalized in Lagos State for the last 24 years. If another government should take over power in Lagos State, many people will go to prison. They will rot in jail. Peter Obi spent 8 years in office as governor. He has been succeeded in office by 2 governors, none of whom have any reason, political or personal, to cover him. Nobody has come out. So let people shut up already about any silly agitations or lies about he did this, he did that. I'm sure he's not a saint, and I'm not his pastor, and I'm not looking to crown a pope. It's not my business. What he has done is that he has awakened the people. The genie is out of the bottle already. The Nigerian people have come to understand the powers they have. If the Nigerian state would have to go to the extent that it had to go to install this fraudulent gate in office, the people know their power already. So if that is all that Peter Obi has done, and before election, I told someone, Peter Obi is like the stick, the rod that you use to kill a snake. Whether the rod survives the ordeal or not does not concern you. The purpose of the rod is the destruction and death of the snake. Peter Obi has surpassed and exceeded his purpose already. He has awakened the people. I now know the power that they have. What we do with where we are going forward is on us. There are no Voltrons anywhere. He has served his purpose and he's still serving his purpose by remaining steadfast in the cause of this pursuit of justice. I'm sure they would have offered him 1,001 incentives to abandon this, and I'm aware they did. And the man has stood steadfast. Let me quote him in one of his retorts to one of the bunches of miscreants who have been seeking to press him into stopping. Over my dead body. So please, there are several of us who have resolved that madness in Nigeria will only be normalized over our dead bodies. We will carry no guns, we will throw no stones, but we refuse to normalize evil, and we will not keep quiet. She dead ni. We died before we were battered. If we didn't die in the womb, we will never be battered. A day will come when we have to be battered to the next stage. That's what you call death. If it comes, let it come when it comes. But let it be said that we died for truth. That is where that man is standing today, and that's where a lot of us are standing. So those who are in doubt of where they are standing and who think that they can buy their way into the books of history, let them have a rethink. We are here. That's what Peter has done. He has raised an army of those who are willing to die for the truth.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
So, Dele, this is wow. It's you have spoken. When I asked you the question that I did, I asked you with a measure of despair. I dare say that your response has lifted my spirits. You know, after 18 years of writing a column for different Nigerian papers, I experienced, dejection and something close to despair. But all the years, I've always told people that I'm not optimistic about Nigeria, but I'm always hopeful, because hope is a choice, and I make the choice to be hopeful about Nigeria. Given the objective factors, one cannot claim to be optimistic. But actually, from what you said, there are actually grounds, perhaps, to be optimistic, because more and more Nigerians are choosing to declare what they know to be true. And so I just want to thank you again for the witness that you bear. And I'm going to actually, I was headed out someplace, but I'm going to cancel it and I'll just sit and listen to the rest of your presentation. Thank you very much. I'm a big, big fan.
Thank you very much, sir. You've been most kind. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, everybody. We're going to let in our audience. We have only, unfortunately, they won't like this, but we have only 22 minutes. He has to leave at 6 p.m. exact. So I will bring you in. If I bring you in, just question, no preaching. I know you like our guests, but just go straight and just a question, please, so that we can get as many as possible. So, Dele, do you want to take one at a time, or you want to take?
What I'll do is I'll try and limit myself to spending not more than 90 seconds in responding to each question. But I think it's best that the questions come one after. Let them come and I answer. I'll be answering each one.
Okay. All right. So, Michael, welcome to the show. Your question for Rotimi. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
thank you.
You know what I did here now.
No, no. Thank you. Okay, bye, Dalo. Dele, I'm one of your fans. You know, I admire you so much. The truth will always win. That's all I have gotten from you. The truth will always win, no matter how
Always.
long. Thank
Always.
you. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's it. I guess you don't have a question. Thank you, Michael. I'll take you out and bring in Ovia. You are next.
Uh,
Where is Ovia? Oh, hold on.
to you.
Ovia, you are next.
Why you? What have I done? Anyway, I was saying thank you for giving Dele Farotimi his flower while he's still alive. When I mean flower, I mean giving his due credit and all that. And I think he appreciates it very well. Let me just go straight to the point, Mr. Dele Farotimi. I read your book and I read it over and over again, talking about do not die in their war. I will appreciate it if you share a little bit of light on it because you propose in that book how a president should emerge through the Council of Elders. So I want you to share light a little bit on that. But my major question here is that for the past 1 hour, when you were having interaction with a Rudolph, as you rightly put it, I have this sense that you, or the fact that you divide Nigeria into two groups. One you classify as the ruling class, just to use your words, and the everyday Nigerian. And in the past 1 hour, you focus on highlighting the ills of the ruling class and how the everyday Nigerian can't keep reacting. That's the word. We cannot keep reacting. So my question is that what is the solution? What do we ordinary people do? What do we do that now that we've seen it all? We've seen pretty much everything that they can do. So what is the way forward for us?
Oh, you've asked more or less two questions in all.
Yes.
So here is the thing. One, if you look through my proposals in the book, the Council of Elders and the president that is supposed to emerge, you agree with me that the president has conceived in that constitution is radically different from the monster that you currently have sitting in Aso Rock. I'm not talking about the person of Tinubu now. I'm talking about the powers and even the structure of governance. The president to which you refer is essentially a completely ceremonial office. So if I'm saying Council of Elders, it was more or less a recreation of the old House of Chiefs that existed in the First Republic, which was the last time Nigerians sat together as one to agree how to be governed. So it's a rehash of the olden times. So, but don't let me belabor that, but don't confuse the terms. It's not the same kind of president. It's a ceremonial presidency that I was referring to in the book. That's one. Second thing that you refer to, the place of the citizens. Now, I have talked about the Nigerian ruling class at length because it is important to identify them for the victims, who you prefer to label citizens. Those are actually victims. Me and you, we are either witting or unwitting victims of Nigeria. So, what I have proposed for the victims of Nigeria is relentless education so that they come to the point where they can tell that the persons showing them their supposed enemies are actually their true enemies. I have actually also gone beyond that to point out that the problem with Nigeria is not about personnel and personnel changes. Not even Peter Obi could have done anything and he still can't do anything on his own without changing the structure and the ideas behind the structures and systems of governance. The idea behind governance in Nigeria is feudalistic in its instincts and intentions. And feudalism is not accommodating of the rule of law or citizenship. I have sought to make this connection severally. So the people themselves, their own place cannot be taken until they come to the knowledge of the fact that the Igbo, the Yoruba, the Fulani, the Jaws, everybody who are trapped in Nigeria are actually victims of Nigeria once they're outside of the ruling class. That knowledge is central to any change that might take place. It is only when sufficient numbers, a critical mass, has come to the knowledge of that truth. That might take a year, it might take 10, it might be the death of some of us, or after the death of some of us, that people will begin to come to the knowledge of these truths. But this knowledge has to go forth before the central idea that undergirds this evil system can be exposed. It is only then that the Igbo man that is agitating for Biafra will be able to see that Oji Uzo Kalu and all the other Igbo men and women in Gigi, or for all of them who are benefiting from this system, do not want the Biafra that you are seeking. And until you have dealt with the centrality of the evils of Nigeria, you cannot resolve the night. So I've taken more time than I planned to. However, you cannot excuse the Nigerian people from the complicities in this evil, and I have never done so. I have focused on helping them to identify their true enemies, but I know that several other persons are also focused on harnessing the unity that is emerging, and they are thinking of doing things with it. I am also in the course of thinking, and I don't want to speak until I am done thinking. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that answer, and thank you, Ovie, for that. We're running out of time, so when you come in, please, one question only. Find the best of your question. It's unfortunate he won't stay long, but he promised that he will come back again. So find the best of your question and ask that question. I'm going to bring you in. Show, you can bring yourself in. Come on, come in and then ask your question. Show. Show is one of our moderators here. Show, are you there? I know you are trying to come in. If not, I'll bring forefathers. Forefathers, turn on your camera. Show, okay, Show is here. Show, go ahead.
Yes, I've actually got no question. I was just helping with the moderation. But
Okay.
it's a privilege to speak to you, Edmond Dele Farotimi. Really appreciate your work. Thank you for all that you do. Some of us actually, do appreciate what you do. And it's an opportunity to show the people who think I'm not an Omoluabi, that I'm a proper Omoluabi. When I see my elders, I paid you respect. So thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you.
So you have a question or no? Should I move to someone else? You don't have a question for him? All right, he's gone. CM, welcome to the show. CM, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. I don't really have a question. I only have three things to say. Number one, Dele Farotimi, thank you very much for what you do, for who you are. And like Professor Ndibe said, your constancy, your consistency, and more importantly, the courage and boldness to say what you are saying, not minding the danger. Secondly, I will say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Long may you live. And finally, thank you again. May God bless you and keep you long. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, CM. Mr. James from Gambia, you are next.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, okay.
Loud and clear.
Good. The South African writer Alan Paton concluded his book, Pride, the Beloved Country, with a sentence. The people of South Africa, they were living in the fear of bondage and the bondage of fear. And that is the situation we find ourselves today. Now, why are we reluctant to go the revolutionary path? Because there can never be a change without a revolution, although not all revolutions bring about the desired changes. That's the question.
There is an ongoing revolution in Nigeria, and a lot of people are sleeping through it. But
Maybe
there is
I'm
a
also
revolution
sleeping.
going on in Nigeria.
Maybe I'm sleeping.
No, sometimes it is very easy to miss the tree because of the forest. It might be that we are nearing a point of crystallization, which has not happened, but that there isn't a revolution in motion right now. it means that we are missing what is already obvious. In the last 24 years, it has never happened that the judiciary is under the kind of microscope under which it is currently existing. In the last 24 years, it has never happened that the people are as awakened or quickened as they are today. The system is already defeated. It is merely trying to make a zombie out of itself, and that is why you have this level of impunity required to keep it alive. That is a sign of how badly bruised it is. I'm not suggesting that we are anywhere close to a resolution. But one thing you can take for granted is that the age of silence in deodorization of evil has ended. The capacity of the Nigerian state to shape the narrative is lost. The people are telling their own stories in a way that they were unable to tell it before now. And we are normalizing demanding answers from the system. We've gotten to a point now. I was in a meeting earlier today, and we agreed, all of us in the meeting, we agreed that the best we have managed to do is to respond to an evil system. And in responding, we have bruised his noses, but we've not managed to defeat it, and it's not dead. It's nowhere near dead. But what is a revolution? It means a turnaround. Nigeria has never been closer to a turnaround in the last 30 years. The last time we were this close was in 1993. I was old enough to know what transpired in 1993, and I say it without equivocation that since 1993 we have not come any closer than we are in this moment. Now, why did we lose it in 1993? We ignored to focus on the true evil, which is the idea undergirding the system, the evil idea behind Nigeria. Nigeria is a blessed country, but the idea that has instructed the design of its governance systems is evil. We've never called out that idea. We are calling it out now, and the people are challenging it. So yes, I know that I would like to see that revolution happen like yesterday, at least crystallized and resolved. But I am a student of history, and I know that there are times when the actual event that led to the end of empires might happen maybe even 50 years before the eventual collapse of the empire. The hubris of the Nigerian ruining class has already killed this system. It's only a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. The American empire did not end yesterday. It ended the day it invaded Iraq. So I'm hopeful, and I believe that we would also see the end of this system.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much indeed.
Igbo basics. We have less than 8 minutes. So Igbo basics, quickly, your questions so that I can get a few more people in before he goes. Go ahead.
Yes, Dele, my brother, well done. I just have a couple of things to say.
Not a couple, please. One question. So that
yeah, that's one question. I have one question.
Okay.
Here I'm going to present to you, Dele. I'm sure you.
What do you all give me?
This is what I'm presenting to you. It's called Professor Debe will expand on that. Today is Sunday. That's what we bring. Then I will also give you this. I'm sure you understand this one.
I understand, sir.
With that said, I see we have similarities because you are student government activists from the much I understand your student days, student government president or something.
I was the president of the union, 94, okay. 95 session.
Okay. I was a vice president of student government at the University of Arkansas, Pine Bluff, 1981. And sometimes it takes an external force to effect a change. As a result of that, Black Americans were afraid of Chancellor Herman B. Smith. But because I was an external force, Didn't make no difference to me. We did what we had to do. In 7 days, Chancellor Herman B. Smith resigned. That's on record. That's our similarities there. So we have something in common. Olu Ogundipe disowned the country. He's an artist. He was our guest on this channel. Professor Obi Wakama came here and posited that the justices might validate falsehood in order not to sink the rock. That's what I extracted from his presentation here. And Professor Debe have pretty much spoken majority of my mind. So I'll say, and if the tribunal and the Supreme Court decides contrary to the truth of February 25, 2023, what is the recourse to the likes of us who seek to implement the truth without abandoning the country? Is there a way to weave a basket of old student activists who are still out there?
Well, let me say this first. One of the first things we lost in Nigeria with the emergence of Tinubu, and I'm not talking about his fraudulent emergence as the president-elect. I'm saying on the political scene, especially because of the centrality of Lagos. Tinubu has done a lot to destroy what used to be the conscious layer of the Nigerian people, whether that be in the press, the human rights community, the bulk of the people who used to demand an account from the system have been hopelessly compromised over the last 20 years or thereabout. If you look at the fact that in 2011, 2012, they could organize the jamborees, they organized at Ojota and at Falomo and all over the country. And today, the people who organize those jamborees are the ones that are sat, even the people who participated and helped to organize it in the field, they're the ones busy legitimizing the evil that you are seeing in Nigeria today. So those who used to ask questions have stopped asking questions. So to expect a network of some activists somewhere, there are still genuine men and women out there, but we don't have those kind of people anymore. What we have today, which we didn't have before, is an energized movement that is determined to change the Nigerian narrative. We didn't have that before. We have that now. Without allowing the press to bring cameras into the court, this election petition tribunal is the one that has been most reported, most followed. It's almost as if you are physically present in the tribunal. That is how much interest the people have. So you see a movement galvanized, you see a people being readied that has never existed in our space. So that has come up now. Wasn't there before. That movement is asking questions of itself. What happens after the Court of Appeal? What happens after the tribunal? What happens if the Supreme Court validates this evil? Several questions are being asked. People are profiling alternative solutions. A lot of people have different things to say, and I am of the opinion anyway that we have come to the point where we should embrace any opportunity to confront this system, as long as we make a point of making clear to ourselves violence will achieve nothing. This system is hoping that we present ourselves as sacrifices for it to normalize its ascension to the throne of evil. We must not give it the opportunity to do that. But we must be conscientious and very deliberate in confronting it with the truth and in making sure that the people do not accept this evil as normal. Every layer of resistance that can be activated should definitely be activated and encouraged as long as it eschews violence. Let me be clear. Just because I say that I'm not going to bite the dog does not mean that the dog will not attempt to bite me. So I'm not suggesting that people should not take precautions to avoid becoming victims to a murderous system that has no problem with killing its own. However, we must be deliberate in forsaking violence so that we do not legitimize its use against ourselves. But to think that some justices somewhere will sit down and just tell us abracadabra and you would have a Lawan situation, that's some wishful thinking. There will be conscious and deliberate refusal to accept injustice. And I will encourage it. So help me God.
Thank you.
Your voice is gone, Rudolph.
You muted yourself.
You are mute. Only you are hearing you.
Technical hitches. While he's struggling to get himself back online, Dele, I am an obedient in New Jersey, working with the Foundation Democracy Initiative, which I organize. I head that group from here.
All right. So can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good.
Now we can't even see you.
So unless you want to spare just 1 minute or two, forefathers and scribe, please. It's a chance to talk, please.
Greetings, Rudolph, and special greetings to the respected guests. There's an echo.
Okay, go ahead.
There's still an echo.
I think it's from Rudolph's end.
Yes, it's from my end. I will resolve it now.
Have they had you?
You can just mute your mic. All right. Yeah, my question was about, given that from my point of view, our leaders appear to be compromised leaders that seem to be acting like caretaker governments that don't want to rule the country as a sovereign nation. And in other words, they are not ambitious for us. They are not looking to actually build a strong nation, which clearly we know that we are capable of doing all kinds of things when we leave the country. What do you think it would take for Nigerians, home and abroad, to decouple their leaders from the people that they serve? You mentioned it yourself that they go, for healthcare treatment and all the stuff that they do. They seem to be beholden to outside interests, not wanting to build our nation for what it truly is. And as an independent nation that is proud to project itself in the world. So what do you think it would take for us to decouple them from these foreign interests?
Look, in April, May, I was in the US. I spent the bulk of my time in Atlanta. And for me, every time I went out, I had to use a particular freeway into downtown Atlanta. And on this road, there are some interchange, so those bridges that crosses to the other side. And it struck me that one of the worst things that have befallen us as a people is not that we are ruled by corrupt people governed by impunity. No, that's not our true tragedy. The true tragedy is the fact that we are ruled by men who are devoid of imagination. They have no imagination at all. They can't envision anything. And the word you used, compromised leaders. To lead, you have to have a destination in mind, to which the people you are even leading might have no idea of where the place is. That's why you are leading them. If they knew, they wouldn't need you to lead them there. The people who are ruining Nigeria have no capacity for leadership because they have no capacity for imagination and they have no capacity for envisioning. This loss of capacity is the major problem with Nigeria. So the idea of Nigeria is a perversion. Those who rule Nigeria only think about what to eat, what to drink, who to sleep with, what bags to carry, where to. They don't think about what to do for the people. North Korea, you can call them a dictatorship, but they have a nuclear weapon. That is what they apply themselves to. Dubai, the Emirates. Nigerians go there routinely these days. Look at what they've done. That's the power of vision. So these people, anyone waiting for them is waiting for Godot. Nothing good will ever come out of the Nigerian ruining crash. They are incapable of delivering anything good because the idea governing their exertion is perverse. It is incapable of doing good, even when it intends to do good. There are good men and women who are trapped in the system. Even when they do good, it is always episodic. It does not endure because the system itself, the governance systems are designed for evil. They are designed to extract value from the people, to exploit them. So if you want to change Nigeria in any way, you are going to have to focus on the people themselves, embracing the idea of a different path. Looking to the current system or the ruining crash or thinking they can offer leadership of any sort. Why is it that they can't even think of make electricity steady in the country? That basic thing. Tinubu has been building Lagos for the last 24 years. The Blue Rail Line, 16 years. They can't deliver that. Lekki Epe Expressway, they've been building it for the last 14, 15 years. They've not finished building it. There are potholes all over it already. That is the kind of idea behind the exertions in governance in Nigeria. So to look to this system to deliver any hope or redemption is a stupid, most asinine thought. So anyone who is interested in changing Nigeria, look to the people and look to building new systems based on ideas that are found on vision. That's my belief.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, yeah, over time, so it's all right.
We're over by
Quick
5
one.
minutes. So
Quick one.
he has to go.
Dele, please. You will like this one. Seriously, please.
Thank
you, Mr. Dele Farotimi.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. My question is centered around Kwame Nkrumah's book that is Revolutionary Warfare. There's a quote there that says, "You can measure the degree of the tendency of revolution by the degree of political awareness of the women, or somewhat of the downtrodden and things like that." And in the recent political history of Nigeria, we've seen the rise, everything that you've been part of. My question to you, and this is a Nigeria that clearly benefited from the abdication of the Alake of Egbaland and many other women-led things. And I review the obedient movement, and I'm like, I don't see that energy. In order to see, in order to kind of say, like, to match it to the march to independence. So would you agree with me in this, sort of like idea that I have, that maybe maybe inclusion of women, or what I mean, like a lot of the women to sort of like shadow what happened prior to independence, would that have been maybe something that would have helped a little bit in the obedient movement? Because to me, the obedient movement seems like NSAS 2.0.
Let me tell you this, my brother. Remember when the question was asked, I said, we are witnessing a revolution in slow motion. There is one happening before our very before. In that movement, you have an Aisha Yusuf. In that movement, you have a Rino Duala. In that movement, you have a DJ Switch. You have multiple persons who are acting in different spheres. Most of these people, they don't know anything called Labour Party. Some of them have never canvassed anyone for political office, but they are working in different strata, seeking to awaken the consciousness of the people. What has not happened, which I agree with you completely on, is that there hasn't been a conscious and deliberate attempt at organizing women at the grassroots level into viable political units that are then capable of speaking. If you have cells at the grassroots level, at the market levels, like the ones that you'll be referring to, then it will become more evident because they can then speak more in concert, if you may. However, I think it will be misleading to think that this does not exist already. What is missing is organization. I'll show you something that is missing in the lies of INEC in Lagos State. People can go and verify this on their own, look beyond anything that Labour Party is giving you, go to any independent observer of the last election. On the 25th of February in Lagos State, Tinubu lost in every local government in this state, in spite of the fact that market women were routinely forced out into the street to come to his campaigns, in spite of the fact that the trade unions, and I'm talking about trades, as in mechanics, barbers, tailors, all those people down there were forced, systematically forced into expressing support for him. Danfos, Keke, they had to paste his poster and everything on their cars and their Kekes. He still lost. The figures that we have in our situation room suggested that the man received less than 15% of the votes in Lagos State. He lost. This couldn't have been possible without these women supporting the candidacy of Peter Obi, for whom they voted in record numbers in Lagos. So we should be careful about how we extrapolate some of the figures and the imageries that we'll take out of this electoral cycle. I'm not suggesting that we are where we should be. We are nowhere near, but we are not where we used to be. And the future is much brighter than it has ever been in terms of building revolutionary consensus in the Nigerian space. Thank you.
Dele, thank
With
you.
these few words of mine, I hope I have managed to confuse
so
or convince you. So
No, you always deliver come to Jesus moments. That's your specialty. So
Can I greet him? Can I greet Dele before you go, please? Can I greet him?
Dele, thank you so much. Yeah, Henry, greet him. I know you're a big fan. I understand. He understands that.
Dele, thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you for standing for the truth. Thank you for fighting for the truth. Thank you. Stay strong. We're going to get our mandate. We're going to make that country big. We're not going nowhere. We're going to make that country great again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, everyone. God bless you.
Thank you, Dele. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So we're we have okay, we hang out. Okay, are you hanging in here for a while? Are you going
trying to get out too?
Oh, you're trying to get. Let me let you out. Okay. All right. Good. Okay. So okay. Don't run. Just. All right. Okay. I think we're back. Sorry for everybody who didn't get a chance. I'm really sorry. He couldn't do more than the time. We went over by probably how many minutes? 12 minutes. He had to be somewhere else. But he promised to come back. I will make sure that he comes back. I will hold him to that.
Mr. Rudolph,
yeah.
When he come back next time, those guys who say something before he left, they should not come back first now. So mark it now.
I totally support you. I totally support you, Henry. That's what I was gonna say. Forefathers, scribe, they will not ask any question. Even though they will not ask any question.
We'll get them out, yeah. But we have okay here. So can you guys interrogate okay on for a minute? I know you have to go. I want, because okay has a podcast and he wrote. Okay, go ahead. Who wants to take on okay first?
I have a request. Mr. Okay, this is my second time encountering. I've been following your publication too. I'm extending an invitation to you. Will you be a guest on my platform?
I will come.
Your platform, we don't need to go there. Don't need to go to the.
Okay, we'll come.
Henry, intelligent people are having conversations. Shut up.
All right. So let me go to Austin.
Rudolph, you answer me yes. I will get a contact from you later.
Yeah, you talk to me later. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Austin.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Austin, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you, Prof. Thank you for being here. Like when I listened to Dele Farotimi, before I started listening to him, I listened to Mark Obia on Arise News this morning and switched over to Dele Farotimi. It has been a delightful day. I can't but to remember the words of this oppressed woman in the Gospel of Luke 11:27 that says, when Jesus had finished speaking, he said, Blessed is the womb that bore you and the breast that you suck. I am so glad that we have voices coming up. And that reminds me of what Luther said. He said, the oppressed people cannot remain oppressed forever. The yearning for freedom eventually manifests itself. So if we can continue raising these voices, if anyone thinks that what we do here, what these wonderful people are doing, are wasting of their time. I mean, no one is great more when he is alive than when he died. People like you, Prof, people like people like Dele, people like Wako, they don't know what they are doing to humanity now. Because one day people will say, yes, all of you spoke in support of these people, but these people were outstanding. But I have a problem listening to Luther again, where he said, injustice anywhere is a threat for justice everywhere. Would there be a time in Nigeria that somebody will come to tell us and say, I mean, the finality of the Supreme Court is a challenge to me. Because if the Pope could go to Canada and kneel down and say, we are sorry for what we did to you people, and he is going around apologizing, would there be a time that the Supreme Court of Nigeria will tell us that what we did with Hope Uzodinma, what we did with Akpabio, what we did with Lawan, we are sorry for what we did with this list. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
God.
Okay. That's for you. Unmute yourself. For those who do not know, I've been inviting to come back since. So today I caught him, so
you're wangling it. So
thank God he has cancelled his appointment, so he has no excuse now. He's going to be
okay. So what I'm going to do, Rudolph, is to make a commitment to come to your show. All right. Maybe within the next month.
Okay, good.
But Femi's presentation today has been so extraordinary that I really would not want to. For me, it will spoil it. Femi spoke poignantly, eloquently, and with concision. And I think that we should honor what he brought to the table and that we should reflect on it. So I have all kinds of thoughts, right? But I really am aglow with pride to have listened to Femi's presentation. I had a commitment, but I started listening to Femi and I felt that what he was saying was so important. So that's what I'm going to urge, that all of us reflect on what Femi said, that Rudolph, I know you've been trying to sneak me in, right? So what I'll do is that in front of all these honorable men and women, I'm making a commitment that in the next month I have some trips happening, but once I come back, I'll come to your show and spend an hour or two with Henry and Augustine and Prince and Mazi. And so Mazi, I'll come to your show as I committed, yeah. So if you don't mind, so Femi really should own today. He was great at what he did, and I'd like to leave it there.
I agree.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate you, okay? But not only 1 hour or 2 hours, it's gonna be 3 good hours.
I'll make it 3 hours and 3 minutes. How about that?
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. You can, if you can find your way out, then you can. If not.
All right. So please, gentlemen and women, let's keep our spirits up. We don't know what the tribunals are going to determine, but I think that Dele has charted for me a path that we should all adopt, which is the truth is important. And if the justices proclaim what is not true, we should be stubborn in our proclamation of what is true. We know that Tinubu did not win the election. They've always been one to support. It's years ago, right? When the PDP rigged Ngige in as the governor of Anambra State, for example. Ngige was a friend of mine. I did not know who Peter Obi was, but everybody told me that Peter Obi won that election. And so I became persistent in, first of all, encouraging Peter Obi not to relent in pursuit of the reclamation of his mandate. And Ngige was sending mutual friends to me to plead with me, but I said, you did not win the election. I could not fight, I could not become an accessory to impunity and to fraud. And so it's the same situation when Yaradua was imposed. He himself agreed that the election was irregular, but he claimed that he would still have won had the election been free and fair and credible. And so I made a principled position that I was never going to call Yaradua President Yaradua. So I called him resident of Aso Rock because he lived there. I would call him usurper, but I never called him president in one day. And I think that that's the kind of position that at minimum Nigerians should begin to take. If the courts, in defiance of the facts, declare that Tinubu was properly elected, which we know is a falsehood, then we should withhold from him that honorific of president. Just on a very personal level, when we write about it, we should indicate that this man is usurped the office. But anyway, so I'll come at some other point within a month, and I'll spend 3 hours and 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you so much. All right.
Okay. Take care.
No,
Okay, bye.
she won't. She knows.
So what we're going to do now is we are going to allow those that
she
didn't
knows
get to ask questions to be able to tell us what they wanted to ask if they had the opportunity. Let me start with you. Henry said hi. That was what he wanted to say. He said hi. Austin, what was the question?
I don't have a question for him because he's doing the right thing. I don't have a question to give. I don't have a question for him either because he's doing the right thing. Yeah.
All right. Austin, what was the question you had in mind when you were trying to talk to Dele? Austin, you can hear me. All right, let's go to Prince.
For me, I was gonna ask him what his impression is about our traditional rulers, because it seems that most of them go to Aso Rock right now, and we all know what it entails. It means that definitely, while they are sitting in the in the office talking, something is going on in the trunks, or some promises some deal are being made. Which I believe that if they have nothing to hide, why all these meetings, and meetings and meetings? At least they should be able to respect that office and know that they are non-partisan, and they should, instead of siding one part or whatever it is, they should remain neutral in all, in anything about politics. That's why I just wanted to ask him about his impression there. That's all.
All right, thank you. If you have somebody, there's a radio playing somewhere. Okay, Ed, you're next.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Rudolph. My question is actually about the current litigation. I've had the opportunity to look at the final address. I'm not a lawyer, full disclosure, but it seems to me that the prayers that Mr. Peter Obi and the Labour Party, whom I support, their prayers seem to be centered around two issues. First, that Tinubu is not qualified, so they advance the case of his certificates, the issue he had with the Chicago courts, the heroin trafficking thing. And then the second prayers was that the election was not carried out within the within the ambits of what is expected, or like the regulations that INEC set by themselves. So I really did not see where they're arguing for him to be declared as the president. So I'm trying to like look at those two prayers. So should there be a case where maybe the judge rules favorably with respect to Tinubu being disqualified? That means that the next highest vote getter, who is Atiku, might be sworn in, because there was no litigation from Peter Obi to Atiku. And then in the case that the judge says, let's void the election because there is a lot of irregularities, that means we have to do a rerun. So I'm just wondering, in which of these situations will the mandate be restored to Peter Obi, as so many people are expecting, and what is the Labour Party, which he represents, doing to manage people's expectations? So I'm not a lawyer. I just need like a clarification on these issues.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it would have been very important, because we wanted to talk about whether there will be another election should the Supreme Court say, are they preparing? There are some indications that the Labour Party is also preparing for a rerun, something like that. So we couldn't get to so many questions because of the time constraint, but he will come back and hopefully very soon.
Can I answer this, brother? Just 1 minute. Can I answer?
Go ahead.
You see, okay, if they have to disqualify Tinubu, Atiku did not have the requirement to become president, because they don't have the 25% either. The solo Obi will have it, so they can declare Obi the president. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Ike na San Antonio. I'll come back to you, CM. I just want to do what
has been ready for pickup.
Dr. Njakari in damages. I thought you went to Nook in the last 2 weeks, but thank you for bringing somebody like Dele. Dele is a man of the truth. I think one of my concerns for Dele is his life, because Nigeria doesn't like the truth, especially the politicians. The question I would have asked him is that 20 years from now, there will be no Tinubu. There will be no, I'm not God. But 20 years from now, all these people that are in court might not be alive. But a child that was born today will be 20 years from now. What is his hope? Where do we go 20 years? If we open the crystal ball, 20 years from now, where would Nigeria be? That is my question, because all these people will pass away in the next 20 years. I'm not God, though. I don't play one in the TV. But all of them will not make it if you add what they are now. But where do we go? The kids that I have, that will be 20 years from now. The kids that you have, 20 years, your grandchildren, the people that will be grandpa by then. Where do we go? How can Nigeria withstand what is happening now? That is the question I wanted to ask him.
Very good question. Nigerman.
And by the way, next time put me on the line, because I came in on time.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right. I didn't know how we did that. Yeah, go ahead, Nigerman.
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Great. I wanted to ask Mr. Dele Farotimi, but he's left. No problem. I just want to ask him about it, because I read this morning, Tinubu saying that they should declare him an Atiku if they for a rerun. So, because according to the Constitution of the Electoral Acts, because if it said when there is a second election, the first highest number of votes and the highest number of states, because Atiku said Atiku have, according to INEC, Atiku have 19 states, and Labour Party have 16 states. Because if you look at the highest number of states, Obi have more number in states than Atiku. Atiku may have 25%, but in the way Obi win in his majority of the state, he have highest number of the total votes cast. So automatically it's supposed to be within Obi and Atiku. But I don't know why APC now, nobody said they should declare in. But that is, the own way of what he says is not the law. But that is what I was just wondering. Why will you now be dragging Atiku? Is there, because all these people, you don't understand their plan. Because they will just throw something in the media to confuse people. Because normally, according to the constitution, it's supposed to be who are the highest number. Because maybe like you're in the states now, you win with maybe they are cast 200,000 votes. You have 150. Maybe the other person may have 70,000. So you are the highest in the states. But it's supposed to be the number 1 and the number 3. Because it's only Tinubu that have highest number according to INEC, 8-point-something million, if they want to go for a run. But it's now saying that they should declare him an Atiku for a rerun. That's what I wanted to ask him. Wow, is there any? How does that come to his own mind?
All right, thank you, Nigerman. Ify.
Good morning.
Yeah, how are you?
To be honest with you, I'm tired of talking about Nigerian part. Honestly speaking, I don't. If you ask me now to ask you a question, I don't even.
Mr. Rudo, we are not hearing properly. She has to speak louder. We are not hearing properly, please.
Yeah, Ify, your audio is not very loud.
Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Go ahead. I can hear you, but it's go ahead.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
It's
I'm in a
Nick.
room that is echoing, so that's why. So I said I'm tired of talking about Nigerian politics. I mean, it's not that you are saying something and you are seeing any positive effect of what you are saying. I don't know what else to ask. I don't have any question because I'm tired. There is nothing positive that will ever come out of that country. It's not a question of I rebuke it in Jesus' name. There is nothing to rebuke, but it's a question of reality because that is what is going to happen. So we just have to understand that. I said it here that Buhari, we will be asking for Buhari to come back. People already started asking for Buhari to come back. So this is where we are today. 5 years from now, it's gonna get worse. It's not gonna get no better. So I want everybody to put on their seatbelt. Fasting is so tight because we are about to see Shege Promax in the next few weeks, if not years.
All right, thank you. Mr. J.
Yes, thank you. Let me respond to Mr. Benjamin, then I return to you two. If the election is adjudged unfair, not credible, and it is annulled, it means that the entire result is not dependable. It's equally annulled. Therefore, all the contestants, I think there are about 16 or so, they have to face the electorate again. They cannot exclude some because the election was annulled and allow others to conduct the first or second or whatever the law is. That is the way I see it. And one unfortunate thing is that whenever we are analyzing these election results, we are using the results, the flawed results, which are not challenging in court. People are saying X won 25%, this is not win Abuja. It is based on the falsified results. If you conduct an experiment with falsified information, the result will also be falsified. We cannot be, it's not dependable. So what they should do is to cancel the entire result. All the 16 or 18 contestants should face the electorate again. I think that is what I have to say. Thank you so much indeed. I'm going back to YouTube.
All right, thank you. Number 6 field.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Thank you.
Well, I was extremely satisfied with Dele. I really don't have a question because he attempted the question somewhat. But it's you I wanted to reach, Dr. Damages. How can I reach you?
Just send an email to drdamages@gmail.com.
Okay.
I'll share private chat. I'll share it with you on the private chat.
Yes, please do. That would be so fine.
All right.
All right, you guys. You guys go on. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. Austin Yanis.
Really, I didn't. Good morning or good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I didn't listen to Dele speak, but I just came back from church, so I really wanted to hear him speak. I'll still go back and listen to him very well because he's a nice person to listen to. He's like a giant. You know, they say you can see further by standing on the shoulders of giants. So, but generally, trying to evaluate from what everybody is saying, I think he may have given it his best shot as he did in Channels TV. But the only thing I want to say here is that they 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 always say the old man is blamed for not talking, and the young man is blamed for not listening. I think we should not be wary when it comes to talking, because I always paint this picture that all these politicians like this, if you see somebody who steals and you tell that guy you be thief, he go vex. He go vex. So everybody likes to be seen as good. So the more you bring out these politicians, the evil they do, you will see them trying to hide, and sometimes they will try to hide by doing the right thing. And that's why you see, if you use the hashtag on looking at the judiciary, I think I love that. So that judiciary know that look, we are seeing what you are doing, and if you do the wrong thing, we'll call you out. So I think for me, we should keep on knocking on their door always and always. And as I said, for me, Tinubu is there. I don't know how the judgment is going to go, how it's going to move. But for me, I don't really see Tinubu as Mr. President because he doesn't merit it. The process did not, the process didn't go very well. And one last thing I wanted to say about this is this to all of us. You know, Nigerians, we are a replica of our leaders. Our standard is so low that we misbehave all the time. Now we have this rumor that Tinubu is trying to use the DSS or the SSS to go on the judges. So it therefore means that these judges have been doing some bad things before. So it therefore means that some of us who are here, we should try to make sure that we do the right thing, because in the next 50 years, they also come and put fire on our nyash. That's just the truth. They'll come and put fire on our nyash, because most of us, we do the wrong thing. As I keep on saying, corruption favors me. Hey, thank God. Corruption does not favor me. I'll burn down the house. Whether corruption favors you or not, do the right thing. And that is what is going to give you that peace of mind. And that is why yesterday I was looking at Peter Obi, that picture that he was there and people were pointing things to find, that picture where you are finding everything that is found in his pocket to find anything that can implicate him, but it's not there. So please, I am really a little bit disappointed in the judges. If the DSS is trying to find them out, to hold them accountable, to hold them for something they committed a long time ago, is really pathetic for the judiciary. It's just so pathetic. Anyhow, I used to call them the graveyard of the common man. So it's not like the last hope of the common man. They have never been the last hope. They are the graveyard of the common man. The more money you have, the more they swing things to your favor.
Austin on fire today. On fire.
Please, Augustine, can you repeat that quote about old men and young men again? I really liked it. Can you repeat it again?
They said the old man is blamed for not talking, why the young man is blamed for not listening. I think who said that? It should be Chika Anyamu in the old movies in the 90s. That was when I got that quote. He was speaking to his son and told him that he should try.
It's my grandfather said it. Not just. It's a common Igbo saying anyway.
Yes.
Rudolph, can I make a quick interjection?
Okay,
you see, in trying to organize a rerun, which means they want to start afresh, Tinubu is not qualified now with all this forgery. Is that not enough? That is the problem. It's not that you can, if you want to organize, his eligibility is in question. He is the only Nigerian I know with 2 NYC certificates, 1 discharged, 1 exemption. Is it possible? Is it possible? So that is what I mean. If really they want to sanitize the system, Tinubu should not contest. These are certificates he gave to INEC at different times. In 1999, he gave whether he discharged. In 2003, he's given what is it called, exemption. Nobody can have 2 certificates now. That is forgery. On the basis of that, it should be removed, because people are losing their offices based on forgery, on forged certificates, like the one that happened in Bayelsa. And the Enugu case, Enugu governor-elect is still pending. So that is the issue. If only that Nigeria, I don't know why they just want to those that claim they own Nigeria, they want to be doing things their own way. Ordinarily, Obi is a clear winner in this election. Remove the toxic votes, gather the genuine votes, and allocate it according to the candidates that scored it. Obi is on top. He so fulfilled the main criteria, 25% in Abuja, only him. So it's like he's fighting against himself. The rest will fall off. That's what they call elimination series. I remember in some exams, if you did not pass the multiple choice, nobody will care to go and read your essay because it's a waste of time. If you have to pass multiple choice and essay questions to pass an exam, what they do is they first of all go and look at the multiple choice. A, B, C, D. If you pass that one, then they screen those that pass multiple choice and go and read their essay and see if they pass through. They pass them. So if you can't get 25% in Abuja, already you've lost out in the first leg. Before they will now say who has scored 25% in FCT, it's only one person. Then you go and count the genuine votes allocated to him. That's because the winner. It's a straightforward case, but Nigeria want to complicate issues and then try to think as if we know democracy more than the Greek and the Americans. We don't. So that is my own contribution. I hope they are listening. Thank you.
Yeah,
CM, I want to say,
CM,
CM,
let me correct something.
you see, if you go that way, if you go that way, CM, it will not favor Labour Party, because you know you have 180 days. If you go first, let's fight for the 25%. You have to fight that one separate. Before that one, we're going to take 3 more before they decide it. Before we now come back to say, okay, let me fund highest number of votes and requirement for the state. Maybe before you know, they will say the time is elapsed and then they will throw everything out. So
Who
it's
made
better
the law?
put
They can
everything
change the
together.
law. Doesn't matter.
CMO, let me say something, I beg. There's something that
Let's go by the rules. Everybody on the talk.
No, there's something CM said I wanted to just talk about, especially those who are teachers here or those who are taking care of people like fathers. Look, if you read somebody's multiple choice, the first 10 questions, you feel like, you know me say go fill the last 10 questions. I beg. The same way you read
No, I said the entire, there are 2 papers. Maybe the paper 1 is multiple choice, paper 2 is essay. You must pass paper 1 and paper 2 to pass. So instead of wasting your time reading voluminous essay, go and look at the multiple choice that is easy to mark. The moment the person passes it, if there are 10 people, you go and screen their essay and they read their essay, you know that they stand a chance. That's what just to wait, not to waste time, because there's no point reading both things.
But CM, that's not
the
how
way
it
to
goes,
do it.
though. CM, that's not how it goes.
Hold on. Let's go to Triple Man. Triple Man. Yeah.
No, Ikesef. Okay.
Greetings. Greetings, Dr. Rudolph. Greetings,
hi.
everyone.
Okay.
You guys are on fire. Anyway, I'd like to say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Rudolph, for bringing Dele Farotimi to the show. He's a man that I really admire so much. He's a man that I follow a lot, everywhere. I pleaded with him not to be claiming the retired lawyer. He's the only one that always say retired lawyer. So, but anyway, nonetheless, when I said a number of times that Nigeria is a fiasco, a captured state, you can hear it all from the analysis that Dele had given, has always do. A very straightforward man, and it's a joy to listen to him, a voice of truth, a man with honor. We don't have too many of such today in the country. So I just want to show that gratitude, and there is a lot that everyone has to say, and I also have quite a number, but let me give others a chance for now. I will come in later.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to KJ. KJ.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph, and everyone in the panel. Thank you also for bringing, choice people who the media should be giving space to speak. people whose mindset is capable of changing the society in which we are all concerned about. The both guys who spoke, the guy who spoke after Dele was also somebody I admire so much. I followed him, for long. I followed Dele too for long. I read most of what he has spoken about. And the reason why I think he keeps putting retired lawyer is to prick the conscience of people in Nigeria, especially those in the judiciary, so that they can stand up and do what is right. Not because he doesn't love law, but sometimes, just like some of us, we decide to hands off from, doing certain kind of job in Nigeria because it doesn't it doesn't carry any more weight, especially journalism. If you don't write according to the dictate of the people or report according to the dictate of people in government, you are ostracized and given all kinds of names. God help you if you are Igbo. If you're not Igbo, if you are Igbo, you are termed IPOB, Biafra agitator, and all kinds of names are given to you. So this morning, I totally, in fact, I look forward to it since yesterday night. I enjoyed, I watched from the background, I listened to all they said. And I want to say that those things I raised are points we have discussed here one time or the other. Some of us were made fun of when we said those things. But today, the state capture thing is gradually coming to a conclusion. And you see, the news coming out of Nigeria that there's a move to make sure that judges don't do what they should do, it's not new. It's always been there. That is why some very powerful men of God can't even speak. We know also that their hands are not clean, and so when a time comes for them to defend their parishioners, they're not able to speak, because when they do that, their secrets will be released. And just like Austin said, we should always try as much as possible to have our hands clean so that when the time comes, and like the scripture says, the devil comes, he scans through you, he finds nothing on you that he can hold you. And so there's nothing that will deter you from being able to stand for the truth. Just like Dele, if he was not somebody who has a clean hand, by now, a lot of things will have come up to say, look at what he's saying. But because they've scanned him back, forth, and all that, and they found nothing to hold him. So they have no choice but to listen to him when he speaks. And they are so afraid of him when he goes to speak. In fact, one of the things that you notice in Nigerian media is that if you are invited, I begin to make a choice. Make your point, and it's detrimental to government. The so-called interviewer is the ones who start trying to shut you down by saying, you can't say that on TV, you can't say that on this, you can't call this president stupid. Who told you I can't call this president stupid? He's stupid. Who told you I can't call him stupid? If he doesn't want to be insulted, then he shouldn't get into the office. We put him there so that he will work for us, not for us to become the other way around. For him to now turn us to slaves while he's the master. So I think I enjoyed so much, and I thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I know that it was not difficult, it was not easy to get him on, but you did that. I was waiting for you to say, sorry, he can't come on because he's so busy, but you were able to do that, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think we covered everybody's initial.
I've not my reaction. I just
Okay.
Before. So,
go ahead.
I think thanks for bringing it anyway. Before the election, Dele Farotimi is somebody that I follow with so much keen interest. I pay attention to his space, like the way I pay attention to Professor Noam Chomsky, Thomas Sowell's, and the rest of them. That's how I view him in that lane, even though they all have a different entry into the public discussion and public intellectual space. But when he decided to go full into partisan politics, I was like, man, this guy. Because I see him that somebody who have more influence, being in that general space, but able to playing his political gimmick underground. But when he come out fully, I kind of lost interest because even the way he talks and everything became political, which is the space he found himself. But listening to him today bring me back to that Dele Farotimi that I used to follow with keen interest. Because I asked him a personal question. The question I asked him was for my own growth. And he did not just answer me, but reaffirm my belief on what is the way forward in terms of the general masses. And he said that we just have to keep enlightening them, educating them, and all that. And that actually means a lot to me, because I hold that belief for a very long time. And again, Eddie, thank you for your question. I think that question, I will run with it. I have to take it to places that people who are more advanced in that to actually that's answer that question, because you said something. You said Obi did not what's the word you use? Did not
I mean, I couldn't see clearly that his prayers was to be declared outrightly as
no. What I understand from your question, correct me if you're wrong. You said Obi did not sue Atiku.
Yes. He also did not challenge Atiku.
Yeah. So and you said if his numbers will end up being deducted, how is the runner-up going to be another? So I think that's a very
no, I didn't say
one.
Sorry, no, I didn't say anything about numbers being deducted. I said the two possibilities: if the election is voided on the grounds that there were a lot of irregularities, so that means it's going to be a rerun. Otherwise, if Mr. Tinubu is disqualified, which was part of his prayers, right? That means the next highest vote getter is likely going to be declared. So I just wanted clarification on that. I'm just saying this from a layman's perspective. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get the nuances there that I would like to explore. But I'm curious about that space that you just asked him. Yeah, that's my take on Dele Farotimi. Thank you, Rudolph, for doing it again.
Thank you. Henry, you wanted to say something?
Yeah. One thing I really pick from Mr. Farotimi, it's not the politicians. Before he came to support Obi, I think he did a lot of research about him. He found out that this man, there's no corruption case against him anywhere, because it's so difficult for Farotimi to come out boldly to stand for Peter Obi, to stand for what he believe we obedient believe too, because when people listen to this man, some of them will not be liking, some of them will not like what he's saying, but it's just raw, it's just truthful, it's just forward. It just want a better Nigeria, just want a better society. Some of us here who live in Western country will not. Some of us who support this corrupt system, who hasn't benefited from these corrupt politicians, they will not agree for what he's saying. You see, for him to say he's a retired lawyer, because he can stand inside the government. But if he's still a lawyer, he will not have this right, what he's saying right now in your program, to talk about the so-called corrupt virus that's going on in that country. So when I see him talking, you will not be tired listening to him. You will not be tired of listening to Dele when he's talking. There are some programs where they invite him to Channel TV or the Arise TV. I always listen. If I have not watched it live, I listen to him, because what he wants from that country is a better society that's working for everybody, and that's what I'm looking forward one day. My time, not when I'm gone. I want to see it on my time, that the country will be working for all Nigerians. The common basic amenity the Nigerian people need, just 24 hours electricity. The government, the system cannot provide this for these Nigerians. That is so alarming. When we sit here and say PDP, APC, Labour Party, or BDO, or this, we're just making fool of ourselves. What we need is just a country that's working for everyone. Nigerians are not getting social system. Nigerians are not getting social welfare system. When you live in the Western country, you're having all these things. But everybody that is talking about better Nigeria today, they want a better country. If he Dele staying aside, said, you know what, I don't care. My family, I will take my family to the Western country. He will lose nothing. Obi will do the same thing. He don't lose nothing. He just understands Nigeria is still going to be suffering. So we should try to support what is right. We forget about our own interest. For those our stomach selfish interest, maybe you're getting from politicians, whatever. We should follow the right path. Look, if this Dele is a corrupt man or a corrupt lawyer, nobody will listen to him when he's talking. He stands tall when he's talking. If you have anything against him, come out. But you don't have nothing against him. You people, yes, when he talk the truth, but should try to make a better path, so that people will remember you for standing for the truth. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me also announce that next Sunday we have David Monday coming. We will talk about what happened to him in Zimbabwe. And there was an essay he wrote that was very interesting. That was why I invited him. He was talking about the problems that the flaw of the Igbo people. He was looking at it from an outsider's perspective. He pointed at some of the things that the Igbo people are not doing well that is impacting them when it comes to political participation in Nigeria. So we're going to have that conversation with him next Sunday. The other guest that
Rudolph, what's the article's title, if I can find it?
I don't reckon. I'll find it before the end of the show. I'll send it to you. All right. So we do that next Sunday. And the other interesting guest that I'm talking to, so once we agree on a particular day with somebody, I will announce it. All right. So what we're going to do now is there are some stories that came up, some things that we didn't get to with Dele in the interview, and some stories in the news. We talk about it and then we go into Sunday school mode. So one of the things that came up was different people, they've been looking at Nigeria and they are now saying that this is not what we bargained for. I mean, what's going on, the suffering, the hardship. We have people like Gani Adams, people like the Christian Association of Nigeria, even the governor of Kaduna State saying that the government that he's part of, I believe he's in APC, that the 8,000 naira thing was a scam. I just don't understand. There's so many groups, even Muslim groups, saying that this is not what we signed up for. And then we have people like Kiyamo saying, this is what he said, that people should endure, that Tinubu is trying to reposition Nigeria. And people like Bayo Nanoga saying that people should have patience, So I wanted to find out from contacts that you guys have, what do you think is going on here? Why should people listen to people like Kiyamo or Bayo Nanoga now that they need the people to calm down? So let's go around and have that conversation before we go to Sunday school. Henry, you're laughing.
Yeah, Mr. Rudolph. I'm just laughing because they should cry me river. You see, when we're talking about corrupt system, these so-called politicians, they just all they know is about politics. My party. Why are they not coming out to speak now? They are the same people who support this corrupt system. I'm not a politician. I don't belong to any party. I just belong to Peter Obi to change the narrative of that country, to change the country for better. That's it. Why are they coming out to speak now? It's too late for them to speak now. It's too late. It's too late. When we Nigerians were talking about a better government, a better country that's working for everybody, but they are sitting aside my party. I belong to one party. I belong to APC. I belong to MPP. I belong to this. All we want is a better country that's working for everybody. But they should start crying river. They should stop crying for river, whatever. Because they are the same system, the same system they vote for, the same system they sacrifice their time for. That's the same Tinubu they have right now. Because me, I didn't vote. My parents didn't vote for Tinubu. My friends didn't vote for Tinubu. And Tinubu is not my president. I will never be my president because they did not win the election. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
I think, all those names that you called, they are doing their job now. What do you expect them to do?
But the responses of people, how are people reacting to that? That's another thing. Are people paying attention to them? Are people caring about what they're saying?
I think even if they want to pay attention, the reality facing them will not even allow them. Because how do you want to pay attention to that? They are tweeting and all that. So you have to actually be well-fed and see clearly before you even go on Twitter and want to actually engage in those kind of conversations, knowing that is what they are paid to do. That's their job. Their job is to defend their government. Either it is. So the fact that they are jumping, to me, they are actually jumping, they are going ahead to, just like what Dele Farotimi said, how long are we going to keep reacting, right? So they want to go and jump in front of the whole situation, so we react. They want to dictate the the way the conversation should go, the way the reaction should go. But if what I'm saying, what I saw this morning, go by, there's any truth to that, I think there's already protests going on in the northern part. Women are actually saying everything is expensive. They're just chanting on the street. I don't know the authentic
I
of this.
think what was going on in that video? I saw a video of women
Yeah.
protest. Oh, that was what was going on.
Yeah, they are saying everything is expensive. Kumia is that. So everything is expensive. Everything is expensive. So I don't know about that. I mean, these days you have to actually do a little bit of research to know if that video is recent. That's one, or is actually from that angle. But yeah, I don't expect the likes of Keyamu and the rest to do anything different than what they are doing now. So this is what they are being paid to do. They are professional at what they are doing. But yes, are we going to allow Nigerians to get carried with that? I don't think even, as I said, reality will dictate how the Nigerian masses will respond to whatever they are facing. There's a reality, right? Because I'm just curious, even when they are saying, oh, we should be patient, it's going to be okay. But I'm not seeing anything. You are not investing. You are giving out money. You are buying cars and all that. So what are you showing me to say that, yes, the next 6 months, the next 3 months are going to be better? There's nothing. You are not investing the proceeds of the subsidy. We are not seeing it. But we are just seeing that we are just settling themselves first, right? And allow the Nigerian masses to bear the brunt. So that's where my focus is. What are they going to invest? What are they going to do different? But right now, nobody's doing anything. They are just putting out policy that will favor them. Because as I said, I'm not expecting anything good from them towards the Nigerian masses. When the man that come out and say, I want to run the free market economy, that says a lot at a time whereby an average Nigerian don't even have $100 in savings. You want to run the free market economy. What are you saying? You want people to come and invest in it. We don't have the money. I don't have the money to invest. It's only you and your friends that have the money to invest. So at the end of the day, they will invest in the critical sector of the economy. And by so doing, they will own it. So the goal, as far as I'm seeing, I could be wrong. What I'm seeing, there is a deliberate attempt to subject majority of Nigerians to the mercy of government. Right? That's what I'm saying. Because again, let me predict this. If they don't, I foresee they will reverse the subsidy. Right? Because just like Dele said, after 6 months, what next? After I don't give them money, what next? So I suspect they will revert because Buhari did it, right? If pressure led Goodluck Jonathan to revert. So I see that unless you just have to keep making sure you satisfy all the elite out there. Yes, the pool is growing faster now. People who are up to par, who need position to work at, not necessarily in government. How do you do that? So how long can you just keep giving out money, free money, free money, free money? So I'm curious. It's interesting what is ahead of Nigeria and Nigerians. Not just at this point, not just not just those who are living in Nigeria, right? We have, if there's anything about this election, we know that we can actually do something. Just that we are not organized enough. Home and abroad, we are not organized, especially when we are in America. For the fact that we cannot even control one street in America says a lot about who we are as Nigerians. So let's as they say let the market will dictate the price of the fuel. Reality will dictate the reaction of every Nigerian at this point. That's what I see. Reality will dictate. Nobody can convince. If they appease me every day, how long can you appease me to be patient? Because my buying power is shrinking. Not just the poor man now where they go for, when if you go farm again. Even the rich among the labor, they say they always question that idea of middle class, right? And they always ask people, who are the middle class in Nigeria? If there's middle class, trust me, give them 3 months. Bargaining power is going to drop sharply and they will have no choice. So the reality of the Bola Tinubu administration will dictate how the average Nigeria, or collectively, where we will go. Because hunger, no, they know religion or tribe. That I know. But
Ovie, you always talk about all these things as all in politics. Are we still in that range?
Yes. It's our politics. It's obvious. Actually, they say the appointment, everything. It's our politics. Everybody you are seeing, how does that person get there? I don't care. They say, the ministerialist is going to be technicality, they're going to be technocrats. If you follow, I'm just waiting. I'll go extract every minute and I'll tell you where this person is coming from, who is nominating this person, why is this person in this position. That is the politics that is happening. for the fact that all the Nigerian elites, let me say no, all 90% of Nigerian elites are in one accord about this administration already. What does that say? That's politics.
All right, we'll come back. We'll come back to you.
Politics.
Okay, I greet you.
Hey, Augustine, sorry, I say August.
Looking at what's happening in Kenya and other countries that are more stable than Nigeria, we don't know how long they can push this and what will happen. Especially when you look at the price of petrol. That one I don't understand why they jumped up when internationally it was going down. There was no explanation that is clear to me, and people know this.
There is a need, there's a craving from the elites to own some critical sector of the economy. There's craving for that home and abroad. I keep pointing it. Big Gate was in Nigeria for straight 5 days immediately after the inauguration. It's Big Gate. He didn't send a representative. He himself was there for 5 days. That says a lot. And he's interested in 3 critical sectors: education, agriculture, and what? Healthcare. He has record all over the world. So when this man is president, that's politics. All these have been in the pipeline. You understand? So if you pay attention to every how many elites they criticize, let's assemble all our billionaires. Where are they? They're already investing in Bola Tinubu administration. They are proposing that. So that's politics right there.
Okay, no, what I'm saying, okay, don't worry, let's move on to other people. What I was saying wasn't about whether it was politics that way. I'm saying now that the people are reacting, now that people are calling radio stations crying, now that the same people that voted for them, the same people they are claiming they are there to help, basically complaining. The church, the labor union, they were able to fool at the beginning. They are now the ones who are,
Rudolph, this is not new. During Buhari, we see went to Abuja of their trek, they did everything. What happened to them? So it's not new. You understand? They want us to pay attention to that. It's not new. That's why I believe what's the way forward, right? All this is not new. In some radio station where they call, very soon you know go call them again. It's just a matter of time. You cannot call them again. Why? Because they're going to share that money to everybody that we actually we no go with them. They will try. So that's what I'm seeing. As I said, I could be wrong because I'm not seeing any investment. I'm not seeing anything that say, okay, the next 6 months is going to be better. I'm not seeing that. So what am I saying? Right?
All right. Okay, let's hear from other people. Sim, what do you think will happen now? You know, people.
Okay. Yeah, the thing is, the good thing that although there is suffering in the land, but the good thing about really this suffering is that those that voted for Tinubu are crying more than those that didn't vote for Tinubu. So that is sort of the my analysis. The people that say they are Baptist Agbado, they are crying louder, even revealing secret how they did everything to make the man win, but they didn't.
Sorry,
they didn't know that. They didn't know that they will join in buying petrol for 700 naira a liter. They thought that, you know, they will say people that voted for Tinubu this way, filling station. So that is the thing anyway. But it's really a very sad situation Nigeria is in. Something must have to give, definitely. I agree that if this subsidy is not reversed, Nigeria may go up in flames. I say this because I identified earlier that apart from fresh air that is free, the only thing Nigerians benefit from their government is maybe petrol. Not really because they buy it directly to use, but because the petrol may appear cheap, the transport fare will be cheaper. Then if you have a better pass my neighbor, you use for your barbing salon, maybe with 100 naira, 200 naira, you barb your hair. But now, if the petrol price goes to 600, 700, you may not barb your hair for 500 naira anymore. The Okada you normally take for granted to drop you at the next street, it will change. And all those things. So that is why fuel is like the lifeblood of an average Nigerian. We don't gain anything from government. So the subsidy, not that removing subsidy is bad in itself, but in trying to remove subsidy, that's like what Dele Farotimi said. That's what they call imagination and vision. Why do you talk of in the 80s? We don't talk about all this. Refineries are working. Nigeria has no business not having a functional refinery. There is no excuse for that. They could have all this money they are borrowing. I wouldn't be see. I would have supported a case. Let's say Obi comes in now, which is quite sure, which is what I'm hoping for. He will say, "Let me take. How much will it cost to build or to put up a refinery? The fastest one. It will cost also $1 million. You carry the money, borrow, dump it there. That is the meaning." By the time we tell Nigerians that the contract, the money has been paid, just like he did with Innocent. He wanted Innocent to supply buses to Anambra State. He went to Innocent, asking how much. Innocent said about how many billion. Obi carried the state money, billion, dump on Innocent. Within 1 year, Innocent supplied him over 1,000 buses, something like that. Like he said, and the cars, different one. So this is what Nigeria needs. We need a refinery. How much? If you are borrowing the money, you dump it there. Then everything is like somebody giving you contract and paid you from beginning to the end. So you fire on 24 hours, day, night, because it's important. So you tell people that because when you borrow money to build this refinery, you know the market is there because the people will buy the petrol. Under a year, 2, 3, 4 years, you recover the money and you pay off the loan. So, but they don't want this one. All they want is to be taking money from subsidy. Now, when they remove the subsidy, thinking that things will work out, now look at the level of suffering people are going through. I'm not against removing suffering, subsidy, but there should be alternative. I mean, you have to.
Right.
If you want to deprive me of the dirty water I'm drinking, you have to give me a clean water. If you fail to give me clean water, I will react. So that is the issue.
Hold on. Let me play this video from the north. I cannot verify,
yes.
but it appears as if everybody is confirming that it happened or is happening. This is video.
Wannan su ne 'yan gurgudu kenan suna zanga-zanga saboda tsadan dawa. Suna kuka dawa ya yi tsada saboda 'yan gurgudu.
Controversy corner.
All right. Who understands how? What are they saying? Who can speak to us?
Just saying everything is expensive now. Everything is expensive. That's all. That's their chant. Okay. Everything is expensive. Everything. So it's pretty much like a message. Hey, man, everything is not hard.
Yeah.
But let's see people grow from there.
It's just that maybe because the North started it, it will be nationwide. It's also expensive everywhere. So I'm in sympathy with the people. It's just that the government lacks imagination. This is not how to go about it. You could have put some. I mean, I don't mind because there should be alternative. Okay, now there's no amount of salary increment that can cushion this effect. There is no amount of salary increment. It's because of the wicked regime of 8 years ago. You couldn't even set up one refinery with all the trillions you gathered, borrowing money. Accountant general left with how many billion? Now with pension money, stealing money left, right, and center. Not even a single refinery. I mean, I can't blame the people for reacting. The suffering is too much. Nigeria is an oil-producing country, oil rich. We have no business importing petrol. There is no justification. I can debate it anyway. We shouldn't. If it breaks down, you build another one. You get it repaired. Why are we a sovereign nation? Now look at the mess Nigeria is in now. Everything is grounded. People are talking of, okay, where is the railway in Lagos that they be building for years? It could have been a case of, okay, those in Lagos might say the rail is working. No alternative means of transport in Nigeria unless the donkey for those in the north, or you trek. If the petrol is expensive, there's really nothing. Fuel is like the lifeblood of a Nigerian. After fresh air is petrol, because everything revolves around petrol. Everything. So I do not. There's no. I can't excuse. I can't. It's unbearable. I sympathize with the people. It shouldn't have been like this. It shouldn't. We shouldn't be saying this. When you remove the subsidy, you get the money. Okay, where is the money now? If you have say you remove the subsidy, you put it in a refinery maintenance. People might endure. Say, okay, is that what is happening? But it's not. It's
No,
not.
thank
So
you, thank you. Let me come to you, Austin. The question is this: the big question is this. This man has been running for president for 20 something years, and all these issues have been discussed in the country. That you know what will happen. You basically know what will happen if you do this. This is what will happen. Why is it a surprise to them? Why is it that why why is it that they said we're giving out 8,000 naira? They didn't know that it was too ridiculous and they announced it. Why did they do that? Now they are pulling back and saying we're going to do something else. Are they living in the same country that you and I are living in? I don't understand. Help me.
They say a lazy workman always complain about his tools. When you are lazy, you complain, my hammer is not good, my chisel is this and that. That is a problem. I want to go back how we used to do it when we did not even know the white man. Let me go to the Igbo region. When the Igbo wants to take a decision, he will tell the chief priest to consult the gods. When the chief priest consult the gods, will this thing I want to do be in accordance with the gods or not? If he says the gods are in agreement, he passes a judgment and everything goes well. In the days that things don't go very well, maybe he passes a judgment and doesn't listen to the gods surely strike back. Now, let's come to the normal academic sector. Before I want to do a research, I will do review of literature. What has been done? How has it been happening? History repeats itself over and over. If you do an experiment in a particular way, you have some particular results. And that is where I fault this present administration. They take decisions without looking at the consequences or listening to how it's supposed to be, or try to research to find out how it's being done. And when they take it now and there is a repercussion, let us reverse it back. That is not how it is done. And that is now where you have people who think that school na scam running an economy. It doesn't work that way. And there's one thing in this administration which I am not happy about. When they want to take a decision, they will throw it out there. They want Obi to talk first before they agree or not. It is wrong. Most of the time they want to take a decision, they will always want to push Obi. What will Obi say about it? Is Obi the one who is leading the country now? You should be strong to take your decision and stand by it and stand with the consequences of that decision. So this administration is not for one thing. I would say they are a little bit incompetent and they don't do their background findings or do background work before taking a decision. And I know we have intelligent men throughout the country, east, west, north, and south. Assemble these people. And when you look at the consequence of certain things, then you will know that if I take this on, this is how it's going to work. I expected them to have put a little bit palliative before even removing the subsidy. And that's when a big man does not know that his words could attract a lot of change in the economy. That's the one thing I wanted to talk based on the elites. But for those at the grassroots, I still repeat again, election have consequences. Not be us, they talk tribal and religious bigotry. Now it don't clear for everybody. Averagely, the obedient is like Ovies used to say, the middle class. Most of those who supported, especially the Tinubus and the tribalism and the rest, let's put it this way. Let's say averagely 60% of them are the most poorest of the poor. They are the ones feeling the heat now. That's why you see the obedience know that this may happen. And that's why they don't take it personal. But those who were the tribal and religious bigots are the ones feeling the pains more than the whole thing. You see it online. You see a lot of them begging from left to right and everything. It is crazy. So why we are hitting those organs at the top for not being able to call professionals to work? They go and pick politicians. So you see somebody who did not even have certificate is supposed to take decisions for the economy, or those who do not have certificate taking decisions for law. It doesn't make sense. Put the right spec in the right holes, and that's how it's supposed to be. Then one thing which, as I said, the last thing I want to say is this, is going towards the issue of security. Because there's something I saw online where, I don't know, this should be somebody in Kaduna, one of these politicians. I don't like even talking about it because I don't want to even know. He was complaining that the money they used to use to settle these bandits, they use it to buy weapons. And that is where, when I read that thing, the first thing that came to my mind is how the United States always said, the United States does not negotiate with terrorists. If you see most of these things, we are the ones killing ourselves. You negotiate with terrorists. You give them money, they use it to restock themselves and fight you again. If you keep on taming a child with evil, one day go wake up, deal with you and deal with you hard. And that is one thing which I think we need to really work as a nation. Do the right thing. If you need to crush the terrorists and you want to crush them hard so that they know that bad thing is not good in this economy and it will not work. And for those at the grassroots, especially those supporting Tinubu who are crying now, look, may him bend their mouth well. May the suffering bend their mouth well. Because now them cause it is part of it. Let them enjoy. There's one of my friends who used to always talk about Tinubu this, Tinubu that, Tinubu this and that. Up till now, I never see him. I don't know when they'll disappear. Even money set to come online to talk with me on WhatsApp, no day. You see. Anyhow, it's good for Nigeria. Let us enjoy it.
Yeah,
When
you said
in the-
something about you said something about the elite. You think say this Bola Tinubu, they don't know what they are doing. They don't
No.
be plan this thing for long. Remember, now World Bank give them money they can't share. So they know exactly what they are doing. And
Good.
again, they understand Nigerians. That's why they are playing as if, oh, they don't know. Because they know say Nigerians. Soon we will begin understand. Say, now old man don't know what they do. So they read into our side to do what they are doing. They know exactly what they are doing. They know nothing is going to come out good, but they have a focus. How is it going to benefit them? There's a goal here that they are following. There's a script that they are following. So they
in the history of Nigeria, we have instances where they have failed. What you're saying is not applicable in all cases. There are many cases where they thought
in
they
terms
knew.
of subsidy removal, it's been on their coffee for a long time now. So I go say they don't know what will happen. In terms
See,
of subsidy removal,
Ovie, let me tell you. Let me
is going
tell you. This same scenario that is happening now, I don't want to say it, but let me just say it. This scenario that is happening now is almost similar to what happened in the 1848 revolution in France. That started in France and ended in the whole of Europe. If this thing they are doing now, look, if Tinubu has a way to make Nigerians give them small money and make them happy, then steal what he needs to steal, he will do it. Why? If they are quiet, if Nigerians are quiet, he will thief well and go his way. But the point I know is happening in this administration, they don't even know what to do. They don't know what to do. They don't know the techniques to take.
no, on how to appease other Nigerians.
Okay, hold on. We have to get. Okay,
how
we
to
have
keep
to.
their money going. They know how to make their money keep the tripling. But how to actually calm Nigeria down? That's what they are confused at.
That is the problem now. That is the incompetence I'm talking about. Because if there are people who can do the job, you can have a way of throwing the crumbs to the people, keep them quiet, steal your money, and go. Then I say they know they're competent. They know they're competent.
Okay, and it's not about this time. It's not about coming. It's a difficult thing, really. They
Yes,
can't. I don't think they have enough money to deal with this issue. They don't have enough money.
They are under duress to remove the subsidy. Were they under duress to remove it?
Yes,
not from having Nigerian. Not from having Nigerian. We know say we don't make the remove something. We didn't ask for it, right? They sold it to us.
Right.
So this is what they are doing.
Let's-
That's why I say I know what they are doing. They sold it to us. Maybe we asked for something removal. And then tell us they come, we go take this in away. And we not ask them why. They say, oh, and they know what they are doing, Rudolph.
Okay. Hold on. Let's hear from forefathers, and we go down to Ed. Forefathers, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Greetings, everyone. I guess where do you start from? Everybody's lamenting the woes that this government has inflicted on Nigerians, and it's funny the protests going on in the north. I'm a bit curious where the guys are. I guess when the men join, something is serious in the north. Let's watch out for that. I think the only salvation for this current government is currently the approach they are taking is not going to work very well. If they don't fix the security and fix the refineries, there's going to be serious problems, because those two fulcrums are the basis for a growing economy. Because the reason why our energy sector is not working is because of a compromised system. I was just watching a program on the TV today where an official was saying our systems are compromised. In South Africa, just how many days ago, about 10 trucks were burnt supplying food, and the government don't know who did it. And in different parts of the country, and they said it's like economic sabotage. And we don't seem to understand the games that goes on in the world. And the reason why they were having that discussion in terms of Nigeria, it was about gasoline, the fuel that jets use. It turns out that there's water in the fuel now, and so is the danger that an aircraft could fly and crash because of water in the fuel that the aircraft is using. And they said, why is it that they are not tapping the fuel straight from the source? They said because when they put that, the pipelines are compromised, and then they start supplying it using tanks, and all water is in the fuel. Nothing functions. Then the guy went on and said, they have to protect those things. This is what I've been telling you people. If you don't protect your assets, your country is going to be crippled one way or the other through sheer negligence or petty theft. Because I even hear that they even steal oil from transformers. Is there nothing that is not being eaten up in Nigeria? Oil from transformer is being stolen too, to go and fry something. It turns out that it's a toxic oil, but people don't care. They will use it to fry whatever they need to fry. The system is not functional until you fix your security, so that when you fix it for a while, at least the culture picks up, so that things actually start working. Right now, nothing seems to. Anything you put in Nigeria doesn't work. You change Naira notes, people sell Naira notes. You remove subsidy, petrol prices go up the next day. when there was still subsidy on the petrol. Nothing works until people actually take charge. And I fear, according to what Obi said, that these leaders are compromised. And that's why I asked the guest today about this, that these leaders are compromised. It's clear. They don't have any ambition for us. They are like critical government. If you look at the way they even organizing the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, it's almost as if they are not doing it for us. They are doing it for some other people. They are preparing for other people to come in. Are you surprised that Bill Gates came in and within how many days they're talking about Nigeria relying on genetically modified crops? Crops we are not into genetics yet. They are the ones that make the crops. Why are we planting their crops on our land? They don't take permission from Nigerians. I keep saying this stuff. Until the citizens become more and more aware, we need to educate the citizens to start taking charge of their own country. This is part of what electricity talks about too, where the citizens have to hold their law makers accountable. Because if this is what is going to happen, they have to consult the people. Who did they consult before they start using genetically modified crop in Nigeria? It's like we are just passengers here for the ride. That is what is going on. Until we start taking power from the center. I've said it before. If you want to fix Nigeria, you fix the security, transparency, then the democracy system, our democratic system needs to be very, very advanced. For it to be advanced, you need to take power from the center to the people, so that such stupid decisions where they bring genetically modified crops into our country without consulting the people at all. Tomorrow they could bring a military base into Nigeria. They will not even consult us at all. They will do whatever they like with the country.
We are not just passengers. We are stranded passengers. They don't leave us for bus stop. We go pull on and pull away.
Forefathers, I'll play this video, just 2 minutes. I think you will like it, about security and what they are doing about it. And then we will continue with Ed.
Rudolph is up to something. So where is it? No,
it's real video. Chief of Army Staff, I believe.
Oh my God! I know you're up to something.
Chief of Army Staff demonstrating for us, how they're going to.
I have something short to say about that video. Play it first.
All right. My whole system.
Okay, Rudolph, that video. What is different?
Lagos Port on fire. Really?
Hold on. Okay, it's playing now.
Good. You have pledged your readiness. I expect this in the actions you will take in the field. I wish you the very best. My lines are open. If you have any challenge, any questions, please just send in a message. We will respond accordingly. So, all the very best. Thank you. Petition! Open orders! March! Get everything! Exercise! Begin! One, two, three, one! Open your mouth! Hands on wheel! All the way down! Oh my God. House clean, house clean, house clean, house clean. Note that you must work and you must work effectively. We must see the result in Plateau. This violence must not resurge. You must stamp it and stamp it out completely.
All right. So, yeah.
Why they no invite Okanayo to come and direct the video shooting? What is the difference between this shenanigan and waiting Asari Tokubo go do for Asu Rock? They go kill us with propaganda, or these people. They go kill us with propaganda. What is the difference between this and Asari Tokubo making those allegations in Asu Rock? It's the same. These are propaganda. You say you want to defend of your enemy.
Okay, calm down. Let me see if forefathers, are you impressed now? Are you happy?
We need that 5,000 times over before I get impressed. That anything short of that is propaganda, isn't it? They are not serious.
So
I'm
glad you agree with your view because
the numbers, because it has to be spread everywhere, and like that pipeline that is supplying fuel for jet aircraft, they need to be protected. We don't have the people. They are not there. It's just simply not there. This is why our country is messed up the way it is. If they had enough of people, you will see things will improve. For me, it's an economic investment.
You're not concerned with the charade, you're not concerned.
No, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced.
What I want to ask is, how many of these people we see here are part of the repentant Boko Haram, or are they in different squad? Yeah, because that's what we are told. They repented and they are part of the Nigeria. Is it look? Any serious military can overrun these people. It's just like a primary school parade, and what we did in NYC in those days, the day we were passing out, something like this. This doesn't show me serious. Look at where they are doing it. It's like a barren tract of land. It doesn't show seriousness at all. To be honest with you.
And if I may ask, who are we preparing to go and fight? The citizens?
All right, let's hear from Ed.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Rudolph. I really don't want to say a lot about me. I don't know what to say about the military. I think I'll leave that to forefathers and everything. My point of interest is really on this subsidy issue, because I started thinking about it more from a different perspective recently. So the whole idea of subsidy, whether in the most capitalist nation, it's very established. Like in the US, which is energy efficient, I think recently they subsidized the energy, the fossil fuel industry by up to $10 to $50 billion in a year, right? That's not to talk about the subsidies they give to farmers, right? So I'm just using the US because we know it's a very capitalist nation as an example, that even in a capitalist society, subsidies are a good way to reduce burden on people, on the common person. So now we bring it to the case of Nigeria. First, the oil sector is subsidized, probably as a sort of admission on the part of the government that we cannot refine oil, which we are supposed to do. But instead of refining oil, we probably would ameliorate the effect on you by importing and selling to you at a price that you can afford, right? So in recent years, like all the governments, all they keep telling us is that the fuel subsidy scheme is very corrupt, right? And you'd expect that part of the function of government is to fight corruption. So instead of going to fight corruption, they decide, okay, we probably would have to transfer the burden on the masses. So I really don't get it. Like, is it an admittance of the admission of the fact that we cannot do our jobs, so the people should bear the burden. You know, because you're supposed to refine the fuel for us. You're not doing that. Now, the thing you're doing to make life easy for us, you're taking it away. So I just find it hard to really wrap my head around it. I know a lot of people are saying that's the good thing to do, but it's like an admission of the fact that our government cannot fight corruption by their own admission, right? And in that case, the burden should not be transferred to the citizens, right? There should be a way, as in CM has rightly said, okay, probably they should put that money into refining our oil locally to, you know, promote cottage industry in refining oil locally for us and things of that nature. But instead, they are saying, no, we don't want to do what our job is. You guys should bear the burden. We're not seeing a reduction in their salaries. We are not seeing any sort of austerity measure on the part of government, any way to trim their own costs. But it's like, no, the civilians, you guys, it's like the story is like a case of a man, you know, the man has a family. He refuses to secure his house, and then bandits come, and then he tells his children, you know, you guys should just bear the punishment. You guys don't worry, as in sit on the floor, let the thieves, let them flog you, let them rape you. First, you're supposed to secure the house for your children. We didn't do that. Now you're transferring the burden to the children. Instead of you taking the stripes, you're telling the children to do that. So it's just a little bit of a confusion to me. I really don't understand the model and how they could convince us that this was the right thing to do. And then on the issue of the performance of the government so far, well, I didn't expect much, you know, from them. So like, I mean, I didn't support this government, you know. I wish things would have been better, but as Augustine said, election has consequences. It's what you voted for, so you're getting it, right? And again, I don't see any reason why people should support APC, because for me, APC comes across as a party that was built to be an opposition. They do not know how to rule. That's not even to say that PDP was very fantastic, but I feel like PDP, when push came to shove, they knew how to differentiate leading from politics. It was not always all in our politics. So you'd see in PDP's time, now I'm not giving them credit. I did not support PDP in the last election. I supported the Labour Party, right? But you see that PDP even made the efforts to bring in people that we call technocrats, experts in their fields, the Okonjo Iwealas, the Akinwumi Adesina, the Olusegun Aga, what's that, commerce minister before. They made attempts. But you see in this APC government, everybody that they say they bring forth as experts in their field are actually politicians who do not know what they are doing. All they know how to do is to just create narratives, right? So I don't know, anybody that votes for APC, they'll get what's coming for them. So I really don't have too much.
Just as bad. PDP had more about 8 years at least. They didn't fix the power supply issue. Look at the country.
It is true. I agree with you, but I'm saying that marginally, PDP showed some, like, if you read books like Reforming the Unreformable by Okonjo Iweala, you'd see a lot of efforts that government, led by Obasanjo, for example, made to at least create some dent in our global debt profile, right? At least there was something that was keeping Obasanjo awake. Even with good luck, as bad as he was, there was something that he would think like, oh, this thing, I have to fix this thing. But this APC does not really care. That's just what my conclusion is. And that's not to mean that we should go back to PDP. I'm just trying to say that if you do a comparison, there's a marginal, and then PDP was more like a nationalistic party. Yes, they were like a diverse group of criminals. We can agree on that. But APC, everything that's wrong about our national psyche is what they promote. They use religion, they use tribalism, and you know, it's, to me, I don't know. You get what you ask for. That's just my point.
All right, thank you. We have to be quick so that we can get people who are in the studio, and then there are people who are waiting backstage. So, Igbo Basics, Yanis.
All right, I cut through the chase. My children actually dragged me to a movie yesterday. That movie was called an Oppenheimer. And in that movie, one thing I took away, they said if you're lifting a stone, that you have to be ready for the snakes that would come off when you leave the stone. Yesterday was Saturday. I sent a videographer from Aba to Enugu, and I was waiting all day because I didn't hear from them. When I finally heard from them, here is what the report was. He says, I got there a bit late due to, listen carefully, due to no Enugu passengers at Abamoto Park. The bus was filled with miscreants going nowhere, but I started coming down one after the other. He eventually got there about 5 p.m. This is somebody who started out in his house, Enugu trip from Aba. And that experience alone. And when he got there, he had to sleep in Enugu overnight. He left for Aba this morning. Then I was talking to Chief Zebuda Yokorigo, whom he went to see. And the report that he was giving back is very there, that he has never seen Nigeria like that before. People are going nowhere. Trips that used to cost less is costing 3 or 4 times, or in fact 7 times more. You just fill a car to get to one destination or the other. He says that there comes a point that the farmers cannot move their goods. People cannot go out there and buy products as they normally would buy. He said, we're in big trouble here. He said, we're in big trouble here. 50,000 salary that they said that they're increasing. Then the legislators, 25 million to themselves and things like that. But all in all, the so-called elite, I saw a posting where the military said that they destroyed some illegal refineries. Is this the right time for them to flex their muscles on illegal refineries? I think illegal refineries have a part to play until Dangote refinery or the Port Harcourt refinery or all the other refineries begin to go back into function. So I think it's misplaced priorities as far as the government is concerned. If you see any little source where people are trying to at least get around, I think the government should plan better and let the people move around, because the people are bottled up so much now that they are getting ready to explode. And it will come to pass. Why do I say that? The people who posted the last video that we saw about somewhere in Ghana, it's an appeal that I'm making to those who post videos anywhere. If you post a video, if you can at least identify the town and date, that's good enough, so that we'll be able to at least confirm with the people who are on ground. So to me, this government that we have now, so-called government, because I dare use the word so-called government, according to Dr. Damage's show, which we saw that Tinubu said it when he was campaigning. This my own word, that they came to reduce the ability of people to pay, and then to increase taxes. Give me a break. If the people don't have money, what are they going to pay taxes with? It's coming to a head where one day that person where you hold for ground, you could just say, "Oh guy, don't do." The dog will bite. Gregory Akabog said he was going to bite the dog who beat him. So the dog is going to be biting the master very, very soon.
All right.
That's what happened now. The people on ground are suffering, and this government should, as a matter of fact, replan the so-called subsidy removal. The vulturization of Nigeria continues, and if the people of Nigeria truly want This is the time that revolution that has already started needs to drive it all the way. We don't need to take our foot off the pedal. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So let me just announce that if you're watching and you've not subscribed to the channel, please do. We need more subscribers so that YouTube will pay attention to us. Really, they don't care, and the way they treat us. If you don't have up to 100,000 subscribers, they don't respond to your emails or your questions, and they basically can shut you down at any point. So please, we need that. Also, we have Iroko Post TV as a backup channel because if you have 3 strikes on YouTube channel, they can close down the channel. So we are trying to build up Iroko Post TV as a backup channel. So please also subscribe to that. Just one click, that's all it takes. Please. Thank you. Mr. J, I'll come to you because you say you have to leave or something. Yeah, Chance, go ahead.
Thank you. I saw the video clip of those soldiers you showed a few minutes ago. They look very much like Boy Scouts or Boys Brigade of my time. To solve the problem of security, particularly in Plateau State, in fact, the whole of Nigeria, we need good security, equipment and what have you. But there's something the Nigerian military is running away from, the solution to the problem, the real solution. I remember in the year 1954, 55 to 1975, the Americans fought a war in Vietnam, between North Vietnam and South Vietnam. They lost the war catastrophically. The US commander, General Westmoreland, had to fly away in an helicopter before the US government considered defeat. After the defeat, they went back home straight to their drawing boards. Because with all their fine military institutions, they lost the war to the Vietnamese to find out what went wrong. And they came up with a solution which they are still using up till now, and that is intelligence network. The Nigerian government is refusing to develop the intelligence capability of the country. Wherever Americans are fighting, be it in Iraq, Syria, or wherever it is, you see US military personnel acting as fake reverend fathers, fake journalists, and what have you. And they first do their groundwork. After doing their groundwork, then because America subsequently developed their air power, they bomb hell out of the place before the ground troops will move in. Now here we are in Nigeria, you have the so-called SSS and what have you. I doubt if they have these capabilities. What stopped the SSS, for example, from training fake imams, fake reverend fathers?
They have that. They have fake reverend fathers.
Yeah, what about fake imams? Are you getting
Tinubu
me?
is
There's
ahead
nothing
of the
wrong.
game.
Yeah.
Tinubu is ahead of the game as per fake bishops. Tinubu is ahead of the game.
There's nothing wrong if the security agents have fake Jehovah's Witnesses. You understand me? Preaching from door to door with Jehovah's Witnesses literature while gathering information. You get the point I mean? So when we are tired of saying we are tired of this problem, we will know what to do. One thing they should know very clearly is that the country is disintegrating. Right now, we have no standards in any institution in the country. The country is completely finished. What we are just doing now is to build on the ashes of old Nigeria. If we are not careful, we'll be talking about post-Nigerian republics. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. I know Man of Prestige is here and electricity. Let me go to co-host General. I don't know the rest. I can't see the rest of the name. But
Rudolph, I think you're jumping me. I mean,
I know, but the whole thing was scrambled, so I don't know.
But I'm supposed to be the one now. The rest people are before me.
Okay, I'll come back to you. I know you're here. Let me go to co-host General. I can't see you very well. Are you in Nigeria?
This is Thomas speaking. How are you
Thomas.
guys?
I can't see you. Oh, you're in Australia. Okay. You don't have lights where you're.
Once
Okay,
you
go
can
ahead.
see him, Dr.
I really,
Rudolph, that's Agbado now.
I really
The
thought that.
oracle himself.
Go ahead. I didn't.
Man of stay your lane, stay your lane. Thank you. Rudolph, good evening, everyone. Good morning from Australia. I know you guys are in the evening wherever you are. I really want to speak on Dele Farotimi. I think we have passed that. If you don't mind, if I
No,
can
you
make
can go ahead. You can go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah. Dele Farotimi is one of the person that I respect. He's an enigma. He's a brave man, good lawyer, brave, brash. But if Dele Farotimi is talking from the obedience quarters, everything he's saying it's, it can be regarded as bula balu. If it is coming from a neutral ground, I could have take credence to everything that he said. Why do I say that? Um, he spoke about Peter Obi won the election. He didn't even give us how Peter Obi won the election. So I don't get it. And all the panelists, they are just here to grease his elbow. Thank you, thank you. Nobody has any cogent question. Nobody push him at all. They are just massaging his ego,
Actually, no, 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 no.
massaging his salary. I don't get it. So that's for that. About the subsidy, Rudolph, if Nigerians, if Tinubu claim he won the election and he has over 8 million votes, and before Tinubu become the president, he said subsidy is going, and the same 8 million plus people voted for him to become the president of that country. That he claimed he win the election. I don't know, maybe he won or not. So if they vote for him and now they are complaining, that means Nigeria is they are the problem. So because they shouldn't have voted for him in the first place. Because the last time I checked, INEC said he won the election, 8 million votes plus. So people crying foul now. If they remove subsidy, what do you expect? Do you expect fuel to go to 2 naira per liter? It's going to be cut, and you voted for him. Yeah, it's what you see is what you get. Rudolph. So people complaining now, they should go back and take back their votes from Tinubu and maybe just impeach him. But if they voted for him truly, as INEC has said, told us that he won the election, so Nigeria should face the consequences. And the last time I checked, Rudolph, the three major candidates said they are going to remove subsidy. So why is Nigerian crying foul now? Why are we crying foul? Peter Obi said he's going to remove subsidy. Atiku said he's going to remove subsidy. Tinubu said is gone. So why Nigeria? If Peter Obi becomes the president today, won't he remove the subsidy? If Atiku peradventure became the president today, would he remove the subsidy? So why are we crying foul that Tinubu removed subsidy? So I don't get it, Rudolph. That is just my summation. I don't stay so long.
Yeah. Thank
Thank
you.
you, everyone.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay,
Thomas.
can I
No.
put
There
in
are
one or
people.
two things? Just
No, Sam, not yet, not yet. There are people who
please.
are to say something. No, not yet. Let me go to Man of Prestige. I think you came first, and then electricity, and then KJ. They've not said anything since they came.
No, I'm gone, man.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Greet everybody. Afternoon, morning here, or just close to afternoon. But anyway, yeah. I mean, I don't even know what to say. I listened to I listened to our guest. Not quite long, but everything he said, I think I seconded everything he said. But I'm just going to comment on the Nigerian predicament where we find ourselves right now. I mean, nothing is really working in Nigeria. Look at what happened today, according to what I had in Lagos today. Everybody's trekking to church. Nobody can afford the gasoline. Go and watch. I mean, no car on the road, maybe, I don't know, maybe very little people who can afford it, but everybody's trekking to, church. People are sleeping at their job. And you telling me this is a Nigeria for you? All the things, all the so-called corrupt people. Look at what the guy, I'm only going to focus because everybody has spoken, about what I was going to say. But let me focus to a different area, which has to do with Nigeria corruption and some other things. That guy called Bashir Ahmed, as in former Buhari aide, was so much focused about what Davido tweeted. He wasn't even the one that started the tweet. And now it's an uproar about religion. They use this religiosity to capture Nigeria. I mean, the guy never really focused about what he did, how they embezzled the Nigerian money. He's only focusing about what Davido tweeted, about the music Sunday, which is nonsense. So it's a war right now between some Muslim, not all Muslim and Christian. That's what's going on. I don't know if anybody follow the space about what's going on Twitter right now all over Nigeria between some Muslim. I'm not going to say all Muslims. So this is the same thing they use to capture us, about religion. It's going on right now. What is the difference? I mean, he never talked about the corruption, how he embezzled the money. I think his name is Rashid Ahmed. He was former Buhari aide. All of them, they don't talk about what he's supposed to be talking. All they talk is nonsense. Now they are bashing the video because of what he tweeted. So I don't have that much to say. Everybody has said about Nigerian situation, which is a headache to me. So I don't like to get into detail. Until we get out of the mess we are right now, just not heading in the right direction. So maybe when another subject come up, I can comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, man of prestige. Let's go to electricity next.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening all. I think it's let's move away from the fuel subsidy removal, and let's move away from palliative. I'm glad there was not much talk about palliative, so let's move away from it. Let's also try, where possible. This is Rudolph. This is an appeal to you, if you can, and let's try to move away from the executive arm of the government, because the executive is not our problem. Thomas said something very. I know a lot of people just don't say it's a Tinubu man. Okay, that's it. I understand that, but he said something very profound that almost all the candidates campaigned on removing fuel subsidy. Unfortunately, they didn't come in as a president. If they had, let's say Peter Obi, for example, at what point would he have removed the subsidy? Is he going to fix the electricity before remove the subsidy? Before removing the fuel subsidy? So he made a very valid point there. Let's focus on the legislative arms. If we take what is happening in the US and in the United Kingdom, where the legislative arms or the lawmakers are often put under checks and balance, it doesn't matter who is there. Whether I vote for Tinubu or I don't vote for Tinubu, once he becomes president, his responsibility is to be the president of all. And that was why when Buddy was there yesterday talking about people voting to allow to those who voted for the senators or the lawmakers should only be allowed to take him out. And I appreciate what Mr. Okoro actually highlighted. When Buddy come next year, I will highlight what Mr. Okoro said, which group is he working for? Because I went back to look at the Constitution and spoke to few people who understand the Constitution better than me. And so he needs to answer. Let's try, and if we need to be calling out names of the lawmakers on a live show and the constituency they had, then I think that will go a long way. We can start from there. It's about solution now. Let's be realistic here now. So it's about solution. And if there's going to be a protest, I think we should channel our protest rightly. Take over. I'm not using Donald Trump word the way he said in respect to January 6th, where they went to invade their parliament or wherever it is. No, but it's high time we start to back at the right tree. I keep saying this every day. We are backing at the wrong tree. The executive is not our problem. Rudolph, if you don't put checks and balance on your channel, are you going to blame your panelists? If I may ask you that question, Rudolph, I'm asking you a question, please.
Oh, what was the question? If I don't, I was looking for what the
question is, if you don't put checks and balances, if you don't put rules and regulation on your channel, and it starts going AYL, are you going to blame your panelists, or you'll be held responsible?
Yeah, part of it is, I'm sure.
You set up a committee to make rules and regulation because you want others there. You want things to go, even though we've not followed it accordingly, but at least there's a degree of sanity. So the lawmakers are the ones who are our. Listen, can somebody please tell me who have heard any lawmaker come out to complain about the sufferings of the people? Somebody just name one name. Give me one name, please. Can somebody please give me one name of a lawmaker?
Senator Ben Bruce, when he was there. Senator Ben Bruce, yes.
Was there.
Yes.
Was there.
Yeah, I said when he was a senator, he came out. During his time, he's on the side of the people. At least you can see him come out and talk about it. Even at the floor of the Senate. I'm not making it up. If you can check previous videos, you will see him. He will complain that this bill should be anti-people and he won't support it. So something like that, and then he grants the interview too. So I know of him. I can say for Senator Ben Bruce.
He's just trying to make common sense. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
He always ends his speech with he's just trying to make common sense. Am I correct? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Common Sense.
Yes,
okay.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
He's from Bayelsa.
Yeah, I know I'm from Bayelsa as well too.
One people come from a constituency where they on top water, but if they pass bill,
Ovie lives here. We will do this another day. Ovie lives here. We will do this another day. Lives here for now. We'll do this another day. See, you must please take note that I am from Bayelsa State, for the record.
No, I'm trying to locate so that you know where the man comes from, because it's like you don't know.
They live on the same street.
So please, this is an appeal. This is an appeal. If we can if we can change our focus. There's nothing wrong in changing focus. There's nothing wrong in changing mind, as long as what we are changing it in the right direction. Let's forget Tinubu for now, please. I'm saying this. I didn't vote for him. I'm entitled to say he's my president. I'll say it any day. He's the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and it doesn't take anything from me. So, but what I am saying is that Tinubu, while he has his heels fighting him or his demons fighting him, he is not our problem, please. Never has and never will be. Our problem is the legislative arms, our senators, our lawmakers. That is where the epitome, the shrine of corruption is. If we get it right there, trust me, write it down, take it anywhere, we will get it right all the way. Nigeria is not a big problem to solve. It's just the people. The people, you and I, the citizens, we are the problem. I was supposed to post a video, I gave the write-up to someone to review it, and the person advised me against it. Do not do this video. One, for your reputation. Two, it can set the country on fire. So I had to stop it. I'm being honest.
Is your reputation bigger than Nigeria?
Let me tell you something.
Your reputation bigger than Nigeria?
No, my personal reputation.
Yes,
my personal reputation. It's not bigger than Nigeria, but I cannot produce something that is counterproductive. No, yes, I want the country to change, but there's one thing I will never subscribe to. I will never subscribe to violence. I will never put anything out there that is going to inflame. Go ahead, Rudolph. You want to ask me a question?
Give us the premise of the video. Let's advise. Let's be part of your producer.
Rudolph, I'm dealing with intelligent men on this platform here, so they can work things out.
No, what I mean is this: maybe the person that told you that you will set the country on fire wasn't the right. Let's do production here.
Right.
No. The person has been reviewing my write-up for a very long time. So I
have no one that will never get electricity.
Honestly, Rudolph, listen, you know me. My own is, if you fix electricity.
But let me tell you the truth, Alex. I don't think there's any video anybody can make that will set the country on fire, and no matter what's in the video.
I agree.
I don't think in Nigeria, no.
I agree.
Nothing. Okay, Rudolph.
Yeah.
You see,
we said, give me the video. Let me make it. Don't worry about the repetition.
Unless the video is coming from all these maybe Sheu and all those, which is not going to happen anyway.
Rudolph, there's this adage that when you pursue a goat to a point and the goat can no longer run, it comes back. Yes, there's nothing. Because of the mindset of Nigeria, we've seen people said worse things that the country still go on. But you'll be very surprised. Let me be honest with you. Let's be honest with each other. Ovi, can you hold on 1 second, please?
No, based on the adage you just said, we don't get war now with the Japa. Once we reach the war,
listen, Ovi, not everybody can Japa. But you see, what you listen, you see, it's like when you say a quiet person, the least thing you expect that is going to ignite that person's anger. You now be asking yourself, Rudolph used to be quiet. Rudolph is a quiet person. How suddenly he got so angry and he just destroyed everything? Because it's been bottled for a very long time. And one small thing that you least expected that will ignite, that will create this problem, we just start from nowhere, and you will be surprised. Honestly speaking, yes, a lot has happened in that country.
Let's help you. Since you're afraid, give it to me. I'll make it. Give me.
I will give it to you. I will give it to you. Then you can put it out there. I will give it to you. So, but like I said, for the record, let's move away from the executive. The executive is not our problem. Never has and never will be.
All right.
Buhari was there.
I'm curious. So
I can review it for free for you. I can review it for free for you.
Because quite, but
the video is about you. So if I give it to you to review it, then that means it's not going to see the light of the day.
All right. Let's hear from guys. Let's hear from.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Let's hear from Niger Man and then OC that just joined us. Prince, I don't know if you're here or you're not. Okay. Because sometimes when we want to come to you, we won't see you on screen.
I'm here. I'm here. My ears are all here, It just
all right.
Yeah.
Come to you. Niger Man, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Nigeria with Wahala every day by day. Now God will help us. Like what Dele Farotimi said, exactly what I said yesterday when we are here. We have to forget something, what is this all progressive criminal party. All these party in Nigeria, all of them. All these people, no governor, all these people. From the 1999, just check, since the democracy, any of them that have good record. The problem we have to do, we need now. Fine, we know if for Bitcoin, he said we remove a subsidy, but he said half, 50%, but it will still take time. We will still have to be paying the criminal subsidy. But that is not what we need. I think we have to speak and start calling people. All these one people are trying to bend it, it will be better. People are crying, people are dying. Fine, this is what they vote for. But the main people who are suffering now, this is not governor, it's not everybody affected. Both big man, both poor man, both no middle class. People have to be, how these people are just trying to tell people. Some people want to defend the APC. They want to defend this side. No. Criminality is criminality. President that we have now, fine. The INEC said, as the At the umpire, he said he's the winner. But the Nigeria is not the winner. That is illegality, cannot stand upon illegality. We should have to deal with the illegality first before they can say move on. A president we don't have the identity. We don't know the state of origin. We don't know everything. Somebody have to pay for all these things so that the right person will come. Even if not Obi, they have to conduct new election. New people have to come with a new way that this person must be clean and screen. It's better. So they should start telling people, because if this thing go, all these governors we see in all these states, all this legislator, electricity is talking about, those people are not for you, they are not for me, they are not for anybody. They are not going to open that constitution that will favor me and you. It's only decided that we favor them, they will be burning. When they share the money, they say, okay, 8,000 to 6, a family of 6 or 5, but less than 500 people take a 70 million. For what? Okay, 40 million again for bulletproof car. Okay, look at the wife of the Senate. They are now having a position on their own now. At least padding budget will be going there in underground. So all of these people are just illegal. Hashtag all eyes on judiciary. Hashtag disqualified Tinubu. Akpabio, all of them, Shetima. All of them should go. Nobody need them. All these we will suffer this in 8 years, suffer the one to come again. Okay, without illegality, you cannot be there. No righteous person, no clean somebody can be there, can hold a position to mean well for anybody. Well, this time, enough is enough by painting all this painting for one, because it's look at what is happening in Nigeria. Emefiele upon what is done. The problem is Nigeria. There was a survey, I think there's an opinion poll in River, in East, in West, in North. People, they are asking people about the 8,000. People that we are crying for, shouting that the government is, people were saying no, they should bring the 8,000, they should bring it, they need it. These are people in the urban area. What about the people in the rural area? If they just give them 1,000, they will just be jumping, saying thank God. This is the way they know. All these people, they know what only thing they used to do is just divide and rule. That is the work of APC. All these things we are saying, student loan, all this one. Now, this is how they will do 8 years will finish. There's nothing will come from it. APC is not a party to rule. They have no idea. Like what I just said, these people have no ideology of anything. They don't have any idea. They come together, CPC, NPP, ACN, come together just to give Buhari to win the vehicle. So they are all different fashion inside there. None of them agree. Let us forget all this, thinking those people is going to give us one thing that will benefit. That will benefit. What about the oil subsidy money? They say the first month, they say they receive 400 billion. What is the 400 billion? Now we have 1 by 800. We have 500 million. This is what we'll be hearing. Bamboozling people, bamboozle. Now the one they say judiciary, this and that, this one, that, this one. This is the way they will do bamboozle everybody. In the end, after 2 years now, election don't come again. Okay, let's go for election again. They will do another one, bamboozle, they will complete their 8 years. This one must not go must not sweep under the carpet. Everybody like it or you don't like it. It's your own. Defend who you want to defend. But illegality cannot stand for this one. If the judiciary try and turn it, what everybody say, me, I don't want to be saying anything about any parties is there because election is over, campaign is over. But like what I'm seeing every day by day, because it's not say the election, the judiciary try to change everything. That can never stand. Unless people are just dreaming, thinking that everything will stand like before. Unless those who doesn't know what is going on in Nigeria today, and maybe they are still living in denial. That can never stand in the judiciary. That Nigeria can never stand. This thing can never stand. Tinubu cannot stand unless they claim everything is open. Then miracle come that this thing is all lie. But say all these things, they burn it and try to say one technicality or one this thing and go. This thing can never stand. This legality must stop. You have to stop. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. This thing we have been since I born 40-something years. I never hear with Nigeria one thing that I've gained in that country. Okay, I have 4 children. If they are here, if I didn't have my child in abroad, by today maybe I will be pushing wheelbarrow. The people should let all these things to go and be painting. Look at everywhere they are trekking. They are suffering. The people who are suffering in Nigeria is even the APC.
Or you may even become armed robber.
The pastor that said, armed robber. See the pastor that said he went inside and prayed for Tinubu. He went to all campaign, everything. He's now saying he has been driving since 1986. They cannot carry his motor out again. He has to hide to enter a public. Can look at stupid. All these people, they are not meaning well for Nigeria. If you shout now, insulting Ubuna, they will call him, give him small money. We start praising him tomorrow again. Look, that is the way all these people are. That nobody should be believing all this. That's why they said the obedient, they are obingo, yes, because FFK, Ruby Abati, when you were listening to the Abati, when you have never been in the politics, when Ruby Abati will talk, you will say, oh, this will go to save the citizens. Look at the country where everybody identifies itself as a masses, not citizen. Nigeria will be calling their own self in their own country, the masses. Do you know the meaning of the masses? You don't even say we the citizens, we say we the masses. This is what they recognize you with. So what is somebody will come and bamboozle everybody? No, it's that. But Tinubu said this one. Tinubu said that one, don't say that one. We don't. Poor man, I don't want to hear. You said it's your job. Nobody should pity you. So I don't want to hear you remove fuel subsidy. You didn't remove fuel subsidy. All I want to know, let me buy fuel cheap and have a good life. If you cannot do it, Oga, come up for that. You are a mystery. You are not to know. Hashtag all eyes on judiciary. Let Tinubu live there. It's not by force to rule Nigeria. It's not by force. People are dying. All these Agbado, all of them, all of them should go and die. I don't want to respect anybody again because the respect is over. They should stop all these things and face reality. Not any legislator will do anything or electricity. They don't mind you. They don't for them for you. Those people are who are they going to talk illegal? We're not going to be talking to illegal. All the look at election petition in all over the court. No one is challenging anything tangible. My result is not like this. The result is like this. The other one is forgery. The other one is this one. Who is going to check and balance on who? Those people have to go and dismantle. And the real people begin to come in. That is only the way. They are not, if you like, go and remove them. Or let them want that person to go. If they don't want it to go, you cannot do anything. That is my own. Please. All this enough is enough of all this painting, all these people bamboozle them.
May I respond to
No,
him? Is it possible? All right.
Not yet.
It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, so I want OC to weigh in. OC, we've been discussing, I don't know how far you've listened to our conversation, but we've been talking about how the country is going and how people are feeling about these policies being put in place, and whether Tinubu, who started running for president for a long time, whether he's actually ready to be president, because it appears as if he did not anticipate some of the things going on. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for having me. And I feel like it's been a while I was in this platform because as at the last time, I remember Ovia was not a Mazi at the time. And, he had Kwankwaso's pictures at the behind. All those things I got now. So it's like...
that was when he was playing politics. Now...
We're in the war front then.
Yeah. Anyway, that's good. But to get to the matter that we're discussing at hand, it was very interesting listening to the perspective of our brother Mr. Electricity when he talked about the fact that the executive is not the problem. Where the problem lies is in the legislature. I think what he did was have diagnosed the problem. Because, yeah, absolutely, the legislature is a big part of the problem, but you cannot talk about problem with the legislature while ignoring the executives. I've said it many times that, the president of Nigeria, whether it's Jesus Christ that comes in, is not going to effect any drastic change because things have gone down so bad. So whoever, whether it was Obi that, emerged, or Tinubu or Atiku, at this initial time, things wouldn't have changed much because it would take years to get Nigeria back on track. But there are certain things that the president can do, which is first and foremost to set the moral tone of the country. That is the biggest job of the president. Now, when you have somebody in this day and age with all the the number of Nigerians living in multi-dimensional poverty, and then you're traveling around in a convoy of 100 vehicles or more. You know, especially when we are talking about oil and scarcity and all those things, the PMS and scarcity and all those things. What you're just telling us is that it's business as usual, because you don't even have the mind to tell, to at least let the people know that you're sensitive to the kind of suffering they're going through all this while, And then you also forgot the fact that every principal officer in the Nigerian legislature, at least at the federal level, all of them owe their position to the president. Of course, we know Akpabio. Akpabio is a guy who is a fugitive for justice. The only way he could have been in that position was because Tinubu wanted him to be so. So you cannot discuss the malady going on in the legislature without the unseen hand of the executive playing that role. Even before Tinubu, you know what happens during Obasanjo time when Chubo Karibo and his group wanted to assert some independence, but they couldn't, because whether it's at the federal level or at the subnational level in the states, the executive, they are the one that determines basically what happens at the legislative level. That's just the way. That is why the Nigerian president is the most powerful president anywhere in this planet. They can basically decide if tomorrow Tinubu doesn't like doesn't like Akpabio, all he needs to do is gather some legislators, give them some money, and he'll be out. So that's basically why they are more or less a rubber stamp to the executives. So you can't say, oh, the executive is not a problem. They are the number one problem before anybody else. If they said soon, then let me finish. The legislators will follow. Now, coming to some of the steps that Tinubu has taken, we talked about the 8,000 naira palliatives. So I keep saying in Nigeria that the people that were entrusted with the position of leadership don't know what to do. Is that they just don't want to do the right thing. It's not rocket science for anybody to that sending 8,000 naira to anybody in this day and age. What is he going to do? He can't do nothing, And then before you talk about the logistics of who gets it, how is it shared, and at the end of the day, it will just end up being one of those palliatives that we had that was locked up. All these people cornered it, and it was all locked up in the place till during the instance they started to break it down and all those things. But assuming none of those things happened, there is no way 8,000 naira is going to make any dent on anybody's life in this country at this point in time, So I'm 100% convinced that they know that, but it's just one of those things for the optics, just to appear like, okay, we're trying to do something and convince the people that they're trying to do something. Tinubu knows there in there that thing is not going to work in any way, shape, or form, So all this, so in the summary of it is that we haven't been lucky to have anybody in position at the highest level of government who's ready to do the right thing. All they're interested is in the politics of sustainability, how they can sustain their position, and how in the next political decision they will be able to do this by making sure that whoever is the chief judge or the chief justice of Nigeria is somebody they have in their pocket. To know that the principal officers in the legislature are somebody in their pocket, all those kind of stuff. Tinubu is here to show us that he wants to do something different, or at least something better than what his predecessor Buhari did. Let me stop so far.
Okay, can I just quickly respond and to further buttress electricity's position? I think maybe with a different voice. What electricity is saying and what he has been advocating here, I don't think people really understand what he's saying. And let me give you my own spin on it. Yes, I do respect the fact that the executives, they play hanky panky, they are the unseen hand and all that. But as an Igbo man, we have an adage that says, if one person cooks for the majority will eat it and ask for more. If the majority cook for one person, the one person cannot finish it. So I use that analogy and I bring it to Section 68 and 110. right? What Section 68 and 110, as I understand it, it gives the opportunity for grassroots efforts for the majority, the people who submitted their sovereignty to create this so-called nation called Nigeria. And I believe that's the context of what Electric is saying. Howbeit, he's not deluded. He understands that the current psyche and the Nigerian is beat down to the point that this conversation outside this, somewhat of this our intellectual gathering, it may, it's not worth anything much. He's not deluded. He understands that. But I think what he has been advocating for is saying that at least let's start from somewhere. If we start from here, just like the obedient movement, the discussion can pick steam. He's not deluded. I don't think he doesn't understand everything that you're saying. But however, when you hold an argument, you don't necessarily have to buttress the whatever is seemingly subjective against you. However, that his own angle is actually the right angle. Boris Johnson today, there's a by-election in Uxbridge and Ruislip. It's as a result of sort of like the equivalent of a Section 68 and 1110, right? Albeit it wasn't initiated by a vote of no confidence or something like that, but it is showing that those who actually own the sovereignty are in control. And I don't agree that yes, howbeit those who seemingly feel you have been have amassed power, political, and belong to the executives are they've designed it to fit themselves. The day the Nigerians wake up to become real Nigerians and request for three things: liberty, fraternity, and equality, then you will see what I'm alluding to. That if one person cooks for the majority will eat it. But if the majority cook for one person, it cannot finish it. Whoever these people are, or whatever they think they are not bigger. They are not bigger than this thing. So I think that's what electricity is. I stand corrected, electricity. If I've done a very bad job, let me know.
No. You've done a very
Okay, I'll
good
come to you
job.
next. Let me hear. And yeah, go ahead.
You've done a very good job, Mr. Scribe. And I was texting Rudolph. I know he doesn't read his messages, this and that. I need to clarify. You've done a good job. Mr. Osiagbo, let me put you on the spot with due respect. You become the president of the country, Nigeria, today. Okay? And there is no checks and balances placed on you. What will you do? You are given a free hand to do whatever you want to do. If there is no checks, nobody's checking you, nobody's telling you anything. What will you do?
You're asking me? Oh, well, I mean, there's a tendency that any human being will abuse their position if there's no checks and balances.
Thank you very much. You see,
yes.
when I say we focus on the legislators are the one that perform checks and balances on the executives. Now, there's usually a wrangle among, like you rightly said, Tinubu can pay some other legislators, some other lawmakers to get rid of what's his name, Akpabio. The same way I stand on this. He paid them to put Akpabio there because they have their own man that they will want to be there. Other people came out to contest for that position. Am I correct? Am I correct, Mr. Agbo? So, but at the end of the day, he prevailed. Akpabio becomes so. Because of this romance of criminality between the executive and the legislators, nothing is going to happen. Now, the people have the power, like Mr. Scribe rightly put it, over what? Over the legislators, which is Section 68 and Section 110. That's why I said, let's focus on, because if the legislative arm are doing their job, they are going to put checks and balances on the executive. So that and it's gonna sprinkle down, even up to the judiciary, up to every sector, every institution that is supposed to do that. Anything outside that, I mean, Rudolph posted something on the this thing which I wanted to. The same thing was saying that, I repeat, I am not disregarding the executive. Now, I am not disregarding the judiciary. I am not disregarding them at all. But what I am telling you is this. Our lawmakers, the red and the green chamber, the red and the green chambers, that is where the shrine of corruption is. And until we fix that place, I've said this, like I said this 6 years ago. I've said this several times. Until we fix that place, before we are going to see any meaningful change, I repeat, for the record, any meaningful change. I deliberately did not come and listen to Dele Farotimi. It was a deliberate thing. I thought there would be a moment of question and answer. I don't want to listen to him and ask him. I want to ask him a question on the basis of the law and the constitution. So I just slept off. It is an intentional thing. Unfortunately, opportunity was not there to ask him question. He's an activist, for crying out loud. Like what Ovie said, it took a partisan position. It's a risky thing to do. It may not affect him now, but later on in life it will. But here is the question I want to ask
You give me one minute to this
no, you can take what I'm trying to say is he's an activist, he's a lawyer. He understands the section of the Constitution, which is 68 and 110. He's not campaigning on this. Why?
Okay. Electricity. See,
you cannot answer the question for him. I'm just speaking my mind. Okay, I'm just speaking my mind.
I understand. I understand. But
go ahead. I yield the floor. Thank you very much, Rudolph.
I don't think many of us here are disputing the fact that the judiciary is also a big problem. I only made my comment against the backdrop that you're making it like the executives are like just innocent bystanders, which is exactly what we're saying there. They are not. And I'll give you an example. See, you talked about, solving the problem, that if you solve the problem of executives, they will be able to take care of if you solve the problem of the legislative arm, they will be able to take care of the executive. That's fine. I think what we're arguing here is the chicken or the hen, which one comes, the chicken or the egg, which one comes before the other, But I'll tell you one thing, just drawing from Obi, what Obi did in Anambra State during his tenure. Okay, Obi came in, okay, of course, he inherited the legislative branch that is drawn from Nigerians, very, very corrupt. But he came to the scene and said, hey, look, guys, this is not going to be business as usual. What did it focus on? The cost of governance. So that when somebody in the legislature says, oh, okay, I want this thing to happen, I want you to assign this kind of security votes or to do all this kind of stuff, he will put a stop to it. Not just the legislature, but everybody around. And that's how he came with that Akara, that and those kind of things. But at the end of the day, what he did more than anything else is to tell everybody, hey, there is a new sheriff in town. It's not going to be like that. Because I'm telling you that it's much easier for one man that powerful, which is either the president or the governor, to rein in on the legislatures than the average Nigerian who is pauperized, who can't do anything. Anyway, let me stop so far, but that's the point I'm trying to
sorry, let me do a rebuttal. Rudolph, I'm sorry, I'm going to yield the floor.
Electricity, please let me.
It's just a rebuttal. Just a rebuttal, please. I'm appealing. I'm appealing, Mr. Niger Man. I'm appealing. Just a rebuttal. In respect to Peter Obi, please, I'm appealing. Peter Obi was there for 8 years. Okay? This is what you should put into consideration. Okay? When he left, what happened? Corruption continues. He did not address the issue of corruption. Yes, it's a man of transparency and accountability. When he left, he said, I left certain amount of money. And when the next governor came, the money disappeared. He was asked a question on live show. What is his position in respect to the money he left that has disappeared? He did not weigh in on that. No, I respect the man. But let me be honest with you. If you and I, Obi is just one man. Like what Mr. Scribe said, Obi is just one man.
If
you and I, if the
let's
Anambra
talk
State
about
people
the
could not
federal.
fix.
Wait, this one not they go anywhere. See, let me tell you one thing, electricity. Like you are saying something, you are going to another. We are talking about federal now. Let forget states.
No,
I'm
doing a rebuttal with due respect, Mr.
Okay.
Najama. If you listen to me, I'm doing a rebuttal to what the man said.
Okay, sorry.
I'm not responding to you. I'm responding to Osiagbo, what you said.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question, my own, please.
Okay, go ahead. Ask me your question.
Mr. Rudolph, please, I'm sorry. Let me just give you what's happened in this cycle now.
No, ask me the question. If you want to speak. If you want to ask me a question, ask me a question.
Yeah, I'm talking to you. I want to come from that aspect. The executive, when they want the executive, when they want the Senate, the red and the green chamber, what did the executive did? He choose that the president choose. This is who he wants. But go and look at the constitution of the Senate and constitution of the green chamber. They add their own constitution to choose their own leader. But the president, you have to force somebody which is a party that he wants for them because they have to work hand in hand. So what you are trying to say, that's what I'm telling you. Without the executive, okay, look at the other arm of government, the judiciary. If the judiciary now said, okay, go and arrest so person, go and arrest the EFCC chairman, go and arrest the AIG or the chief of staff, who will implement the order? Is it not the executive? That was okay, now you, police, go. But they will never do that because they are all together. They are all together. That is why I'm telling you, the head must be sanitized. The presidency must be sanitized. Who is going to hold people accountable? Is the executive. Who is going to make sure the EFCC probe the governor that steals the state money? Is the executive. So let me tell you, you understand? The head must be when the president is innocent, he's not of corruption, he doesn't have any baggages. Nobody will challenge him in anywhere. He's doing the right thing. But when you have corruption, you have everything. You want to come and challenge me in my state? I will open your nyash. I will use black.
So what is your question, Mr. Najama? What is your question?
The question is the executive that had the problem, not the legislative.
That's not a question. You are making a statement. You are not answering a question. You are making a statement, and for the record, you are affirming what I said, what I've been arguing about. And so I really am confused as to your argument.
I said I want to give you a scenario. I said I want to give you a scenario of what happened.
No. You said you want to ask me a question. That's what you said. It's on record. Not a scenario. And you are affirming my argument.
Okay. That's okay. Now we have to end this here. Let me. Obi wants to say something, but I can actually. For you, electricity, I know this is something like a pet project, and I've said this in private and I'll say it in public. Okay. There's an Hausa proverb that says that during farming season, there is no need to argue about whose farm is better. You just go and look at the farm that the person has. So there is democracy now. What I've said to you is that you can win convincing people on everywhere to agree with you. What you can do is to pick somebody, pick a member of the National Assembly that you think is not doing well, that the people do not like, and try this process to remove him. Is that what you are not saying? Try to get him removed from his position, and you will learn a lot from that process in terms of how these lawmakers, how they work, and how the structure of the country. The point is that most people don't know who is representing them in the Senate and the House of Rep. They don't know, they don't care. They don't think they have any direct impact on their lives. They don't even have executive power. That's why they all go and build a small bridge and build toilet, and that's what they do with the small money they give them. For most people, they are not, the consistency allowance or whatever they call it. Yeah, they don't see that as important position. But you can do that. Just move, go ahead and pick anybody anywhere in the country and say, this person is not doing well. I'm going to convince the constituency of that person to recall the person. That's a test of what your idea, and see what happens. You learn a lot from that. Not from
make sure you define that.
Yeah,
make sure you define it. before you do that. Because
I
they will
was
send
just saying that Ababio was wearing the same Tinubu's hat now, and this is the person you expect to hold Tinubu accountable.
exactly.
Rudolph, please,
Can
can
I
I quickly say
rebut you?
something?
Can I rebut you, Rudolph? In
Hold on.
respect to what you just said.
Ed first before you.
Yeah, because
Okay.
there's something you said. It also ties into what Electricity had said about holding our legislative arm more accountable. So my point is, especially within the context of this Tinubu's leadership, is a more pliable legislature a good thing or a bad thing? Because if he really intends to make Nigeria better, is it not better that he has a legislature that he can easily deal with? So in that, if we think of it from that, no, let me land, Mazi. If you think of it from that perspective, it means that if Tinubu really has the interest of Nigeria, he would not have any problem from the legislature. Should that not make him more responsible for the welfare of Nigerians? Like if we go by this whole idea of Akpabio wearing a cap that bears his logo, which means he's loyal to Tinubu. So if Tinubu is really ready to make Nigeria better, will that kind of senator be an hindrance to him?
Democracy is a competition of ideas. So if you put democracy on the litmus test, what you've said does not fly.
No.
It would not create a healthy environment.
Listen, I'm
wait,
talking.
wait. Democracy is supposed to be about competition of ideas, friction, and so that way we can get the best possible outcome. So it does not matter whether the executive have a good intention, and therefore with their good intention, they now select
Let me ask you a simple question, Matthew. Let me ask you a simple question. Why is it the case that when, for example, in the United States, when Democrats are in the executive position and they also control the House, people expect them to do more? Or in the other case, where Republicans are, why do they expect them? Because they believe that the legislature works in the favor of the executive in that respect. So it should make things easier. Yes, friction is required, but you also want to have a pliable legislature, which is, in our case, is not a good thing, because we know when we say pliability, it means he puts his people there. So I'm trying to back up what OC said, that we should actually hold Tinubu more responsible, because he should not have any excuse. Because, for example, he controls the Senate and he controls the House, so he should be able to make good on his promises. That's the point I'm trying to make. And I'm not saying that should always be the case. But I'm
valid point. You defended your point. I give it to you. You made a valid point in that respect. But I think you're missing something. You're looking at an environment that has existed over a course of a period where they have precedents. Something has paid. Things have followed a certain pattern, and that's what you described. But in our situation, what we have is something that's very nascent, something that needs to actually work internally to build strong institutions. We don't have that. In America, there are strong institutions that would push back on maybe, what you've described as maybe two bunnies. They are, in this respect, the executive bunny and the other, the legislative bunny. There would be the FBI or something like that to push back on things like that. They have strong institutions. Like, for example, the American military. There are things that can never happen there. We both agree with that. I do give it to you. No, I know. We've debated that. You acknowledge when you make a good point. I give it to you that in that respect. But there is also, I'm trying to make you see the differences here to kind of see.
No, you're right. We don't want a rubber stamp legislature. But my point is, at the end of Tinubu's 4 years, what will be his excuse? Is it that the legislature stood in his way? Did you see what I'm trying to say? That no. Okay, hypothetically.
May I rebut? I need to leave. May I rebut what Rudolph said? Just for the record, please. This is Rudolph. Let me make a point clear here. Okay. I respect your vision, which we've spoken in private. I respect, you know me, I hold the integrity of your channel to the high esteem. But you see, I would like to correct you here that what I am talking about is not my idea. It is not something that I came up with, and I'm going to take a glory for it, God forbid. It is something that every one of us, we know in our hearts. So I'm not going to go head to head or argument with anyone or try to push. It would be wrong for me to push anything down anybody's throat. It's not in my place to do that. But what I'm saying is, what I am talking about is what is before us, the Constitution. It's not my idea. It's what is before us. So when I say it, I'm not saying it because I want to sell it. Yes, I want people to come on board for us to do it. I was talking to a lawyer yesterday, and he said, if we can even get 50,000 people on board and push for this thing, and we will get through. A renowned lawyer who has heard cases. I'm not going to afford to be. So it's not my idea, please. It's not something. I'm just trying to correct. I'm not here to argue or push anything down anybody's throat. If that is the perception you guys are getting, I apologize.
Let me add to
Is
this.
that a Nigerian lawyer?
It's not about your idea. Someone's told you if you get 50,000 people to do what?
No, he said if we can get 50,000 citizens
to do what?
Okay, to push for this 68 and 110, it goes a long way.
Push for it how?
Come
How
again. Push for the recall. The recall. I mean, the campaign. I beg your pardon. The campaign.
That's what I'm saying. You have to first identify who you want to recall. You're not going to recall all of them at the same time. Pick one person, okay, and make the case. This is why this person should come back home. And then go to the constituency. It's not to me. I'm not going to vote for him to come back if it's not my own Senate or House of Rep. Pick one person.
Of course, I agree with you on that.
Pick one person, make the case why this person should come home, write articles, go on TV, talk about it, and then gather people from that locality. And then get the process going. You don't need to come on TV and argue for people to support 1068.
Rudolph, I can argue. I cannot push my argument on down people's throat. With due respect, it's my right to argue what I need to argue, but I cannot push it down anybody's throat. I don't understand your point.
So what I'm making is I want you to go to the next level, which is to pick somebody and start the campaign, get people to support it. But otherwise, it's vague. It's a theoretical thing that you're talking about. You know.
I acknowledge that.
Well, has employed sarcasm here in respect of saying that electricity. How you are from that.
All right, let's welcome Paul. Welcome to the show.
After all
Ovie, I can't see your hand.
I don't want to
Let's
Paul, no, I'm not going to stay long. One thing I observe now is if this is Nigerian parliament, we're not going to get one B pass. If just us like this, we're not going to get one B pass. But I think what Mr. OC and Titi are saying is the same thing, right? It's just that electricity is talking about the ideal situation, what should have been, right? We are supposed to be practicing democracy, government of the people, by the people, all those good stuff. Right? But what Mr. Ossie is saying, is describing, is the reality. What I would describe as a plutocracy. A society whereby only the people with great wealth and income govern everything. And that is where Ossie is coming from, that the president, the way it is reality now, is very powerful. It is very, very hard for we, the ordinary people, to do anything about that man who is sitting. Not just Tinubu, any president at all. But the Senate, the legislature can do something. They are the only one that can take him out of that office, right? But that's a long, and that's another thing again. In our situation, we have to also bring the Supreme Court into bear. We are not thinking about that because the efficiency of our constitution is as good as the efficiency of our Supreme Court, because now then if we interpret them. And that's where I kind of reason with Kulata again. Go by the advice that Rudolph is going. Go to the state level. Impeach the state governor first via the state house. I think that is cheaper. That one can be achieved because what you are asking for is going to cost a great deal of money. How are you going to get 50 people to start giving that campaign? That's a lot of money. But let's take it to state level because now the same process, Abi. We have state house legislator who checkmate the governor and all that. Let's take it from there. If we achieve and impeach one governor, after all, what is giving Obi and his follower minds a Supreme Court don't give them justice before, right? That belief say the official achievement is there. So if we go down to the local government level, the state level, and impeach one governor, trust me, that's a signal. Because as of now, the way this legislature is set up, they just laugh us. Rudolph said something, say your Senate president don't join the city boys gang, don't they wear the cap? Don't be surprised. Weeks after the judgment, when the Supreme Court don't give a judgment, you could see them two for one bed with the same guy on Supreme Court. So it's not the same thing at the top, but you have to factor in the reality, electricity. The reality is that these are money bags. First of all, we know if I ask you what it costs your Senate representative, what it costs them to win election, if you gather the whole community, they are one and another involved. Start from there first, because why did I bring that money aspect of it? Because those guys will do everything within their power to defend your understand. So that's why I say it's a very high risk that you are targeting. Go down to the local government where you know that maybe not a few 100,000, few 100 million, right? Now elect those out, so that you can influence it from there. So yeah, that's how democracy should be practiced. That's how even America say you can't get that anymore, because now still money back they run the thing. You can't get that, but that's how it should be practiced. But in reality, we need to face them. It go hard for you to want bring one senator down. You take a lot of money, they will outspend you. Where you want to spend the money? Because to campaign no easy. When I make campaign, even what we are doing here, to take from theoretical level to the practical level, that's where you know that you need cash. Now, I'm not saying you have to provide the money. People who believe in your idea, are they ready to actually back it up with that? So that's what I say. Stepping down.
I just hear complacency when you were speaking, man. That's very complacent to accept without actually trying. But I also agree with you that
at the state level,
Mr. Electricity's perspective is a purist perspective. But there's a difference between a polemist and a pacifist. I think, is it a pacifist or a polemist? A polemist is somebody in theological terms like who can actually take his position and bring it, even though the majority are like on that side. So to be honest, I still feel like as much as it doesn't look Nigerian, it is the right way. It is the right thing to do. It is the right way to
that's
do
why I
it.
say that's how the system is designed.
No, you're just saying, no, we can't. No, sorry, I don't accept that. That's
you don't accept what
I want you to accept that you are being complacent.
What did I say first? I said this.
You said that you are accepting it as it is. No, just continue like that. That's what you're saying.
That's what you said. That's not what I said.
Please, am I there?
Hold on. I said the system is designed that way for us to be able to challenge our legislator. That's how the system is designed. We are supposed to challenge our legislator. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying, it's designed to function the way it's functioning now.
But you also said that the money bags now, they have more power.
Can you compete with them? No, that's reality. Can you compete with them? Is it
Man, the analogy, the ideal here, or the ideology here is that collective efforts. We've seen the NSAS. You see how it this. Imagine NSAS that would override, that would go beyond that. 1789, the French Revolution, for God's sake. Go and read your history. Bolshevik Revolution. They'll start saying scribe has come again. They'll say scribe has come again. But history is
it is good to be discourse. It is good to be discourse among the elites that trickle down to the average French man. You guys just quote all this stuff. Yes, now they actually cost.
No, but it's fact now. 1789.
What is the fact there? What caused the revolution?
1789, he brought in three things: liberté, égalité, fraternity. That's how Napoleon came into power prominence. What are you talking about?
So there are people watching at home. Hold on, guys. There are people watching at home who are saying that people are suffering, and all of you are here talking.
Maybe they cry follow them.
What is responsible for French Revolution?
No, don't go there anymore. Let's come back home.
Anyway, let's go back home. Yeah.
Let's come back home. I want to thank everybody that
French Revolution
today. I will take my leave, and Scribe we moderate, and then down the road show is waiting, and I think forefathers. But thank you guys, and I will see you next Sunday, on Saturday. All right, Paul, you're next. Thank you.
Thank
guys. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Forefathers
Thank
and
you.
show. I know
Before
you
you
are
leave now, they go carry us go back to 1789.
forefathers and show. I
Let me
know.
just
Forefathers and
Before
show.
military go enter.
Sorry, guys.
let me
Sorry, guys. Forefathers and show. I know you are hearing me. Look, I have to actually. I'm going to wrap this up 1 hour. If I don't see you guys in 1 hour, the show is closing. So, okay, guys. Where are we? Ovia, yeah, you were saying something. Please carry on. Yeah.
No, I think you are saying
see,
what you are talking about the
1789.
achievement of French Revolution, but you didn't tell me what led to that revolution.
No, so look, like what led to the revolution is exactly what is happening right now. People got tired and they got fed up with the monarchy. They got tired of it. They got fed up with the aristocrats that they were just tired of just being peasants, being treated in human ways, right? And that's what led to it, right? That's what the history suggests. But the only thing there is that you're looking. I think you're being, with the greatest of respect, I think you're
How
just being
does that relate
complacent.
to what
You're being complacent. All I'm hearing from you is just sit down there and just take the beating. That's what I hear from you.
That's not what I said.
Please, somebody's background. There's the music coming from someone's background. Can the person please
in
touch?
I described two scenarios, right? What should be, which is the democracy we practice by the people. That's what electricity is advocating for, that the people can actually get it done. But the reality is that what is our contribution to these men that we want to impeach? That's the reality. What is our contribution? Nothing.
Okay.
So they will fight back. That's what I'm saying. That's a reality you have to face. I'm not saying now, because of that, because it's too expensive to start from there, start from the state. Impeach a governor. For God's sake, we all hate our governors. All of us. We all hate our governors. They are not doing better than at the federal level. Let's start from there. We can afford that easily.
No, but how would you impeach a governor without a house? Like that is outside the scope. That's outside the scope of what electricity. What have you really sit down to listen to this man? Like,
you don't understand what I'm saying.
Listen, there's one thing, in this case, electricity. My apologies.
Ovie, you cannot. The citizens cannot impeach the governor.
That's true. Thank you.
The citizens can. The citizen. Listen, Ovie.
I'm not saying
Ovie. Listen. The citizen can put pressure on their legislator.
Okay, I think it's my turn now. Dr. Damages have come.
Okay, sorry, Paul. I don't want
to. Sorry about this, guys. Okay, hold on, everybody. I accept. I've not been moderating. I've been emotionally invested in making sure that I shove this thing down Ovie's throat. So Ovie, don't be annoyed.
No. I get it. I understand.
Okay, but anyways, I have to moderate now, so I have to be an impartial. It's tough because these things, it just feels like you guys are not really digesting the words. But anyways, Mr. Paul, welcome. Please, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon. So let me just even follow with what electricity said. What electricity said, it is tough, but electricity is just following the constitution. It's just like the way when a pastor want to fool us, they'll tell you that, oh, you can read the Bible for all you care, but it is spiritual. It takes the intervention of God for you to read and understand what you are reading. So yes, we might recall these people from what electricity is, even though we try to make mention of, let's start with the governor. How about we start with the local government chairman and see if it is easy to recall a councillor? Because it is the councillor. It is the councillor that will challenge the local government chairman. So if the councillor is not doing his work, let us recall the councillor so that another councillor will challenge the local government chairman. It is not easy.
Paul, can I use questions to guide a little bit, please? You don't mind me, eh? Okay.
Right.
The councillor is an executive in that context, isn't it? But howbeit very micro to the people. So you're correct.
The councillor is not only an executive. The councillor too are also like member of the house.
Chairman is the executive.
Yeah. So the chairman, yeah.
Okay, wait. I'm building up to something. I'm using questions. I just want to interface with you a little bit. So the governor is an executive. We agree to that.
Yes.
Okay, good. So so it's a house of assembly, local state house of assembly that
State
has
House of Assembly.
now what electricity is saying is, as I understand it, is that it's not saying anything similar to what you're saying in this respect. Is that we start by making sure that the legislative understand that the people have power from that micro level first of all and shake the electricity. What the electricity is saying is almost the same position that I hold, and I regret that an IPOB should have taken rather than the route they are taking. Like seize the entire states of assemblies, House of Assemblies of the five eastern states,
I don't think anybody will question
and do the
electricity, but
needful.
because of just the way, like Ovio will say, just the way our system is being wired. Like now, just to even put it in proper perspective, to recall a state House of Assembly man, if we want to say we start from governorship, to recall a state of assembly, it is the people that vote for him that will still go back again and do that record, not me. That is not from that his constituency. Election is not going on. Somebody will say, people cry in Lagos for ordinary 3 hours to do environmental sanitation. You want to shut down the state, say to go do recall, not even election, that they must have prepared their mind, bribe them, give them money. How many people do you think will even come outside and do it? You understand? So it is hard in that aspect. For me, what electricity is doing, I like it from what even Dr. Damages is saying. But at the same time, in as much as I like it, I just believe, like Body will say, corruption is corruption anywhere. Let us deal with corruption. Let us deal with crime. If somebody go contrary to it, let us fight it. But doing recall, it is very, very hard. It is very, very hard. I'll use
Do
Lagos
you
as
know
an example.
the mnemonic inversion of impossible? I am possible.
He's not saying it's impossible. He said
No. He's saying it's hard.
I
Hard
said it's very,
means
very
that
hard.
it is possible. Hard means that
Mr.
you
Scribe,
can.
Mr. Scribe, Francis Bacon said something like from
Mhm.
what my Christians will say, but Bacon said in reverse. He said, "Blessed are those that hope not, for they shall not be disappointed." It is almost like that in Nigeria. You understand? I'll use Lagos family. If you want to be a king, they have 16 family. When a king dies, which means 15 family will be lobbying to take that throne. You will lobby 15, 14 family, as the case may be. The one that just passed on probably will not be part of them. You understand? Now you lobby. The day you become king, every one of them will bow for you. Those people that you lobby yesterday, it is almost difficult for them to take you out.
No, listen,
You
I'm trying to
understand?
make you understand something that you see, the man you quoted, we have to be very, very guided in some certain things. The man you quoted, you have to understand that these people that write books, they say it's Chinua Achebe says that the story or the victory story is always going to be attributed to the writer, to the hunter, not the other way, right? You have to understand sometimes when you are using quotes, you have to kind of, what is the context of that person? Where is that person coming from? So I beg to differ.
So you know my contest now, because we're not
Okay,
dealing about
I
the
want to say
writer
something
now.
about
I'm
being.
only using the writer as a
All
contest.
of us did.
So when
Most
you
of
use
us
the word
here are
contest, the
engineers,
writer now is
right?
the contest.
Wait. Most of us here, some of us here may have done engineering, maths, differential calculus, and all those kind of things. I mean, that thing is difficult when you try it. But now, like, if you ask anybody to go back and pick it up, it's still difficult. But at least because you've been through it before and you passed it, you kind of, there's a mental plasticity in your head that would give you confidence, as
So,
opposed to somebody who's trying out for the
Mr.
first
Scribe,
time.
that's
That's
why
the context of what I'm trying to
Mr. Scribe,
describe to you. That
that's
yes,
what
it
I'm
looks
saying.
hard, but
On
it
one
is
aspect
possible.
now, I don't think nobody said is not possible. I don't think anybody said it will never see the light of the day, or
What is the
anybody
problem? All I hear is
contesting.
complacency.
Or no,
No,
but
we
what
say
I'm saying
start from
from my
somewhere.
own perspective,
When to start from the
Mr.
top.
Scribe, from my own perspective, that's why I said crime is crime anywhere. Corruption is corruption anywhere. We can deal with it from that face. And we can equally deal with it from different angle. Look, the police and the fire service, they do the same job. The police protect lives and property. The fire service protect lives and property. property. Police investigate and come in. The fire service fights the fire and investigate what caused the fire. We can do it in both ways. I'm not condemning it.
I love you. I
So we
love you,
can do
Paul.
it
I
in
love
both
you. I
ways.
love
That's
you,
what I'm
Obie,
saying.
but I beg to differ.
So
I still
we
don't
can,
like it.
we
I
can just
still
do
don't
it both
see
ways.
what people. I still don't see
I'm
what
not
you people are
condemning it.
saying.
Then, Mr. Scribe, understand
Yes,
in
sir.
Nigerian perspective now, when you use the
I see
word
you, because
contest,
I'm coming to you.
when you use the word contest in Nigerian perspective, a doctor in the US who ordinarily, if no corruption, no nothing, a doctor in the US makes money more than the president of Nigeria, will leave his profession and go to Nigeria, say he want to be a senator, knowing fully well the duty of a senator is to make laws, is to legislate, is to make laws, is to also do what electricity is telling you, checks and balance of the executive arm. A doctor know that. But when this doctor is campaigning, watch his campaign very well. He's campaigning, I'm going to bring you water. I'm going to develop my community. I'm going to bring development to my community. When he entered power, he's not doing that. When you challenge him, the same doctor will tell you, I make laws. I do checks and balance. I am not executive that will come tie your road. Do you know why he's telling you all those things? Because when he was coming to power, this is what I'm saying about the legislative arm. When he was coming to power, he didn't come for any of those purposes. He only
No, but
came
sorry,
there
sir. What you're
to go
saying
make
is
money.
it's actually indicative of how we've been wired to think. All I'm hearing from you is just two things: complacency and reinforcing the neuro nonsense plasticity and all the things that we've been wired to believe. That's what I'm hearing from you. We've been wired. We've been wired in certain ways to accept these things. But anyways, I have to move on. I have to move on.
There is a lady among us.
There's a lady
With due
along us, please.
respect.
Let the lady go first, please.
Let the lady
Please.
go there. Please go ahead. I don't want to sound like
She
I'm
helped
going
our
on.
argument last time, so I will always give her a floor anytime.
Yes.
Anytime she's there.
Yes.
Gozika, I'm sorry,
Ngozika,
Mr.
please,
Scribe. I
go ahead.
apologize for that.
No, I do. Me too. I apologize as well. I'm not doing a
Electricity,
good
are you
job,
scared
but
of
anyway,
Ngozika?
we'll
Why
try.
would I declare Ngozika? I beg, make
She hold a high preference, Elvie.
Because guy, you have the floor. Welcome.
Good
Ngozika, just the walk
Ngozika, we can't hear you.
Oh, Nigeria, see what Nigeria
Oh
costs.
my God.
You know they come up for East.
We need to record the internet company in Nigeria. We need to record them.
Don't worry. Very soon they're going to have very good internet in Nigeria. Just watch.
We need
Don't
to
worry.
record.
It's in the
Can you hear me
pipeline.
now?
Okay, she's back.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I was saying good evening to you, gentlemen. Good evening to our viewers and to the guys in the comment section. They are my favorite people. I don't know where to weigh in. I came into the discussion when you people were talking about the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. And then it simmered down to somebody said something about recalling, I think Mr. Prestige or Mr. Electricity.
Somebody is watching my
And it's not me.
Ngozika, go ahead. That's what we're doing here. Yeah, go ahead.
So I just wanted to say that the only impossibility, the way we say these things, it is not possible. We need to start from the small level, this and this and that. I think it's really sad. It's sad not because I'll put it this way. It's sad because not because we've conditioned our mind, no, it's because we are accepting the kind of weak institutions we have. It's a testament to the kind of weak institutions we have. Because if it weren't for weak institutions, I don't know why somebody would not meet requirements and somebody will sit down somewhere and say, it's Nigeria, nothing is going to happen. Forget it and move on. It's not even people saying it's not going to happen. There's no precedent. It's a tough call. You have to start for the local government. You're saying one thing without knowing it. You're saying your institutions are crappy, that they are not doing their jobs. that the judiciary is biased, that the judges are complicit. You're basically putting these people on trial. And I like it in a way because they will not have to prove themselves. I know it's an idealist perspective, but yes, they will not have to prove themselves because you guys have basically told the whole world, in Nigeria, somebody who did not win an election but was sworn in will have to stay there because we have very crappy institutions. Now, if they want to say they are not crappy, they're going to have to do the right thing, which all of us are hoping they do. Now, about the process of recalling, I like the idea, and I've mentioned on this show that some of us young people, especially for me now that I'm in Enugu, we during the elections, I was very active. I didn't have a candidate for Enugu State governorship election. I said it then and I'll say it now. All of them are cut from the same cloth. I don't favor any of them, even the one that is currently there. If I had my way, none of the four top contenders would have seen the seat. But be it as it may, when they finally said that I'm not even interested in the governor, I'm only holding him account to his water promise. The people I and some other ones are beginning to try to interact with and put pressure on and to form some sort of pressure group are the guys at the State House Assembly and the guys at the Federal House of Rep and Senate. These are the people we are interested in liaising with. And you have to understand that for this recall thing to become a reality, there is need for reorientation. The average person, I'm sorry because I remember which guest schooled us on the usage of the word average. The average Nigerian on the streets does not even know there is a process they can recall these people. They don't know. It's the truth. They don't know. So while I like the idea of recall and everything, I think we are still a long way off from there. It's not impossible. It can be done, but I think what we should be doing now is continuous voter education. That okay, you voted. There's another part of voting, holding the people you voted to account. And the way to do it is by making sure that what you send them there to do, they are doing it. And if they are not doing it, this is what you can do. Most of the people that voted don't know there's anything they can do. They just believe that once these people get there, it is goodbye. So we need to do continuous voter education. And this is where I want every single one of us to take part in it. Just the way we took part in the election. I'm just wishing every one of us would take part in it because during the election, you might not have told your people who to vote for, but you were discussing it with them. All of us suddenly turned political analysts. We were discussing these things with our families that usually would not have interest in politics, and we were making them see the nonsense. But now we've suddenly backslidden. And I'm saying this is not the time to backslide. This is the time to continue what we started, to keep people informed that if the people you send they are not doing, you actually have something to do, and this is how to do it. So that is it for the recalling process. I'll use the mic now till we are on to the next topic. Please, the next topic I would have
I
wanted to see, I don't know if you people have touched on it because I joined the show late, is the video 001. They are dragging 001.
What's happening
Shebi,
with
it
the
was
video?
this same yesterday. Shebi, it was just yesterday that I was saying that some people that claim that they are a religion of peace and they are the epitome of tolerance were threatening somebody at the riverbank that was doing her thing peacefully with stones. Now, the same set of people are at it again. They are dragging 001. What
I
did
don't.
001 do?
Who is 001? Sorry, I
001,
don't understand.
Davido, like Mr. Scrib. Are you living
I'm
under
not
a
in your
rock?
generation, man. I don't know. I'm an old man. Can't you see the word gray?
Hey,
I don't know.
this
I
is
mean, didn't I listen?
slander.
Honestly, like you,
This is
apart from
slander.
listen,
We will not
listen,
take
jazz music. When you go outside jazz and classical music, and then regular fela and things like that,
that
and
is
then
so
maybe
dinosaur now. That
mandators, and I'm being sarcastic. I know who Davido is. I've listened to his music, but like I don't. I'm not bothered. I have kids, man. Like I'm not really going on social media to spend time on Davido. What is it? I'm struggling. I don't know what you're talking about.
Please, can I
Please,
quickly say something before we get into this
Ed,
topic?
please,
Because
you have the floor.
yeah. So I wanted to clarify something because I probably was misunderstood. So I was actually responding to Mr. Electricity's initial point. So his initial point was that we should not hold Tinubu responsible. We should be more concerned about the legislature. So I was responding as, no, that was what you said. You were like, oh, let's stop talking about Tinubu. We should be more concerned about the legislature. That's what you said. So I was actually responding to you like a common Nigerian, or like an average Nigerian, rather. Sorry. I was like, my own thoughts was like, okay, why should we not hold this man responsible? This same person that you say we should not hold responsible, you're telling us to hold the legislature when we know he also controls the legislature to a large extent, right? We even see that in the Senate president wearing a cap that bears his logo. So if you're saying, if hypothetically at the end of 4 years, Tinubu does not perform and you still us to go and hold the legislature, it to me, it doesn't make so much sense because this man controls the legislature. That's the point I was trying to make.
Okay.
Not to say that it's a good thing that the legislature is within his control. That's wrong. I'm not trying to say that we should not have a system that promotes legislative accountability. I'm only saying that what is very obvious to the average Nigerian is that a lot of the people in the legislature are handpicked by this same man you are saying we should not hold responsible, including the Senate president. So you get my points now.
Ed, let me ask you a question. How can you hold Tinubu responsible, accountable? You as a citizen.
No, we're having a conversation. You say we should not talk about Tinubu. So, like, what I'm saying is that we should talk about Tinubu.
Okay, let me clarify myself.
Yeah.
Let me clarify. I think Mr. Scribe has already said it. Maybe you did not listen to Mr. Scribe. He has already said it. The legislative harm under normal circumstances, okay, in a real ideal world, well, we live in that ideal world, just that it does not happen in Nigeria. The legislative harms perform checks and balances on the executive. Do you understand that?
Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Yeah.
And who hold the legislative harms accountable? The citizens. Okay. Now, if there is this romance of corruption between the legislative arm and the executive arm, what do you expect at the end of the day? Nothing. So
true.
If the legislative arm is unable to do that, their duty, the oversight duty of checks and balances on the executive, not just the president, the entire executive, then how are you going to hold them accountable? Are you going to hold the executive accountable? Not possible. My focus, as Ngozi has said something a profound thing, which is what I'm saying. Education, reorientation, enlightening the people. That is exactly, and I know it's a personal thing to people. Mr. James, who knows me, we chat once in a while. I don't appreciate pessimistic approach to things. If we're going to start taking pessimistic approach to things, I keep saying there's no point, because we may be facing life issues, personal life issues on our own. Are we going to approach that life issues with a pessimistic attitude, or with an attitude of it is possible? Let me find a way around this thing. Let's find a way around this thing. Let me find a way around this thing. That is the approach I want us to take in this matter. I am not under that illusion that these people don't have the wealth. Yes, they have the wealth, they have the power, but for crying out loud, the greatest power still belongs to the people. And we've not, I repeat, we've not tapped into that power. And that's what Ngozi is saying, buttressing. Actually, I wanted to flip something. I wanted to buttress a point and flip it around by asking her a question, but she's not here. So that I'm not excluding the executive from any blame. like I said, Ed, if we make you the president of Nigeria today, and nobody perform checks and balances on you, they give you that free hand. I bet you carry Nigeria and go and leave it on another
Yes,
planet.
yes, but on the other side, if I have good intentions, it might make my work easier, right? So that's the point I'm trying to. No, I'm not supporting the lack of accountability. I'm as in, you are on the optimistic plane, which I am also. But I also believe that optimism does not necessarily detract from realism. You know, I'm just like trying to point out that this is what the average Nigerian thinks. Like, oh, why would you say we should not hold Tinubu accountable? Oh, because of people that are in the legislature that he himself speaks. So that's the point I'm trying to make. So, but that does not detract from
Sorry, Ovie, I apologize. Ovie, I
that
really
does not
apologize.
detract from your point. That does not
Okay,
detract.
no, Ovie, go ahead. I'll come after you. Mr.
It's
Scribe, I
not
don't
that
know. There's Niger man. They apologize.
it's not that one person is somebody is being pessimistic, right? There's one thing I learned as a professional athlete, and I learned it the hard way, that you don't go for competition until you are ready. You only go to competition when you are ready. You don't go to competition because there is competition, right? You go to a competition when you are ready. So that's now, if we do at a small scale impeach our governor, that message that you are trying to send the whole Nigeria with years and thousands of campaign, it will go to them direct. Because the truth is that the only person that who can take out the president is the legislator. I'm not saying we should not go there. I'm just telling you the reality on ground, the hurdle you have to go through. It is, if you are trying to send a message, it is easy. It is more easier if you start. I mean, you understand what I'm saying? Electricity. You are from a small state, not to boycott your state.
No. You're arguing. Ovie, you're arguing against yourself. Let me point it out. You are saying we should take out the governor. A governor should be impeached first. Am I correct?
Yeah.
And to impeach the governor
through the same process. Through the same process.
And
yeah.
to do that, you need the legislative arm to do that. Is that correct?
From the state House of Assembly.
From the state, from the state. Because when I reference legislative arm, I'm not just talking about. I'm talking about the entire country, states, wherever they are.
Nobody's arguing with you.
So
you need. I agree with you.
No, so you need the legislators to impeach the governor.
The same
correct.
way you're advocating, yes.
Now, for the legislators to impeach the governor, okay, they must have a certain degree of moral standing for them to say, listen, this governor, you're going out of hand. We've lost confidence in you. Okay.
Now I understand where you are going. Let me hold on. First, we are saying we should call a senator, right? Our own senator as a state level is the legislator. Let's impeach one state House of Rep first.
That is what I've been saying, because it's like the president. You and I cannot impeach the president. It's under the Constitution. It's the legislator that can impeach the president. They will pass a vote of confidence, a vote of no confidence.
That's the same point I'm making. But that's why I said Scribe don't understand what you are advocating for.
No. He understands. No. He understands what I am saying. I'm not trying to. He understands what I am saying.
All along, you think I'm opposing you. I'm not opposing you. I'm just saying, oh, there's a cheaper way. Let's come.
I've never said you opposed. I've never said you opposed it. I only said that, in a way, it does come across as a little bit like we should just accept the system. I feel like, yeah. Okay. Anyway, Niger man.
Me, I don't like this democracy. I don't like democracy.
What do you like?
I like the system as a whole.
You like autocracy?
You can take it and tear it apart and for it.
Okay. Anyways, let's Niger man. I beg. Sorry, you've been very, very patient. And then Prince Akwachi after you.
Yeah, man, don't talk. We know.
Ovie, what do you call like? You like military?
So let's go back to Oba Minister.
That one go better. That one go better. Oh.
No, on a more serious note, like this system we practice, I don't like. We don't go anywhere.
Mr. Electricity, what you are saying is very good into your own, according to the Constitution. But what you are saying is written on the paper. In reality, it's not written. Because one thing, look at the three arms of government: the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. All this impeachment or recall, fine, but it's not really, maybe if the things are working, nobody care about this recall because they spend money to do votes. Even if you even start it, pack that 50 people, say let's go and start this awareness. When you will start, nobody will answer. These people will not answer. When we start gaining momentum, you will say fashion will come inside. Then we buy some out. You understand? So what I'm trying to say, Mr. Electricity, if the executive, for example, now is okay, is clean, and he have no hidden agenda, no bad character, no baggages, the legislative will stand. They're supposed to stand on their own for check and balance. Like all those money that is coming. Okay, look at the 500 billion, the 70, the 40, the pass. Look, when this man come to Rise TV, what is the name? This Senate. Yeah, it's from Labour Party. He said they don't even know. They just brought it within. They don't even know when they just brought it. They just hear. They didn't even read it. They just pass it. Most of them is not even aware. You understand? Because they are working with the executive. But if we can able to have the president or from the executive that will be clean and we don't have anything to do with all these people, everybody will be on a separate own. The judiciary, okay, the president is the person that we appoint the CJ head. They appoint the judges. Okay, that is why we are finding it difficult. Everywhere, you don't even know the fake rumor and the fake news and the real news again. You understand? Because everybody is afraid. Is the president that appoint the CJN? He will work for them. The judiciary will work for the executive. You will be afraid of the legislative. They will work for the executive. Nobody wants to check balance. When this one bring, just pad your own and go. Pad your own and go. Pad your own and go. Look, okay, just look at when they are choosing a leader. Those people that went to Aso Rock. Look at that boy, that Amobi. He just entered Aso Rock the first time. The guy smelled only the holder of money. He began to change man. He said even though the president didn't call them again, they already agreed. They will work with him. Anything he said, he didn't even know Tinubu is so talented. Tinubu is so prepared for years. But the prepare, see where is it now? If you ask them, they are not even worried about you. If you even say, okay, let's do this thing you are saying. Let's talk to this constituency, talk to this one, okay, let's recall this person is bad. What? Unless those executives, they didn't want that Senate or that House member. That is only the way we work. But if they want him, it's a part of their system. Oga, this thing we go sweat for Nyashu. We don't go see him. Look, see some people now. Like there's something I was day before yesterday, they were doing some debate.
Sorry for interjecting. Mr. Scribe, there's somebody at the backstage, please. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay. There's some, they were doing some debates that Obi is part of the status quo, is part of the establishment, is a criminal. I say, these people, which Nigeria will they say? What do we want? All of us, today, if this person is my person, we want to cover for him. Nobody want to hold anybody accountable. If it's not my person, it's not working for me, it's bad. If it works for me, it's good. You understand? That is not the issue. Now, politics is gone, campaign is gone, now it's government. Everybody is suffering it. Everybody, both in and abroad. Even for the past 2-3 days now, since on Thursday, I've not heard my Nigeria line. The call I received since last week, I want that. Different people. I've not heard my Nigeria line. I have to hold it till now. You understand? Because this is what I've never experienced more than many years, more than 20-something years in abroad. But the world is coming since last month after this election. Something will just call you. Problem that I'm even thinking I have my own problem. You understand? So that's why I'm so angry now, because this is not by politics or by tribe or by all these things. What we want, honestly, because we can come out in a mass for this Tinubu now, because if it didn't emerge, this illegality didn't happen, the judiciary stand and save the democracy. There's no legislative that will go and have a forgery document, give to INEC. Oh, look at what INEC said. INEC is telling us they never aware that Tinubu was having for future in America, that they are not aware that he was having any fake certificate. That is the word I have to present. Saying, is that something? Because why? All stand, all go, every time. Because if somebody is there, the president is okay, the executive is okay. It will help people. People there, they will not stand. If Buhari was real, he come in a clean way, good way. Do you think Buhari will wait and see all this shenanigans because it's his own party? That's why you have to support. Go, let me go on my own. You understand? But if you come in the clean way, we know, no, this is 40, this is 40, this is 40. No, you cannot stand. You have to do. When they has IBB during this election, after the election, they has IBB. Ibrahim Aram said, arise, they interview that lady Ngozi. He interview IBB, he interview Gowan. IBB said, he said 96 million voter registered, 87 million voters card collected. He said the election, the voter was 25 million. He said if it was him, he should have said they should go for a runoff because the population is 8 million plus not supposed to produce a president. Supposed to have to 40 to 50% of the total vote of that 87 million, which is true. How can 80 million people will be telling you, oh my God, oh God, please. I'm sorry, I don't want to go back.
Paul, Augustine, I apologize.
Make sure say you don't chop.
No, sorry guys. Electricity, just 30 seconds, please.
All right.
Thank you. You can go ahead now. 30 seconds.
You are muted, electricity.
10 seconds.
30 seconds.
Mr. Scribe, I thought you're a very righteous person, but you're a very wicked man. Give me 10 seconds. 30. 30. You are still wicked.
You see the ring? You see her now? You see her?
Let somebody go ahead. I will come later. I don't need 30 seconds.
Okay. Augustine, welcome. But Akwachi has been waiting patiently, please. So let after Akwachi, then you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I guess Augustine can go. That's fine. I'm still,
Augustine, you have the floor.
I came back because of what Nigerman said. Nigerman, the first I want beg you, I say no, kill yourself. Because the way we talk like this, they didn't touch my left Obi. It touched me so much. If you continue the way they talk like this, trust me, if you get heart attack. So I beg, no matter what happened, Nigerman, no kill yourself.
I call one kill me for Nigeria. People problem don't join my own. I don't tire.
Not only you, even Aki.
I don't tire.
There's a complaint.
Oh, I don't know. People that will go to secondary school start calling me. Oh, now, you want to kill me?
The first thing I wanted to say is this, Nigerman, there is always a first day for everything. I'll tell you the truth.
It must come.
There is always a first day. I'm talking about the issue of recalling the lawmakers. The most important is that people don't know about this. And that is why I spoke at the background when I was here before. Electricity, I don't know. If it's very good, I would like you to read the Constitution and read it hard. Then come one day as a guest official and teach us most of these things. If you take us, drill us through this, some people here have wide audience to start talking to them more. And I'll tell you, the more people know about all these things, the better. Okay, look, one thing that made the 2023 election very, very peculiar. There was massive PR, especially online, social media, to make the people to know that their votes will count. And that is why most of them went for the voters' card. I'll tell you the truth, these people are not immune. They are not immune. It's like, I will not say that because the status quo is like this, that nothing can be done. It's not true. They are behaving like that because they know that people don't know. They first, like this issue now, most of the judges, all of us know that they were corrupt. They are corrupt. But the thing don't they hurt them because people, they look eye now. People, they took eye for the matter. So that's the problem. If these lawmakers know that their nyash still don't open, power is sweet. Most people want to stay in office. So they want to stay there, do the right thing to stay there, even just to make you feel as if we are doing well. So that is the most important thing. That's why I wish that somebody who is a lawyer, especially, or somebody who is very grounded in the whole thing. Me, I can't say I'm grounded in it. That's what I want. The truth is that I want to learn about that process. If I learn about that process, you start bringing your people closer. And once the students know, or maybe the young people know, they'll tell their parents. And before you realize, they'll tell us that this person is not doing well, we need to recall him. And when they get the necessary signatures to it, it will happen. And the president, once the first one happened, there you go, not everybody will sit up. So I don't believe that something cannot be done. I don't believe so. I believe that everything has a first day.
Electricity, please. I don't know. How can I reach you? I want to discuss something with you. I don't. Maybe you have an email.
I'll put my number in the private chat for you.
Okay.
Now, I want to say something. So, EB said, if you choke eye too much, they go poke your eye. Let me tell you. Scribe said it here. A man can never be bigger than his kinsman. It's not true. If the whole community cook for you, you cannot finish it. So, how many you want kill? How many you want maim? How many? The one where they don't do obedience and the rest, are they not still waxing strong? So there's nothing one man can do. I keep on saying it. We are 200 and something million people. Those committing these atrocities are less than 5 to 10 million. They are less. So waiting they want to. How many military won't kill? So come on, there is even the military who told you they are not tired. Or you think that press up they were doing like that, they have eaten that money. They are not.
No, the bulletproof car is for the military people that they gave all that padding and
So the point is that even the military, their children go to the unity schools. They will pay higher school fees.
Yeah.
So it's affecting everybody. It's not like the military man or the policeman. Before the election, there was one video I saw of the military man saying that when I try to vote well, because anybody will not put, if he give me order, now which I give order, what I go do. So them also know that they are not living well. I served in the military barracks and I saw the shit they go through. I'll tell you the truth. I felt so bad when I finished serving at the military in my NYC. A Colonel Mohammed offered 3 different times to pay for me to enter the NTA. Everything, he must make sure that my name enter. I told him I'm not interested because I know that during our time, most of us we served him well. We served them very, very well. We're about 5 of us. Only one agreed, and the man like that I'm talking is a lieutenant in the army. So the point is this: even them are feeling the heat. So there is no way you tell me that nothing can be done. Something can be done, but I just say we won't do it. And the point that we are not doing it, why? Because we don't know. Ignorance now the worst. They say ignorance is the worst you can ever do. So if we know the thing first, okay, maybe we know the information first. The next thing, what will you do with it? Then that's another ballgame.
Okay, kudos to electricity. I believe there's a video. August, maybe you were not around. But I know electricity hosted a session. I didn't attend like here. I think I was listening in the background. So I think we'll find that video and then we'll share it with you. But yeah, you're right. It's constant. Benjamin Franklin says the price of liberty is constant vigilance. Constant vigilance connotes educating, talking, like the things that we're doing here. We can't just allow our freedoms to be eroded continuously. I mean, it's not good. But anyways, my watch is over, and there's no other bigger man to come in than Dr. Sho. So please, I have to attend to some personal things. I really enjoyed the show. I was going, Augustine, I think, Mori, welcome. So Omori is the next person, and I think everybody should have had their turn by that.
All right.
Oh, you were watching though, so you know.
Yeah, I wasn't for the last 5 minutes, but just before you leave, I'd like to say thank you again to you
Thank you, sir,
for your contribution towards the books. I mentioned yesterday.
Yes.
Just in case some people missed it, I mentioned yesterday. I ordered a copy for myself, and that arrived in 24 hours from Amazon. But Rudolph explained to me that he's posted personally 8 copies. So, and somebody in the comment section today mentioned that they received theirs, because I did ask people to confirm when they start receiving them. So, I think Yemi confirmed in the comment section that he received. I like to believe he or she, I think he received his copy. For the rest of the guys, please, when you do receive your copies of Rudolph's book, this American Life Self, please, just let us know in the comment section so that people would actually, believe that we are men of our word. So, Mazi, Scribe, thank you for contributing towards the books. God bless you. All right. What were we discussing? Is it still recalling people back from...
We were where we were.
Leave my professor, leave my Kenneth professor alone, please. Chief Omori, good to see you. It's been a minute. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Greetings to everybody in the house.
It's been a while,
You took a break from Niger.
No, not really. You can't take a break. When the house is on fire, the man cannot sleep. So we will not be here. We are doing the little we can behind the scene. I just want to. I don't know if my brother is still here. Electricity.
It's there.
Yeah, please. I just want to make some little contribution to the point you raised that the executive is not the issue. Executive is the main issue. You try to downplay by saying executive is not the issue. You try to downplay the power of the Nigerian presidency. I don't know whether I'm not sure you live in Nigeria. As somebody that I was in your position, I also took a risky dive into the murky waters of Nigerian politics. So I can tell you, executive is all the problem we have in Nigeria. So if you try to say, I see, in principle, in writing, they say the three arms of governments are independent of one another. But in practice, it's not so. The legislators, are you not surprised? Were you not surprised at the way Bobby emerged? Okay, let me just give you some examples that will buttress what I'm trying to say. Because of the lackadaisical attitude of Buhari, and some people call it the laissez-faire attitude of Buhari, Saraki was able to emerge through the back door, right? If it was on a passenger, that could not even happen in the first place. And if it happened without his knowledge, there was no way it could happen in the first place. They will not stay there till the next for 1 week. They will be out. They will do everything humanly possible to remove them. So they were able to stay because Buhari was a different politician. He has his own problem. But he also has his own, he has the way of doing his own politics. He allowed them to stay. After all said and done, the Sarakis of this world, the Dele Malayas of this world, what happened to them? Were they able to? They did not just lose their seat. They lost their state to the opposition. So, what am I trying to say? If you say the presidency is not the problem, the power of if you talk of the power of the Nigerian president, I don't think any other president has it in the world except a dictator. So, what we need is just sincerity of purpose. A man that will emerge. There's a saying that you want to look for the problem of the rotten fish, go to the head. I'll give you another example. As soon as Buhari emerged the first time, because of the perception, people had about Buhari, because of the diagmo between the 3 and the 5. Were you not aware that ministries and departments of government were returning their excess budgets to the coffers of government? Why? Because they felt, oh, the anti-corrupt man is here. So this one will not allow, it's no longer business as usual. People didn't know that Buhari was going to be worse. So what we need is just
I think we've lost him.
No,
Pastor Murray.
he's muted. You are muted.
Sure, we're not hearing you either.
Sorry, I'm muted myself. I'm muted, and I was telling him he's muted. Yeah, go on, Omori. We can hear you now. Sorry, you've muted again.
All right. Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
No. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go on.
Yeah. What we need in Nigeria is just that man at the center, the president. He saw everything, isn't it? Let nobody deceive you. Do not be deceived by the constitution. The president of Nigeria is the executive and he is the judiciary. He is the legislature, he is the everything. He has the yam, he has the knife. He cuts wherever you want to cut and however you want to cut. So let nobody deceive you. Let's not come here and deceive ourselves like, constitutionally this is how it's supposed to be. Democracy we practice in Nigeria is different from the democracy in the Western world. So what I'm trying to say here is, as soon as Buhari emerged in 2015, the politicians were already making the adjustments. Civil servants were already making the adjustment. So people were already about running away from the country, thinking that it wasn't going to be business as usual. What we need is just a man
with sincerity of purpose, willing to do the right thing at the right time, every other thing will fall in place. So to say, if we're talking about a con, can I even shock you by telling you that if Akpabio commits anything tomorrow, people are you trying to mobilize, educate the people of Akwa Ibom to recall Akpabio. It will not see the light of the day, because so long as the criminal godfather is behind him, you go nowhere. You go nowhere. So this is even a longer process. We just need somebody like a Tinubu trying to say, gentlemen, it's no longer going to be business as usual. Enough of this nonsense. You saw people, being held accountable for their misconduct. Let me even shock you. Instead of Tinubu saying the society is over, I started Tinubu to wake up to bring other people that were responsible for the atrocities committed by society scam. There was a panel that was set up to investigate that thing. The people that committed those heinous crimes, they are still around. Nobody is going to prison. Nobody is being held accountable for what they committed. Even the criminals that were on the sideline before, like my brother from Edo State, okay, Gbenejo, the bodies of this world, they have started coming around because their real man is at the center, center of power. It's an opportunity of them again to gain recognition. So if it was the other way around, like a no-nonsense man, such people would be finding a way to leave Nigeria, either by hook or by crook. So if you say
Omori, can I interrupt you a little bit? You're going too far when you talk about Igbenedion and Ibori. What about the person they call Eleyi? You know who is Eleyi? Eleyi is dubious Dakpo of Ogun State that was siphoning oil money without even supplying. And he's the right man, he's the right hand man of Tinubu. So there's going to all those lucky Gbenedi, the other one is another thing. He will not do that. I just said, let me remind you of that.
Yeah, thank you. We are saying the same thing, yes, sir. If it was a different person altogether, such people, those people that committed such crime for the past 10 years, if you not go to South from 1960, people that been in the corridor of power for the past 10, 15 years, by now, most of them will have been looking for one way or the other to leave Nigeria. But because of the man that is at the center, the godfather of all corruption, the godfather of all crime, it's giving them opportunity, to show their ugly faces. Because an opportunity for them to loot again. See, if not for somebody like a Tinubu, a president like Tinubu, how will a public of this world emerge as the Senate president? So this is a gang of criminals ruling you. So people expecting this man to do miracle. I don't know how they see. A leopard cannot change the color of his skin. People that are expecting miracle from this man, I don't know. They must be living in, not on this earth. They must be living somewhere in Pluto before now. This is somebody you know very well. Everything about Tinubu is criminality. Everything about Tinubu is criminality. Those that he can work with are criminals like him. Tell me your friends, I will tell you who you are. So, if people are expecting, miracles to happen overnight, certainly not from Tinubu. It's just going to be business. It's even going to be, when Jonathan was there, we felt, every other person except Jonathan. But when Buhari came, we started missing Jonathan. Now, I'm very sure Nigerians have started missing Buhari already. We thought Buhari would be the worst. So, people are expecting Tinubu to turn things around, to change overnight. Who are the people he's working with? By the time his list of ministers emerges, you will be very surprised to see. Angels will not come from heaven. He's still going to work with, look who is the chief of staff. Somebody that left America because of, dubious activities. He embezzled the client's money. His license for law was sit in America. He went to Nigeria and became our speaker. That is the chief of staff. A senator, do you know the atrocity Akpabio committed when he was the NDC, in charge of NDDC? So that is the Senate president. So expect more criminals around Tinubu because those are the only people he can work with. Talking of we should hold our legislators accountable. How? Where do you even start from? Where do you start the record process from? It's going to be nothing but effort and futility on the part of the people. A total waste of time. Thank you. I rest my case.
Sorry, Mr. Shaw, can I have the floor? Is it possible?
Sure.
Do all panelists agree to that?
Please go ahead. It's fine.
Unfortunately, Mr. Scribe has left. Actually, okay, buddy, go ahead. What do you want to say? You object to...
I've been watching all this while since morning underneath, So
all right, go ahead.
It's
buddy.
because of the poster you raised concerning me. That's why I purposely came on the show.
Okay, all right.
The first one, the first question you asked yesterday, that you hacked, that you said that you quoted one Okonkwo or Koro.
Mr. Okoro asked which group
I've answered that question yesterday.
I'm
not speaking for any group. Whenever I talk, I'll speak for myself.
All right, thanks for that clarification.
And then the second question, the second poster you raised, maybe you can look at it objectively, look at it over again. If you look at that section 69 that you are talking about, which is chapter 5 of that constitution, it said registered voter. Let me simplify it. If you listen, have you seen a situation whereby you buy a product online of $5 and then they say, if you don't like the product, if you want to return that product, return it back with $20. Have you seen that kind of situation before?
Sometimes it happens. It costs more. It costs more to return things at times that you don't bother to return.
Okay. I will tell you the reason why I kept saying let's interrogate that section the more is this. In a constituency or a unit where it's time for people to register for votes, all the Dick and Harry, everybody, they comes out to register, and in an election, what we're saying over time is like at times somebody is being returned by just 10% of the vote. Just 10% of the vote in that constituency. And then the law is now telling us that if you want to record that person, you need 50% of the registered voters, of which in that very constituency, people have moved away, people have died. If you take all those things to account, that means if you are short of that 50% by one vote, your record failed. That's what I'm saying. If you look at that number, if you examine it empirically, it's not reasonable. That's what I'm saying. Let's call them to adjust that section of the Constitution to reflect the half of people that participated in that very election that returned that man, or that senator, or that House of Rep member, or the honorable member. Go back, look at it, play with the number, simulate it. So by the time you look at it, look at the Constitution again, over and over. These arguments are not just making it today. I've been making this argument before, even before they started denominalized recall. I know it's bound to fail. Denominalized recall, if you know very well, was sponsored by Kogi State government. They finance it.
But I did say that denominalized recall is an in-house problem.
I know the story that you're talking about. You have to realize again that for you to even it's kind of a reverse engineering process. You are going against a man that is deep pocket to come again. You are telling him to come again for election. If the people are not resolute, do you think you'll be able to defeat that man? The man that was able to return himself back to house with just vote of 10% or 5 or 12% from a constituency. So that's why I'm saying, let's come back again. Let's look at that section of the Constitution. Let them amend it. Let's work with the number of people that voted in that particular election that returned that man. That's simple. If it's 25,000 people that returned the man to election, we require half of 25 or half of 30,000 people. That's what I'm saying. I'm only trying to simplify it. I'm not speaking for senator. I'm even making the case complicated for them, making the case easier for the Constitution.
The Constitution is open to interpretation. That is your own interpretation.
No, you can interpret it. You can
it is open to interpretation. Do you agree on that?
I'm calling for amendment. I'm not interpreting. I'm calling for amendment.
You're calling for amendment. You stated that in a constituency, it is some people must have moved away, some people must have died. Is that correct? Is it also possible that When people move away, people also move into that same constituency. And when people die,
yes,
people
but
who are living.
how often do they update voters register? They don't update recall, it's an history. They only update voters register weeks or a month close to election, not close to
That is incorrect. Let me correct you on that. Let me correct you on that.
Okay.
I registered in 2011. I changed my polling zone from here, from abroad, through the internet, and it was effected. So you have oftentimes spoken about. Let me finish. I allow you to talk, please, with due respect. You have also oftentimes spoken about this perfect data system that we have. You've often spoken about it.
You go there again. Okay.
Yeah, so you cannot come now and kick against what you've spoken.
No.
So, let me finish,
continue.
please. Listen. Here it is. Even to amend the constitution, you need the people, whether it is 25,000 you said or 10,000, to tell their constituent leader who they've elected to go to the floor to raise a motion. Yes or no? Am I correct?
You don't need anybody. That's the fact. Go and check it.
Okay. Can you?
Let me tell you what you need. Let me tell you what you need. Amendment to constitution can be raised on the floor, either by the executive or by the parliament themselves. Once they have a bill, for that amendment, what they normally do, they send it to state, 36 state House of Assembly. When they look at it, they vote on it. It's when it become a law.
Mr. Body, in the present context of Nigeria that we are discussing, if you are honest with yourself, do you think any legislator at this point will seek or will raise a motion for amendment of a constitution that favors them? Be honest with yourself.
No, I know what you are talking about. You
understand what I'm talking about.
I'm only saying, listen to my point. You are missing my point. My point is this. The status quo right now, it's an order that is very difficult to cross. Check it again. I say, play with number. People can reason with us.
I disagree with you that it's difficult to cross. I disagree with you.
Okay. In your constituency where you voted, in a unit where you particularly voted last election, let's look at it. What is the number of voters registered?
I don't know.
What is the number of the turnout? Is it up to 75%?
The turnout was, that's a very good point you just raised. You see, the turnout was very encouraging because...
Not encouraging. Put
no.
Hold on one second.
Let me, if you ask me a question...
I'm a number person. You know,
okay, you're a number person. I'm trying to tell you, I cannot place a particular figure on it, but because I was there, so I can tell you, I was there.
You know the first question is this. The first question
let me finish.
What is the number of the voters registered that you can easily get it and pull it. If you have the result of your unit, you will see it.
Mr. Bolly.
If you have the result of that unit,
you asked me a question. I said I don't know the figures.
Okay, good.
But because I was there, I'm able to tell you. Now, if you want to doubt it, you can go to Dr. Dami show on the day of the election because I did show.
I believe you on that. You know, you said it and you went to.
The turnout was very encouraging.
Good.
Was extremely encouraging.
And
that is what I felt that even Peter Obi or any activist, human rights activist, should have capitalized on to say, here is people expressing their hope. Let's tap on this hope to see, even if we fail in this particular election, peradventure we fail, we can see that the people actually want a change. So let's tap on this hope and let's see how we are going to push this hope to effect the change we want. That is the reason why I voted for Peter Obi. Do you get my point now?
I get your point. I see the same point you're making. I see the same point you're making with that constitution. I got you perfectly. But what I'm saying, I got you. Let's try.
The numbers were high. A lot of people registered to vote. Unfortunately, they did not pick up due to INEC bureaucracy and everything. Most people did not get their registered their voters card. on that day, one thing will ever live with me. On that day, I think I'll place the woman's age as 80 years old. For just for argument's sake.
Okay.
She told me, my son, show me Papa, Pikin, and Mama logo.
Okay.
Now that should tell for an 80-year-old woman, because I was there, so I can make this argument. There was this elderly man who could not walk. They held him to come there because people want a change. And that is where I say most activists, those so-called activists, failed to tap on this hope that the people have, that they want a change.
We should latch on the same thing to like carry out the process, whether it will fail or not. My fear, my fear, I understand you perfectly now. My fear is that like if we are short of that 50% by just one vote, the whole referendum fail. You understand that? I think you understand that. That's just
if
my fear.
If it failed, listen, Body, if it failed, we'll rise up again and repeat it.
Okay. I think you get my point.
If you failed, let me ask you a personal. Have you ever attempted something in your life, your personal life, that is failed, and you did not try to attempt it again?
You'll be the first girl they toast to marry now. Of course, everybody.
Now, God bless you, Sean.
The question is
let's move away from this pessimistic approach.
I've taken time. The day you mentioned it, I quickly called the number out, section 69. Even Sean was trying to correct me that 50. It's 69.
I thought it was 68 because
it is 68 and 110, but 69 is repeated in 110. So if we are going to look at it, it's 68 and 110 or 68 and 69.
So can I just have a quick this thing? I think both of you have a point. It's not. I think what electricity is saying is that even if you fail, I can see the possibility that you can build on that actually, because you now have the database yourself of the people that actually registered the previous time. And then for the case of Body, you are talking about making it easier to reach the threshold that you can use to call the these electors back. But you can approach it from both ends. There's no, it can be part of the same project to hold these House of Assembly members accountable. So
yeah, that's perfect. You strike once and make sure you hit the target.
Yeah,
but
because they know that they have a watchdog.
You've learned a way of not doing it, then you go again.
Yeah. Yes,
you both want the same thing,
and you build on what you've just done, even if you feel, because you have numbers now. You now know what's the lay of the land, and you can build on that and come again next time. And there's no time limit. How many times are you allowed to attempt to get House of Assembly member?
As many times as possible.
Exactly. So
as many times as possible.
The danger is once you try once and they know you're
sorry for interjecting, Mr. Body. You agree that this recall happens within the 4-year cycle of this thing. So let's say we do it this year, for example. It failed. We'll go next year.
But I think what Body is trying to say is, if you try and you fail, they know you're coming for them. So they're
exactly
ready for you.
They have the resources. And we don't have that.
The only thing
Body, you are better than this. No, Body, you are better than this. No. Don't let me go against you on this. You are better than this.
The issue. I've been on the field. I said it here yesterday. It's difficult at times to persuade our people to come out to vote without like incentivizing them, because at times they usually ask, "What is the need for them?" In 2003, I participated fully in the process. The same thing in 2007. It's after 2007, towards 2011, say, oh, no more. You understand? So, because there is no way people, at that point in time, that we even say the economy is even a bit okay, people are still not comfortable to come out. We see a politician that will buy people. Now, I could remember in 2003, in my unit, you don't know how post PDP then. You don't know oppose PDP. They were on rampage, voting anybody. I came from the same constituency with Olubunmi Ete. They were on rampage. You have to sit in your house. So how do you face that kind of people? Even before we finish that process, that particular year, 2003, the results was already out in Abuja. They already announced the result in Abuja. The same thing 2007. So at that point in time, I have to say, no more.
Body, things have changed. If you participated in the last election, things have changed. That is the only first time in Nigerian history that a party will win presidency and you do not see any rejoicing, any happiness anywhere. I'm telling you, when the announcement was made, that is the only time that should tell you that things have changed. Even the APC members in all the area, none of them rejoice.
Okay.
Things have changed.
Okay,
Are you the
let's,
floor?
let's bring the people in. So, Omori, we'll come to you for your quick question, but we'll go to forefathers and then to Folidi.
Oh, sorry. Let them
Yeah,
pass me.
I have a
I don't exactly know the center of discussion at the moment.
Where's the second coming from?
Yeah, something is recording. Buddy, I think you should mute yourself.
It might be Omori. It's Omori's.
Omori is the one that's been asked the question. No, you're muted.
I have a question for forefather. You raised thank you, Mr. Show. You just narrated what you saw during the election. You could see the zeal on the part of the people. They were zealous for a change. They were tired of. They made a bold statement, a very bold one at that. We are tired of PDP and APC. You talked of about 80-year-old lady. You talked of another old man. Show me Papa, Mama, Peking. You could see the zeal on the people. You could see the desperation. You could see the will, for a change on the part of the people. I have a question for you. Do you recall, can also be subverted, just the way these people's will was subverted a few months ago? Do you think it's possible?
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, attempt to recall for yeah. If you attempt to recall for Akpabio, for example, in this scenario, with Jagaban being the president, what do you think will be the outcome?
Mr. Murray, with due respect, okay? Anything can be subverted in this life. Do you agree with me on that? You say, I'm answering your question. But when the people make a determination, when the people come to that point to make a decision, to say, indeed, enough is enough. Somebody said something here. You think they are not afraid? Is that what you think, Mr. Murray? These people are also afraid of themselves. That is just the truth. That is what you should understand. If the people rise up, the Nigerian people rise up today and say, indeed, enough is enough. Mr. Murray, nothing can be subverted. I am telling you this. Just the same way you will tell yourself that if somebody has oppressed you to a certain point, you tell yourself, you know what, to hell with you. Kill me if you have to kill me. Enough of this oppression. The people will have to rise up to come to that point. So if we keep highlighting this problem over time and over time, and we are not bringing a solution, we keep seeing this roadblock, we keep seeing this barricade. We can't go across this barricade. We can't go, for crying out loud. People do fundraising. If the people, after all, people raise funds for Peter Obi, for crying out loud. They raise funds in abroad. People gather in abroad to raise funds for Peter Obi. So why can't we gather together and raise funds and educate the people in Nigeria? I'm asking this question. I said it here before that we sit on a privileged position, we in diaspora. Why can't we go raise me for whatever they call it and raise funds as Ngozika clearly highlighted and reoriented? All we're saying is education. When we keep pushing this education, people will have a change of mind. Why can't we raise the fund? Why are we coming out and saying, oh, these people are mightier than us? Are you suggesting that evil will forever overcome good?
No,
Most
I
of
think
us
you're
have
right.
experienced personal challenges, particularly those who leave Nigeria and come to diaspora, even where there is no hope that they are going to have paper to stay. They keep hoping that one day, things will be declared, things will favor us, things will change, we look for every means to make sure that we establish ourselves in the society. Are we suggesting that is not possible in Nigeria? And as such, we will keep pushing, and we'll keep pushing this narrative of impossibility, this narrative of we cannot do it. Are we saying Nigerians are animals, that they are not human beings that have a mind that they can change their mind? After all, a lot of people changed their mind during this past election, and they voted for Peter Obi. Unfortunately, things do not go the way we expect it to go. Are you saying those who changed their mind have given up? No, they've not given up. After all, some people are still pushing. They are still pushing for the judiciary to do the right thing. That means they are still in their right mind. So please, gentlemen, let's call a spade here. If we want a change, let's push for it. If we don't want a change and we just want to come and sit down here and look at forefathers' glasses and Dr. Show's beers, fair enough.
Diamond glass. Diamond glass.
All right, thank you.
Honestly speaking, I really don't understand. I am sorry for taking much time, but please.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It was a passionate plea, which is appreciated.
Anyone, a playwright, an Irish playwright, that anyone who cannot change their mind cannot change anything in life. Anyone who cannot change their mind cannot change anything in life.
I mean,
yes.
I think this is the whole point of having this platform. Mr. Mori, we'll come to you in a second. I think it's the whole point of having this platform, so we can engage each other. You know, there are days we'll come and argue about whatever, and there are days we'll have constructive, disagreements like this. I'm sure, based on what you've said, some people you are changing their mind already, and some people are still with, Mr. Mori and a few others who think, you know what, the giants we're facing. I saw you as a preacher of the gospel. You almost went the route of the guys who went to spy on the land. We saw them as giants, because I'm a church boy myself. So I saw you were going to go there, and you quickly don't let me start preaching to them. I'm a church boy. Anyway, so, we'll have dialogues, we'll have different opinions back and forth, and people will learn. You convince some people, and some people's mind are already made up. But Mr. Mori, we'll come to you for 5 seconds, then we'll go to Folly B. I don't want us to lose him because he's been coming in and out.
All right, thank you very much. If there's anybody that believes in what the people can do when they come together, I think I'm number one. At a very tender age, we had the courage to face the military dictatorship for Abacha and Abibi. So when I graduated from school, I had the courage to tell the PDP enough of this nonsense. They would tell you to your face then, either PDP or no other thing. They would say PDP share the money. If they shouted PDP, no other party. That was what was happening in my area. So I had the courage at that time to bring a party to my area. We did not just, organize the people. We won an election. Though we never sat in office for one day. That's another story for another day. If there is anybody that believes in what the people can do, I'm not sure you watch me. In most of the opportunities I had to talk about the possibility of removing APC and the PDP and sending them into political oblivion, if you watch me, I was one of those that believe a change is possible. I still believe a change is possible. But we need to come together as a people. We are too divided along religious line, along ethnicity. That is the bane of our, unity. So we need to come together as a people and tell these people they are our common enemies. We need to tell them, call the criminals the way the criminals that they are. It's not a question of we know it's a criminal, it's a thief. But my thief is better than your thief. But we come together as a people to see ourselves as all victims of the Nigerian system that is not working and hold our common criminals accountable. We go nowhere. It's not just a record. Yeah, I could remember vividly. We've seen a lot of things in Nigeria. We've been through a lot in Nigeria. There was a time Nigeria military will take over. Nigerians will be celebrating. We celebrated the military takeover. Now, the politicians have succeeded in destroying Nigerian military. So we're not expecting that. So the solution will still come from the people. But we need to come together the more. The agent of say a sense of feeling, this is a holier than thou attitude. We are better than the other people. They do it to the other. See, we the minorities of minorities. Someday we will rise up and hold you major tribes in Nigeria accountable. The Yoruba, the Igbos, and the Hausas. Because you guys are not giving us a good example. This will be a discussion for another day.
All right.
You guys are not giving us a good example. You think Nigeria belongs to you? Look, there are other people more than you people in Nigeria. So the idea of saying if it's not Yoruba, it's not Hausa, it's not this, our division cannot allow us to come together and hold our position accountable. They are easy to defeat if the people can come together. That's why they will do everything possible to divide us, and we are gullible to fall for their trick.
All right. Thank you, Omori. Pansat, I can see your comment that you say showcase my comment on Omori. This is your first comment I can see. I think a few people have complained that some of their comments are not coming up on YouTube. In fact, someone sent a message thinking that we've censored or muted a comment. I had to explain to them that we've not done anything. So I think YouTube is just having a mare on a Sunday evening. So Pansat, whatever comment that is, your previous one, I didn't see it. I've looked, I couldn't find it. The only thing I can see is the one asking me to show your comment. So if you send it again, I would be more than happy to show it if it's not rude. Because with you never know. Folibi, thanks for your patience. Welcome, my brother. What have you got to say?
Yeah, good evening, my brothers.
And where are you joining from?
Yeah.
Folibi is joining from Nigeria.
I'll always be
Yeah,
looking
I don't
forward
want
to a kind of conversation with Nigerians.
So
So any
where are you
opportunity I
joining
have
from?
to join you guys to have a conversation with you is a privilege to me. And I think as this structure, Nigeria need us more than ever. The country needs us more than what we've been having before. I've been partaking in the process from the beginning, and maybe at times we are trying to be.
The network is quite poor. Okay. In the meantime,
that is a Milocon network.
Yeah, we'll go to Michael. Michael, I mean, if you're not ready, there's no rush. We can always come back to you. You're ready. So unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yep, please speak to us.
Yeah, I'm joining in from Lagos.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
The speaker before the last person that was talking about educating the people in Nigeria, raising money to educate the people in Nigeria is one of the solutions to break the stronghold of the so-called political elites that are delivering nothing to the Nigerian people. But beyond raising money, people in diaspora can as well engage their relative in Nigeria on one-on-one conversation. It will make more impact, because what you do not know does not bother you. Because the majority of Nigerians have not had the opportunity to travel outside Nigeria, they wrongly assume that that's the will of God, that Nigeria will remain this so. So I think it's important all over the world. If you if you check some of the countries that have done well in recent time, is actually the talent of their diaspora that uplifted the country. If you take China as an example, if you take India as an example, if you take Philippines and so many other countries, it is the people in diaspora who have acquired more experience, knowledge, and probably wealth, are the ones who rescued their home country. And this idea that some of the guys in diaspora want to live and die in diaspora is wrong. No matter whatever amount you are throwing back to Nigeria, it will not make any impact if the country is not working for everybody. It's a wasted resources if you just keep sending money for consumption. If the country is working for everybody, the money can be converted to productive venture instead of consumption. So you can imagine where I stay in Lagos for 7 days now. We have not had lights and no news to no news to know why it is so. For 7 days, no light. So you can imagine the kind of country we live in. No light and no the authorities that provide the land have not had any official news about what happened, why there is no light for as long as 7 days. So it's crazy, you know. Like many commentators have said, it's all about highlighting the problem. The solution, we need more education. More people need to get into the net for them to know it is not a tribal thing, it's a class issue. You know, Nigeria is the rich versus the poor. Unfortunately, the rich uses the poor to sustain their power. So that's it. So until people are well educated about what they're suffering, that the poverty in the land is man-made, because there's a lot of resources. It's just to unlock the potentials. The poverty in Nigeria is man-made. It's because of cumulative years of bad leadership, because they have failed to provide the so-called necessary infrastructure to make the country competitive, to make the young people to aspire to be whatever they want to be. So that's it. And I think the education is important. People need to reach out. It's not a tribal thing. It's not about whether you are this or that or this or, you know, those era has gone. Now is the era of awareness. People need to get involved. People need to get involved. Those guys that waste their time watching Big Brother and the rest of them, they should have a rethink. The younger people, they have a more years to spend in the country. And if the necessary infrastructure that are not put in place to make them compete, I'm sorry what the future will be for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I quite agree with you. And, you know, one of the things you mentioned was my very strong point, very close to the election. I said it on this platform, and I think a few other platforms that I spoke on, to tell people that one of the best ways to advertise is word of mouth. It's been established that, you know, one of the most effective ways of advertisement is word of mouth. I've tried this thing, you know, forefathers can come in and we both live in the UK and say, oh, sure, do you know any plumbing company I can use, like a reputable one? I don't want the dodgy guy off, you know, one website. Then I can say, oh, I use this company, you know, if they service your area, you know, you'll be good. I bought a water softener system, for instance, and I've, you know, told a few of my friends and they bought it and they're quite happy. So word of mouth does a lot. So I told people on this platform leading to the election, I said, I am voting for Peter Obi through you because I believe it would better your life. You know, I don't live in Nigeria. I feel Peter Obi will do XYZ for you. Because one thing we forget is we have a lot of influence, especially if you live in the Western world, because of the exchange rate, you know, that power that you have. You have influence over a lot of people, more than you know. I told people that I support, I said, if I'm going to continue supporting you, I can ask you shamelessly that I'm buying your vote, quote and unquote, because the politicians that will buy the vote on the streets are also buying, but they turn up once every 4 years. I turn up every time you need me in between those 4 years. So I'm more relevant to you than the politicians. That's what I told people that I speak to. There's no shame in this game. This is the person I want you to vote for. Now, I don't know what's going to happen in the court, but I've already told the people I speak to as well to say, 2027, I will tell you who you vote for. I don't know if Peter Obi will pack it up and say he's not doing anymore. I've told them if Peter Obi is not, you know, if he doesn't win in the court, 2027, I will tell you who to vote for. Because I tell them I have unlimited internet. I think I know a bit more than you do when it comes to these things. I have more time to research stuff. And so, I mean, when I say people, I'm not talking about my friends who are young and mobile and awkward and all of that. Like my aunties, my mom. My mom is up. She's 18 in a few years, maybe 2 years or so. So those are the people I can speak to and influence them. My mom used to be very APC because somehow they drew a line from Awolowo's party and they linked it from SDP, you know, and they linked it to AC and they went so AD, AC, ACN, and she ended up in APC. And I told her, you can't do this party. You can't. It's not possible. And it took a few weeks of discussion. And my mom, you can't say APC to her now. She's not interested. That's the way it works. That's the job we have to do. So I'm just buttressing your point to say, you know, it might not be to vote. It might be in terms of this recalling people. Whatever you believe in, start talking to people. Don't leave it till last minute. I am already campaigning for 2027. Even if it's Peter Obi re-election, in the best case scenario, let's say he wins and he has to, I'm campaigning already. So all I'm encouraging people is, please, let's not leave it to the last minute before we start talking to people, you know, regardless of who you believe in. Also, please, guys, There are 327 people watching. We must be doing something that you are quite interested in to be awake at this time. So please subscribe, share, and the rest of it. But forefathers, I'll come to you. I'm not sure if you've got anything to add to what we've said so far.
I guess it's the same issues that we've been having. I must say, electricity seems to be the only one that seems to be leaning forward now because he wants to do something, isn't it? Because it's only as much as one can complain, and sooner or later we have to start taking charge. I also subscribe to the idea that the diaspora has a lot of influence, not necessarily buying votes from people, but we can start putting structures together to look at actually doing things. And I've always been looking at this. We had a discussion some time ago regarding a structure that needs to be put together that can be 100% transparent and still be able to be functional as a kind of vehicle to allow the diasporans to be able to effect change on the ground. And the skill set that are required from what I can see so far, you need at least 3 lawyers and 4 tech experts to be able to put something like that together. But if it is done, you start seeing situation because electricity did mention something about crowdfunding and stuff like that. You will start having vehicles that can allow such a thing to happen. And the only way that is going to work out, as I've always said, is if the system is 100% transparent. Because even if you go through crowdfunding, the money is going to go to somebody, and that somebody goes to somebody, and you don't know what's going to happen. And in the way we operate, we Nigerians, we don't like that anything that is not 100% transparent. We may trust some people, but for people to fully participate, it has to be like 100%, no dark areas at all. And hence, I'm in the process of trying to put such a system together. And if that is done and it is tested on a small scale and one can scale it up, then you see that people will participate. Because if somebody knows that wherever they are putting their money is going straight, they can see the money going straight to what they want it to do. And you can see that they can start trusting the system, knowing full well that even the people operating it don't have any power over the money. That's another thing that you have to put in place. You don't want people operating it to have control over other people's money. The money should go straight to what it is meant for. So that is the kind of stuff one has to experiment with. Because that only tells me that to solve the problems we are facing, it will need new thinking. It has to. You can't go with old thinking, given all the challenges we face. It has to require thinking outside the box to fix some of the outside the box thinking will fail. But the ones that, if you are to succeed, you need the ones that will succeed, because that's the one nobody has thought about. That's the one your enemies have not thought about, your rivals and the rest have not accounted for, and that is how you win. And I think that that is where we need to be going. In the context of Nigeria itself, I've been saying it from the beginning, and every time the information is coming through showing that that is true. Our nation is compromised. Our leaders are not working for us. It's just that simple. They are simply not working for us. They are working for other people. And if until we start taking control of the people's mind and letting them know that these people you are electing, the moment they get into office, you have to start suspecting them. Because when they get into office, what tends to happen to them is that they go and they read the riot act to them, and some of them get scared, some of them betray their people, some of them just willingly, as a matter of fact, most of them willingly betray their people and start doing the interest of other people. Until we start confronting these realities, we are not going to be able to fix the country. It's not only corruption that's causing the problem in our country. Corruption is not enough. The nation is bleeding. That's what is causing the problem. Even this country, you think they don't have corruption? They have corruption. It's just that their own corruption is within. Money is still circulating. It's making the system less efficient, but it's circulating. But in our own context, we are bleeding. You can't treat a patient that is bleeding. You keep bleeding, you keep giving the patient injection, and sooner or later, the injection you're giving the patient is going to be poison. Until you stop the bleed, we have to stop the bleed, and the people have to start realizing that when they see their leaders traveling overseas regularly, it's not for their own purpose. Because the people that their leaders are going to are too far more powerful than our country. You can't expect them to go there and expect something good to come for you, because they are going to serve those extremely powerful people. The pattern remains the same. I can't this thing overemphasize it. Look at Kenya that is having problems now. Could it be because that Kenyan president is making a lot of noise? Oh, look at South Africa is having problem. Oh, could it be that he's making a lot of noise? This thing, Ethiopia tried to complete their dam when they were having that argument. Oh, suddenly a war broke out in their country. Oh, Sudan wanted to allow Russia to build a base in his country. Oh, guess what? It's a civil war broke out in the country. The signs are all there. We are being sabotaged. It's just that simple. That is why countries are dysfunctional. That's simply the way it works. Until we start making our peace with that and start countering it, it's not necessarily that we are looking at people that are sabotaging it as evil people, but they are a problem to you. If they are a problem to you, you have to stop them from taking your money, because the reason why they do these things is to ensure that they can control our people and take our natural resources, refine it, and come and sell it back to us. It's just that simple. And it's an economic power. They use their military power and security power over us to gain economic control over our these territories. For me, one other area that I'm really very, very paranoid about is when you start hearing that they are beginning to come and inject our people with medicines to test out vaccines, like the type of vaccine they are testing out now for this in malaria. And recently we've been talking about how in the next 10, 20 years, we might experience some very, very serious problems if we don't get our act together. Now they are doing this malaria vaccines in Ghana. Nigeria, very quickly, we signed on to it. Let's do malaria vaccine. The last time they paid for vaccine, we were colonized. The reason why they didn't colonize us before then was because our areas were a white man's graveyard, as they like to describe it. They use the job people to go into the hinterland and other groups to go into the hinterland, capture slaves, and come and sold to them. But the moment they saw that they didn't need that anymore, they just colonized us. Now, the reason why they didn't stay here, they stayed in South Africa that don't have a malaria problem. They stayed in countries that seem to be have less of malaria problem, but they didn't stay in West Africa at all because we have a malaria problem. But now, if they have a vaccine, that they don't need to leave anymore, if they take it once in their lifetime, they can stay in our areas forever. Good luck with that one. Now we are an option. There's climate change going on now. Their areas might not be that nice in the 10, 20 years anymore. Who says a people that want to go and colonize Mars will not want to colonize the Earth, or they want to colonize Moon, will not want to colonize Nigeria or other parts of Africa? If you take yourself for granted, believe you me, the consequences could be very, very grave. And I think somebody mentioned something about the people that are going overseas. I think it was a Nigerian that said that. I think that point is worth repeating, because we think just traveling overseas is benign because it's just us that are going. It can be very, very devastating. You just don't know it yet because you are living a single life. You're not looking at it over time. And if you go overseas, you procreate, and the chances are that your children go on to procreate with Europeans. You stand basically you're dying, but you just don't know it. In 10 generations, you'll be gone. Since you don't control your genetic flow, in 10 generations, you'll be gone. I'm surprised how quickly that happens. Ask yourself, when you have a child with an Oyibo person today, what is it? Is it not 50-50? Oh, that Oyibo child, half Oyibo child, go and marry another Oyibo person. Oh, is that not 25% of you left? Do that 10 times. You'll be shocked. There will be nobody that looks like your mom again in 10 generations. There will be nobody that looks like your granddad again in 10 generations. That is what you are doing. And this is why other people recognize this. It's not because they are evil. It's just that they want to preserve their own people. Yes, we have Africa. Africa has a lot of people there. Yeah, why should you worry? You should go, even if you are going to oblivion, it doesn't matter. But when you go there and you serve them, eventually, sooner or later, because you are one of the best minds that are living in Nigeria or African countries, you are one of some of the best minds. You are ensuring that your country never grows, while you are ensuring that the rivals, their country, they continuously keep growing, and it's going to backfire on your country eventually. Any people that ended up building their nations, they tend to return back. The Chinese, the Indians, all of them have to go back. Hence, I will circle back again to what electricity said. And even the guy that questioned people that are going overseas, they said, sooner or later, we that are overseas have to realize that we have to start contributing to the country, and start fixing our country with the people on the ground. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. 1 second, Electricity, I'll come to you in a second. I'm just going to read some of the super chat. Omorui, as you can see, Pansat has a bone to pick with you. I'll let you respond in time. But Pansat, yeah, Omori, that's fine. You respond to Pansat if you want to in a minute. But Pansat, we see your super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the support. So you're saying Omori used Sahara reporters Showore to bring Tinubu in. Okay, that's fine. Omori, don't worry. I see you. I'll come to you. Also, Uche, thank you. Sure, the show is going smoothly. Fred Uche is wondering where John Abba is because he campaigned for Tinubu. Well, Fred, even you, have not seen you in the comment section for a while. John Abba hasn't gone anywhere. He's very present. Saturdays and Sundays, he's always here. So don't worry. Next Saturday, come on time, and you will see John Abba, and you can attack him you can challenge him how he's finding the Tinubu presidency, and he would explain to you if he chooses to do so. What else? Somebody said, forefathers, I will take Rich here from malaria to recalling our politicians. Everybody has the right to, speak on what really matters to them. We appreciate everything. Okay, so let's do it this way. I'll come to you quickly. Then I'll go to Omori. Then I'll touch on the new people who've joined us. KJ, you don't vex. You don't come back. I see you as you vex. They don't call you, just vex.
Don't mind KJ. I wanted to yield the floor to him, and he just got angry.
Electricity. Let me. Electricity. There was something we found out.
I was angry.
Hold on for a second, Electricity. There was something we found out yesterday that blew my mind.
Oh,
I'm not sure you knew it. Hey, show, can you stop? Show, let it be now.
I was worried
my mind. Yeah, you know what? It blew my mind. Electricity, did you know that the Jaw language is literally one of the oldest languages in the world? Like, it's older than all Yoruba, all of them. It's older than, I didn't know that before. Did you know?
I didn't know that until now, but thanks for the education. It makes me feel.
Oh, sure, stop it. The reason why I was happy to hear that is because of what the other people in Nigeria think of them. I just don't like it.
Let's leave that in later.
Let's leave that. Listen, in signing off, just to highlight what forefathers said in respect to the GoFunding this and that. Earlier, when Rudolph spoke, I told him it is not my idea, it is our idea because the country belongs to every one of us. Now, in terms of trust, I'll start from Shaw.
Yes.
Shaw, do you trust Rudolph up to the extent of transparency in finance?
Yes.
In money? How about you, forefathers?
Trust him up to a point. I don't trust him. He might be 100% too.
Okay, listen. It's just an experiment. Okay, let me argue. Let me argue that every one of us here trusts.
I trust Rudolph.
Trust Rudolph. So it is a point now for us to say, okay, Rudolph, we want to use your channel to do GoFunding in the diaspora.
Check with him.
In terms of this campaign.
I thought he would agree, but check with him. I know Rudolph, when it comes to money, Rudolph doesn't say support us with super chat. Rudolph doesn't
this is a different thing entirely.
But it's people's money, Rudolph's care. Speak to him about it and come back and tell us.
No. This is listen. I don't need. Listen, like I said, it is not whatever we are. We are all here consigned Nigeria. I said, none of us here in diaspora I'll ever believe that we will come and sit down and be talking about Nigeria. To some of us, we've left Nigeria behind. Bye-bye. I'm free. I'm good. I'm safe. I'm everything. But like forefather highlighted, we are dying gradually. We are wasting away. And our children are actually also, some of them are not going back home again. Let's face the reality. Most of them are not going back home again. The reason why you and I can talk about Nigeria today is because most of us grew up in Nigeria. Most of us grew up we have that connection back home. Hence, we can still relate. But our children do not have connection back home. So they don't see anything. What are we talking about? Well, I mean, my daughter will say, Dad, you're going to give yourself high blood pressure about Nigeria. There's light and everything. You see, You've lost that connection. It's gone. I have admitted to myself that, except by miracle, they will say they want to go to Nigeria to stay. But anything outside that, it's gone. And if we don't do something about it, if we don't preserve our like the Chinese and like the I love the Chinese, to be honest. I love them for that. It's not a race thing or a discriminatory. No, we shouldn't see it in that way. We have to preserve certain things. The Jews preserve themselves. So if we are going to do it, we have to start now. Because why? Change does not occur during election. Change does not occur. This is now. This is the time. Like I sure rightly said, the campaign starts now. We don't wait till 2027 and we start doing this. No. It has to start now. And that is why I said it is not my idea, please. It is our collective idea. And that is what I told Rudolph. I made him to understand it. It's just I cannot impose it on anybody. I just can only try to see people buy into it. I yield the floor. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to call it a
Have a good
night.
night.
Yeah?
Have a good week.
And Buddy, it's nice. Thank you and God bless you.
Yeah, sure.
KJ, you owe me an apology for getting angry and leaving, but that'll be for another day.
Chino Yerem, I see you. I know you're in Nigeria, but just confirm. Just give me thumbs up if your network is stable, so I can go to someone quickly. Then we come back to you. You get light, you get internet, you feel weight. I know, Omori. It's just this. My brother is in Nigeria. You know, it's a light. If go, internet, we die. Empty, we just shut down. So Chino Yerem, okay. Omori is happy for you to speak. So you know what's happened today. You carry car, go church, abi you trek. How you doing?
No, we drove to the church there.
Drove. Praise God. Praise God. Okay. So, anything you've got to say to us in terms of the discussion so far today?
Actually, I don't really know what the topic is, so I prefer to listen
your mind now. What pain you today? What make you vex for Nigeria today? Or what make you happy about Nigeria?
Then the usual things, the normal things.
What make you happy about Nigeria today?
That's why I asked both.
That's a good question.
Which one?
Because I know where it's going to go.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you now. We hear you.
I said the normal things now. Nigeria is just sorry. They just took my life.
I talk about
my God.
As opposed to play lottery.
I'll tell you this time.
You can't make it up.
Yes, don't do it. Beg.
It's fine. Yeah, talk to us quickly. So talk to us quickly. Apart from this last situation, what else?
Nothing else. Just that people are finding it difficult to move around, and then there is serious hunger in the land. Serious hunger.
So do you have less cars on the road, or is it exaggeration? In Imo, you said you're in Imo. Do you see less cars on the roads, or are things fairly?
Yes. While driving to the church today, I met cars on the road, but not as usual. Not as usual. Many people I know that normally come to church with their car now walk to the church.
I mean, there's nothing wrong in walking if it is deliberate. You know, if you have the choice to walk or to drive. People in America will disagree because those ones, they drive to the bathroom, they drive everywhere. We're not talking about them. We're talking about people who live a healthy life, like in the UK.
In the conversation, like not engage them in a conversation. Like some of them that I took the bold step to engage in a conversation, they told me that almost 180 level alone, that kind of stuff. Can't you see the amount they're paying the clothes? So not that they want to work, rather. They don't have.
So it's not like they choose to work; it's forced upon them.
Yeah.
Well, we can only hope that things get better for our brothers and sisters back home in Nigeria. What we've been told by the presidency is to have patience, that they are doing their best. The question I'm asking is, after 6 months, then what happens? Because this palliative and whatever they call it, and however much it is, even if it's 50K, after 6 months, then what happens? You know, Chino, I hope you have a very good night. Or if you're staying with us, that's fine. You have a good week, and I hope things get easier for you.
Thank you.
Yep.
I think I have to watch from the background.
All right, thank you. Omori, yes, you've been called out. KJ, sorry, I'll come to you. It's just that Omori, we've been told that Omori has to apologize to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Show. You see, this was what I alluded to earlier. You see, the problem is not even the few criminal politicians we have. The problem is the Nigerian people, themselves. We are the problem of ourselves. You see, somebody wants me to apologize now because to him, he felt I voted for Shogore instead of I supported Shogore instead of Obi. And this was the same Omorigi that was everywhere saying that Obi, in the midst of Atiku and Tinubu, could be likened to that biblical two criminals with Jesus Christ at the center. So, and even at that, somebody wants me to apologize for supporting Shogure. The only candidate that said subsidy is the only thing the masses are benefiting from. Shogure was the only person that said subsidy with a man and he will sustain it. But people have removed subsidy. But maybe in a different, approach, with a different approach. So he wants me to apologize for, exercising my inalienable rights. This is the problem we have. So his own candidate should have been imposed on me. He didn't even know what I voted for. I knew Shogure. See, Shogure, I've known Shogure for more than three decades. So now Shogure will be a president in the last dispensation, in the last presidential election. Was he anything near, but he has been consistent over the years. I used every opportunity to stop them from insulting Shogure, and now he wants me to apologize to him. I don't know. I don't see. We have a long way to go. We have a long way to go until we begin to see issues the way they are. I don't think, as a people, they're not doing enough to take power back from these criminal elements called politicians. So I owe him no apology, even if I voted for Shogure. I used every opportunity I had, every fora, to say enough for PDP and APC. Whether it was Shogure, whether it was the Obio, I didn't just want PDP and APC. So he should be apologizing to people. Maybe if Obi had removed subsidy, maybe the Nigerian people would have suffered the same way. And Mr. Shaw, let me even shock you. Do you know, even if Obi had removed subsidy, and what is happening right now is happening, people like this Pansat will go to any length to support an Obi. So these things will not help us. These things will not help us. Until we come together to call a spade, not just a mere agricultural people, we go nowhere as a people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. When Pansat call you out on this show, particularly, you don't take it with a pinch of salt. You take it with a trailer load of salt. Pansat calls everybody out. Says even Rudolph is a Fulani slave. He's a Yoruba people slave. I'm the something. Pansat once told us that. I can never forget. Pansat said, me, because I was hosting the show, he wouldn't drop super chat. But I'm happy he's, supporting tonight with his money. Thank you. But one day he said he won't support with his money because a Yoruba man is hosting the show. I said, but the money and the platform belongs to your brother. I don't get paid for doing this. He said it doesn't matter. Somebody now called him out and said, but you said you like Fela music. He said Fela is not a Yoruba man. Fela's son is the Yoruba, but Fela is not a Yoruba person. So that's Pansa that we're dealing with. He's a jolly good fellow. You have to just, you can't take it to heart. KJ, sorry to keep you waiting. We're back with you.
Not the problem. Thank you so much. Sure, you guys are doing a great job. Again, I want to apologize for getting annoyed. I have been waiting, really. I was waiting for a long time, but somehow Rudolph didn't understand that, and I need to go somewhere. Anyway, you can see I'm in my wall. This.
Don't go and wait in Nigeria. I don't know if you do hashtag go. Free KJ. See, they've even taken your internet with your camouflage.
Wow, that was quick.
Let's go to Ed.
Can I just quickly address a point that somebody made? Like I was saying that we should marry only Nigerians and stuff like that.
Oh, you been called out for that?
Oh yeah. He said I was making him scared because of some of the stuff I was saying. I'm not saying you should marry only Nigerian, but you have to marry based on equal kind of relation. It doesn't have to be perfectly equal, but if it's only one-sided, that one side is advantage, then it's going to what will happen over time is that desirability flows only in one direction, and you will lose out. There's a reason why the Neanderthals are not here. It's not because they were just killed. It probably was due to procreation, and you see the remnant of their gene is about 1 or so% in Europeans today. So you have to. We created a vacuum. We are the weak group here. I'm not blaming them. It's like a good lion is meant to be able to, dispatch an antelope just fine. We are the antelope in this context. I'm sorry to say. I'm not blaming them for it. We have to become a lion or a dragon, whatever it takes to compete in this world. And if you go and start fraternizing with people that are more powerful than you, they will control your genetic flow and you're going to lose out. It's just that simple. So this is why in those days, when you are having, they will send one prince to another king, another princess, and they marry each other so that they can have good relationship. There's nothing wrong with it. That's the way the world is meant to work. But it has to be based on a kind of relatively close, equal relationship. When it's just on one side is too powerful, then you will lose out eventually. From what they project, they said the American Indians are going to go extinct in about 50 years because of this type of
So
trends.
soon.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's scary. KJ, have they released your internet? I was
Yes,
saying before you go frozen, I say no go wear camouflage for Nigeria. I can't do hashtag free KJ. I know the hashtag anything.
now, this is actually the first sign of rebellion when you leave Nigeria. If you notice, if I have 10 friends living in Europe, the first thing they do is they take a picture in their camouflage. So to let you know that there's something wrong really with the system we're operating, which does not allow, for free flow of ideas. Everything is reduced to the minimum, barest minimum, decimal, and so becomes like people are forced into a mold. Whether you like it or not, you have to belong there. And once you don't belong there, you are rebellious and you are looked as anti-government. But from what all we have been discussing, and I don't know where to start from, but I know that something that really interests me today, and I don't know if you guys have it on your schedule, is the 103 bodies that are due for mass burial in Lagos.
Well,
These are
I saw the document, and I'm not sure if you followed. I was going to say Feladroto. Dele Farotimi. He also mentioned it. He said he couldn't speak to the authenticity of the document. I saw the document as well, relating to the Lekki toll gate. Is that what you're saying?
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I saw the document as well, but I'm just waiting for it to be verified before I speak on
It
it.
was on the news. I tried to follow Kimbaloye, and that was one of the things he discussed today. Before now they have said that nobody was killed, but now we have 103 bodies, that are waiting for mass burial. You see, this is the thing we're talking about here. Sometimes when we say it, it look as if we don't like the system, we are anti-government and all that. No, a nation that can deny its citizen 103 of them that nothing happened. There was nobody, nothing. Government, federal and state all denied. And now you want to use backdoor to find a way to dispose those people that still have families, not that they are unknown soldiers. They still have families in Lagos, and you can just quickly tell to the people in our loved ones, look, come and identify and find out if these are your people. This is a system. That's why when people want to give hope, I'm a Christian. I believe what God can do does not exist. But I do not think that the leadership that is in Nigeria is thinking the way that ordinary Nigerians are thinking. And then in the morning, we're saying that, look, a time is going to come when people will push back. No time is going to come when people are going to push back. Mark my word. No time is going to come because the system is set to favor those in power. They will call out their dogs in the streets, and those guys will come with their ammunitions, and they will come with everything and oppress the poor, and everybody will run away. That has always been the situation. When they can no longer take it and they want to beat everybody, back to the line, they will release those guys. The Nigerian army is set up to protect people in power. The police is set up to protect people in power. It's only in Nigeria that the army will keep issuing statements, and even without any act of the National Assembly, decides to deploy themselves to states and go and do all kinds of dances, whether they are python or crocodile dance. Okay. All these things are done because there is no strong law that can drive where we think we want to go to. Tell the truth. And let us use ourselves as an example. If I was Tinubu's age right now, do you think what with my foremost thinking is how to wake up and see that Nigeria gets better? No, I don't think so, because he has gone beyond that point. All right. And so anytime we look at people who are 70 and above and we're thinking of making them heads of state or president or whatever, we should also think in that end. Because at this time, the people are taking it slow. I'm not wishing him death, God forbid, but they are taking things slower than forefather, than anybody who is younger than forefather. They're taking it slow. They don't have it, they're not in a hurry. Okay, but if you bring a vibrant young man there, and I'm not necessarily talking about Peter Obi now, he will see why things should move and why Nigeria should be at a competitive level, not where we are now. Let's just like somebody said, we don't need to be taking handouts from foreigners. We have more than enough resources in Nigeria to develop Nigeria to the level that we want it, but it's not going to happen. Okay, look, let me tell you something, sure, and before I round up, which was the contribution I wanted to make in the afternoon earlier on. Now, we
Sorry,
have
1 second. Foley, please, I'll come to you just after KJ. Foley, just hold on. I can see you're in Nigeria. So we'll come to you after KJ.
the refineries we have in Nigeria, I bet you, okay, all of them have gone out of the initial contractual agreement with the manufacturers. That means that right now, any component that is there, you can be fabricated. If you take those guys in Onitsha to those places and they look at those things, they can fabricate those things and get those refineries working. Everybody knows this. They know it. The government know it, but they will not do it. They keep awarding, turnaround maintenance for years, and nobody knows what they're turning around and maintaining. And if it's not been turned around and maintained, and since it has already been broken down and it's now, ready for vulcanizing, why don't you call in those guys who have been fabricating all kinds of things in Onitsha and say, look, do this for us. Let us see how it goes. That's the same system that was behind the invention of the winning thing. The scientists in UNN got together and said, look, we can do this. And they did it in less than 3 months. What stops the Nigerian government challenging the scientists in Nigeria? Go to the refineries. We want this thing to work in the next 2 months. Get those things working. Do whatever you need to do. If that machine, you cannot fabricate it, can you change it? Can you remodel it? People are remodeling cars right now to gas in Nigeria. Can those people go to these places and remodel these things? That's how a nation wants to develop things. Not telling them to tighten their belt. While you are buying bulletproof cars, you're asking the ordinary man to tighten his belt and be ready to. I mean, it's crazy, and that's why I said I don't know how they're going to survive, but we stay a long way from home. Thank you, sir.
Can I ask a question? Because recently the NLC leader and the unions, they were saying something about being able to convert Nigerian petrol vehicles to gas,
Yes,
which we technically have control over.
this guy
It doesn't
mentioned
seem
it.
to,
The
it
VP
doesn't seem
mentioned
to
it as
require
well.
import. So if it doesn't require import, why has the federal government not looked to
No,
shift
the VP
a
mentioned
long
it.
time ago?
Shetima mentioned it, I think two days ago or so. He said he promised electric buses. Now he didn't give a timeline, which is the problem. He said they were going to help people. 1 second, buddy. Maybe you have the answer. He said they were going to supply electric buses and buses that run on CNG, and they're going to provide plants where they would convert a lot of cars, from
They
petrol.
should have done it before now, and this is the efficiency saving. And what I'm thinking was that since we are being required to get a lot of petrol from overseas, spending all that money,
No vet.
you would
We'll
think
come
they
to you
should
in a
be.
second.
You think that they should be converting it to gas, given that we already have gas on the ground, so that the pressure is not there on either importing from overseas or getting the refineries going. From that point of view, I support the refineries to get the refineries going, but they are stealing the money. So on the ground, why are they not encouraging people to go gas since we already have access to gas? I don't
think it's
understand
something
that.
they're doing. Buddy, before you answer, let's just speak to Foley before the network cut off or before lights goes off. You saw as the last one went. Foley, welcome back. You were saying something to us. You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, I'm always delighted to be in the midst of my fellow Nigerian, and my fellow good citizen of my country. Um, this evening, I just bugged into this group, and I that you people are discussing about the country, which I think I have the passion for. But most time when we have this kind of conversation, we don't really direct our points towards the area that I think we actually need the freedom that we all need. And this country, at this particular junction that we have, we need ourselves more than before. Because any mistake now, Nigeria is going to be another thing entirely. I'm not even sure if Nigeria can survive with this kind of what is going on presently. I'm not sure if you can be able to survive another 6 months with the way things are going on with Nigerians, because things are so tough, things are so hard for them, and the fear did not make Nigerians to react to the problem, to what is going on. And I think the people that actually have the power to do the needful is people outside the country. Like me, now I have to leave my house to come to this particular place because of network. And that means if I want to do anything that's supposed to give me that's supposed to make my life better, even my kids, that means I won't have the access because of bad network. And the system is frustrating everybody. But my point is this: 2023, we miss an opportunity. And before we make that mistake that we made, we actually try to warn our people that there is no way you fight with a pig that you think they will not dirty your clothes. Peter Obi may be a saint among the so criminal, quote unquote. But for him to dine with them, automatically, Obi has become one of them. I don't know if that is how we are saying it as a revolutionist. We believe if this country really want to get it better, that we need to do more better than what we are doing presently. Yeah, we have to do more than what we are doing presently. We need a fresh and a very energetic human being who will be able to tell the people that they failed. Not someone that is still rolling around them, that's still robust in them. We need different things entirely at this particular junction that we are. And that thing cannot happen if we don't really organize ourselves. Because the way the country is going, my enemy friend should be my enemy. There is no way my enemy friend will be my friend. So if I really want to make any change, I really want something changed, I have to do something different from what we have been doing. So it's like we are still following the same trend. Let's assume that the number that will be has during this last election, let's assume that we organize that number of people, someone like Chowore. I'm sure we won't be where we are today. Even if they declare the election, I think we'll still be on the streets, because youth in Nigeria, they are just like an army of a lion who are going to a battle, and they allow a sheep to lead the battle. It will lead them to no destination. Everybody will accept with me if that 6 million votes actually belongs to Showore.
6 million naira.
Sorry, 6 million votes actually belongs to Showore, with the energy that people put in place to get that thing done. And the INEC actually go the way they used to do, and this thing happened. By now, everybody will have known what the stage and the situation that Nigeria will find themselves by now. I trust them. They will even try it, because they know immediately youth channel their power towards Obi. These people just relax. They believe they can do anything, because the energy that we bring out during the answers, these guys are afraid of that energy. They are afraid of something like that to happen again, and we miss the opportunity by picking another friend of theirs to come and lead our struggle. And I think that's where we get it wrong in 2023. And I'm not sure. As I'm talking to you, I'm not planning for 2027, because I'm not seeing Nigerian passing through this same agony and suffering for another 4 years. I'm not saying it. But I pray that one day, the table will turn, like Showore said. But table will not just turn until all of us actually we declare and we identify the road to take that can lead us to our freedom. So I came here today because of I saw what's it called, electricity, because he has been in the pioneer of all these things. Like there was a time that I have one-on-one conversation with him. We used to talk. I know his passion. I know what he believes. So I believe that there is nobody that can survive, that can save Nigeria except people who are outside the country. Because here they've conquered everybody. Fear will not allow anybody to say anything now. Even we that were trying to say something here, we are just doing it out of fear. But one day, everybody will die. It's either even if you reach 120 years, you are going to die one day. But it's better you die for something that worth dying for. Your country is worth dying for. In case anybody don't see it, if you have a country that you know after you left, you will leave something good behind you. It's worth dying for than for you to die without making any impact. Okay, I think what we are here for is to come here to make a change when we see anything wrong. Even if you don't get it done at your own time, people will mention your name that during your time you saw, you fight, and you left. That it's not like you just come and you did not fight and you just die like that without making any impact. Even talking about death here is you can die anytime. Portal can kill you, malaria can kill you, hunger can kill you, you can die at the hospital, kidnapper can carry you and kill you. Why can't you stand for something better? Why are you afraid of death? Okay? Nigerians are afraid of death, yet the death is running around them every day. It's going around them. I lost two brother within 2 years because of lack of hospital. They have the money, but there's no good hospital to take care of their health issue. And I lost them for the system. So if someone like me today is not afraid of being killed or whatever, that means I don't know what I'm doing yet, because as I'm talking to you now, anything can happen to me that will make me not to wake up tomorrow. So what are we living for? Is a kind of Nigerian that we can all live behind a good society, not what we have presently. Because what we have presently will consume everybody. Either you are outside the country or you are in the country. You have family here. Everybody has families around here. So what we need to do now is, how are we going to organize ourselves to have a formidable movement that can give us the kind of freedom that we all want. Thank you, everybody. It's nice being
Thank you
here.
very much, Olivier.
Yeah,
Sorry to
that's
hear
somebody
about
that
your
have
loss.
done the numbers. I think the way he talked about it, like if you do nothing, you're still gonna die anyway. And if you do something, you pass on. I think that's a realization that people really need to get on with, because right now we are suffering for nothing most of the time. So you must as well suffer for something.
Yeah, thank you for Libya. And I saw for that. So you nodded when he said the country is worth dying for. I was looking and you nodded. I was like, yeah, the way you
What do
said
you?
Tinubu nodded in Chatham House
Mm,
when
yeah, he
Tinubu
talked
said,
about police.
honestly, if you watch it back, as soon as he said it's dying for your country, I was like, for that would agree, and he just went.
No, because of the
Still on
calculation is
approval.
clear. The calculation is
Of
clear.
course, I agree with you. I mean, especially the way he said it, the things he's experienced in the last few years, and like I said, accept my condolences, to your brothers that Nigeria deprived you of, because I mean, yes, people die in the UK and America and all of that, but it's not for the lack of trying. In Nigeria, I lost a friend who had appendicitis and he died. Like, sorry, why? Keyhole surgery, something that you do and you go home same day in a proper place. He died, but thanks for your submission. We go to someone raised their hand. Was it Omori?
Sorry, let me just add one thing. Thank you so much for for Libby. But I just want to say something, and I'm saying for myself, speaking for myself, as you see me, so if Nigeria is the way it is, I'm not go die for Nigeria. I said that yesterday night, and I'm saying it again. If you die for nothing. You see, look, let's look at.
You're already gonna die for nothing anyway. So
No,
what's
I
the
will die for something. You see, I'm not the kind
how do
of.
you mean?
How do I mean? I will die for a cause.
I
That's
know
what I'm
where this
saying
is
to our
going,
forefather.
but we'll try not to go there just yet.
I will fight
Which
for a
one
cause.
now?
I'm already fighting a cause, and I will stay on that cause.
Is
But
it
I'm
for
not
the
going to
US
go
or
give
for
my
your
life
for
for
your
somebody who does not care.
You know where it's going, forefather. So don't
I don't mind him.
you
He's
know where it
throwing
stands.
spanners into the wheel. I don't mind him.
Don't worry. Okay, go ahead. Let's
So
see where you're going.
what I'm saying is, look, one of the people when we were growing up that inspired us so much was Dele Giwa. I can't get away from Dele Giwa's story. Okay, Dele Giwa gave all, and at the time that we read that, our uncle then used to buy that his paper. We read that Dele Giwa died from that. Nobody ever asked. Nobody ever, tried to look for what really killed this man. What has till today. The Legiwa story ended that way. Even those who work with him began to disassociate themselves and try to run away from, the fact that, they knew
So,
anything that
so
brought about.
I would like to respond. Sorry, I would like to respond to that.
So what I'm
Hey,
saying
just
is,
hold on 1 second for Libby.
as it is now, what we can do, and like I said, I like Shore. Shore has been one of his followers for a long time. Unless we, the Shores kinds, the Obi kinds, put away this our thinking that Obi is for them because he was with them before, so he's going to be with them. Until we put away the fact that Kingsley Moghalu he cannot work with Fela Dorotoye, and Fela Dorotoye is too this too. Until we put away that and bring these people together, we are going to continuously be defeated, and they will continue to rule over the space of Nigeria. These people who are there, they are not going to change. So look, the best advice anybody can come up with right now is to how to get these younger guys, the Mogalus, the Shores, to work together. As long as you keep saying this person is this one is that one, this one, can't there be reform? Even the church that we all go to gives you an opportunity to repent. And what is repentance? Turn off from your ways or from your evil ways and do the right thing. Until we do that, we are fighting a formidable team that know what they are doing. Have you ever been where they're sharing money? Did anybody call Yoruba there, Igbo or Hausa there? There's nothing. There's no tribe. It's the Kuli, the business connections. That is what is their tribe. And they've been successfully holding it over our necks. And we come and we are the ones saying, if it's not Shore, if it's not this person, if it's not that. No. Let's crash the board. Let's bring everyone on board. And then as the system picks up, we filter out those who we think cannot go with us. We filter out those who we think are dragging us back. But if we keep saying, as if once it's not Shore, no, once it's not Obi, no, it's not going to work. That's my submission. Thank you, Sure.
Thank
All
you.
right. Sorry. I would like to shape in some things.
All right, make it quick, please, for Libby.
All right. When you are talking about Dele Giwa, and I don't know what else you want Dele Giwa to achieve in life. This guy died in 1983. Is it 83 or 84? And me and you are still mentioning his name today. What else do you want from me? There are a lot of people that died after him, even before he died. Their name is nowhere to be found anymore. So for you to mention someone that died almost 4 decades or 5 decades ago, and you are still mentioning his name, does make him to be an hero. And I think that is the purpose where someone should leave something for. When you die, that your name remain for life. I think that's the purpose there. Thank you.
All right, cheers. We won't have a rebuttal on that. We'll leave it as it is. Omori, you wanted to say something. Once you're done, then we'll come straight down to. We'll go to Body, then we'll go to Ike, San Antonio, then Augustine. But yeah, Omori, you need to unmute yourself. All right.
I just want to quickly buttress the points raised by the last two speakers. We need one another. This is where, you see, the strength of the team is in the individual, and the success of the individual is in the team. So until we realize this fact, this mindset of the person, this is my own, the other one is not my own, this tribal sentiment, this primordial sentiment, we should do away with them. And that is one of the factors working to the advantage of the criminal politicians. They know how to divide us when it comes to, the people. We are susceptible for them to defeat. We are gullible to fall for their tricks. Until we come together, I don't know if Pastor is still listening to this. Let's have the way of, seeing all of us together as victims of the system that is not working. If Showore was, like the other speaker said, if Showore had we must know that an Obi needs a Showore needs Obi. If we as a people must defeat these common criminals, if Obi was working with Showore, for example, that 3 a.m., that nocturnal hour announcement would have been made difficult. If Oshowore had not even to 6 million, give Oshowore 3-4 million, that's our neck office would have been a different scenario altogether. Oshowore would not allow his 3 million, 4 million just to go away like that. I'm not blaming Obi for not going the way of Oshowore. They are two different personalities. You can't change that from Obi. Obi believe in due process. Obi believe in let's go by the law. But the Nigerian system sometimes does not obey the law. That's why they will take militant. They listen to militant. They listen to Boko Haram more than the citizens. If you are not clear with what I'm saying, go to what happened in Niger Delta. I'm close to that area. I will tell you what they do. They listen to violence more than peace. But I'm not an apostle of violence anyway. Oshowore will have defended his mandate. Oshowore will have not gone to sleep for INEC to make announcement by 4 a.m. So we need one another. This idea of Oshowore is this. He's a student union leader. So what has he achieved? What has he done? Everything Oshowore said in the past, they're coming to pass. So he doesn't need a rocket science to govern the people. We are blessed by God. The problem is simply and squarely leadership problem. We don't need a rocket science to fix Nigeria. We need a leader with the political will and sense of direction to lead Nigeria to an end around. So let's stop this division. We need to do more as a people. We are too divided. A house that divides against itself cannot stand. We cannot go, we cannot stand. We cannot succeed the way we are going. Our division along religion, tribal lines, is one of the factors, taken advantage of by politicians. You could see what happened in Lagos. The first time the people came together to speak with one voice, and that voice was loud and clear. Enough of a Tinubu in Lagos. Enough of this, converting, making Lagos and a private estate. When they saw that the table was turning against them, they brought in the tribal card, and people were busy seeing it as a Igbo versus Yoruba. This will not help us. We need to do more and come together. Don't scandalize Oshowore because you feel Obi is small, Obi has handled more businesses than Oshowore. No, we need one another as a people to defeat our common enemy. Thank you, Mr. Shu.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mori. That's appreciated. Buddy, we'll come to you. Then we'll take it down to San Antonio, then Augustine. Except for fathers has anything to say, which of course you don't need permission.
Yeah.
Let Buddy go first.
Okay. When there are problems in the land, there's an opportunity which Nigeria is not taking. We are much of gas nation than crude oil nation. We have much gas than crude. So that's what I'm saying, like the issue of the CNG, they should prioritize it. They should bring in the kits to start converting the gasoline engine cars to CNG, which Ogun State governments have started. They started doing something that line. I think now they have a workshop in place. So, and they're promising that in the next 2 or 3 weeks, we're going to have stations whereby cars can go, another auto machine can go and change their stuff as well. Because I've seen Nigeria, I've seen a filling station, a gas station whereby they are using CNG to power their generator to even sell gasoline to people. If you go to Edo State, I think over years now, for more than 2-3 years, they've been using CNG in Edo State. So, but our people were too docile. That's if I will align myself with what Dele Farotimi said the other time. We lack the imagination, and then we can't envision as well. That's the problem. We like to be spoon-fed. Our government is doing badly. If you read the history of America, we have men that built America. Men, there are people that build America. You know, whenever there's discussion about the debt ceiling or whatever in America, you see the business still keep running because most American business are in private hands. They are the private individuals that run American businesses. You see the business going on without governance affecting the economy itself. So I think we need to take a cue from that as well. The issue of dying or no dying, we're on this platform taking our time speaking to issues. We are not playing, we are not joking. We are contributing our quotas. I said it last Saturday that they are hearing us. If you thought they are not hearing us, you lied to yourself. Look at the issue of 8,000 palliative. Everybody on this platform spoke against it. And then you see what government did. So we have to recognize that as well. And again, we've suffered so much. Maybe I don't know when most of us left Nigeria. I could remember vividly 1991. We were trekking on roads. If you could remember. During Babangida, we were trekking on roads. We couldn't get kerosene anywhere. If you have to go get sawdust, it got to a point that you need to be using palm oil as a fuel to power your lamp. Those are the back in the days. We've suffered so much in this country for anyone to come around and say he wants to lose his life. Everybody wants to benefit the goodies of the land. That's what we're waiting for. We suffer 91, 92, 93. After 93, if you know the number of people that were killed in Lagos, people come around this day, they shout about Lekki. If you know the number of people that were killed in 1993, 94, 95, in my hometown, they are burying people every weekend. Every weekend. They bring people, they kill them. Back then, during the military juntas, people are paid so much. A lot of bloodletting in Nigeria. People are just praying, they're just waiting. That let's pray to God that they should see the good of Nigeria. If you see that people are those at times, not that it's a sign of cowardness, not at all. People have suffered so much. But if you see the children that were born beyond that era, they will look at the elders like, oh, they've not done anything. Not at all, not that they've not done anything. They've tried. Everybody's only keeping quiet, like pray quietly for them to witness the good of Nigeria. So, and I pray, another challenge that we have as well, it doesn't have to take it from the top. In our closet, in our little space, what are we doing? Are we getting it right? Even in our family, in our religious circle, are we getting it right? Not at all. Because before you could call out people on the street to come and protest, there are issues in your family. There are land issues that have not been settled. There are other issues. I could remember when I was so young, most of the issues in our community were being tackled by CDAs. The water, electricity, security. Why can't we organize ourselves again? We've lost those things. And then we personally destroy it ourselves. Then, because at that point in time, we believe there's no government. Those are military eras. I remember then, we hire security by ourselves. We get the water by ourselves. We make the street look up by ourselves. We get the street by ourselves. I remember you will go to gas station, you will queue for days. Even during the Abacha era, it will go to a point they have to import bad fuel. You remember those days? But I think maybe majority of people are not in Nigeria back then. We that were there, we know what we suffer. Me, personally, I would advocate for a silent democratic revolution. Like people should participate in them more. Don't stay back. Don't stay back. Don't just say you read the news. Be a member of a political party. Be part of the process. Be part of their delegates. Be part of the primary. If you are not part of that system, the system will keep throwing all bad leaders. They will only left you with a few choice. Obi, Shore, Kwakwanso, Emilokon. Those are the choices you'll be left with. So, because you are not part of the process, you won't be able to scrutinize them. You won't be making choice between the fear devils. Those are the issues that we are having. So, and at this point in time, that's the point that electricity is making as well. We have to be part of that process. There is no small way at all. Let's be part of it. And one thing again, calling people on the streets is anarchy. I was in Nigeria 2020, aftermath of NSAS. We are still left with those issues. Those cars are still very much there. Businesses were destroyed. We couldn't move. I was nearly attacked. Just getting out of the airport. With no fault of mine. I have no hands in it. The hoodlum took over the street. And if you are not careful, the bad boys will hijack it. And they will take the reign. It will go to the point that we will lose it. And once we lose it, and then we think that, oh, we are in charge. No more. We won't be in charge. Those bad boys are on the street. They are even more than us. And they have weapons. So that's why we have to maintain that. We have to strike that balance. Let's follow through democratic process, the part of democracy and law. Like forefather said, if you want to start this thing, we need people that have their mind are sound in law. Dele Farotimi is there. Other people's are there. Even it's not even the issue of money. We can start training people. We might not get there today. I think by the time we get there. You know where Bola Tinubu started? It started way back in 1992. Started graduating, training people. You see his boys everywhere. And then we are established already. We can come together. Like Show has been doing, talking to people, talking to your family themselves. Let them realize. Speak to corruption in terms of the value, not just in terms of money. Like corruption is lack of hospital, lack of good education, lack of good road. Make them to realize those points. I think with that, people realize that they are truly immersed. And one issue that we have in that country as well is like our people don't even know the good from the right. What they care about is just three things: what they will eat, and where they will sleep, and what they will wear. And the country is beyond that. The governance is beyond that. If we look at the registered voter, as we are here, we are professional. Let's play with number. Let's look at the number. In Lagos State, what is the number of registered voter? How many people are coming out to vote? They are not even up to 20% of the registered voter. Can we mobilize and start sensitizing them? It's because, you know the reason why politicians keep doing that? Because they have the money. And the money can only circulate around amidst the few numbers. That's why you see those few numbers coming out. If we could mobilize and get the greater number to come out, we will defeat them. And let's replicate that in various states. Let's replicate that in various states. I'm putting people that have idea what leadership is. People that know that leadership is a business. Not people that have not solved personal problems. Our current leaders have not solved personal problems. That's why you see them when they get into government, they go in there to start buying a new car, building houses for themselves, building hotels, because they haven't solved personal problems. Now we that were here, you have your own house, you have your own car, you have your own money. I don't believe you go back there and start going stealing the money, except you are cost. So I think we should see it from that perspective. We can change it. People back home have been bastardized, they've been balkanized. They can't think straight anymore. I'm telling you. If you go to primary education, it's nothing to write home about. Secondary education is nothing to write home about. University, that should be the bedrock of academic excellence, is nothing to write home about. Go and see our professors. Go and see the student. You can't even differentiate. Even the stuff that we are talking about, most of our professors can't discuss it for just 5 minutes because they know nothing about political economy or whatever that is going on in Nigeria. What they care about is the minimum wage. You know, if you see the way the labor is shouting this time around, who are they speaking for? Let's ask them. Are they speaking for themselves? They are speaking for their members.
Okay.
Sorry.
Let me just respond briefly. Okay.
I just want to touch on this last.
I think it's my turn. No.
Sorry, I'm just contributing. I'm not just 1 minute. You see, when we say labor is negotiating for Nigerians. Labor has less than 5% of the Nigerian population. And it's not even much. I mean, even compared to the federal workers that are in those unions. Okay, so most times we defer to them, and they go there and negotiate on their own behalf, and not on behalf of Nigerian people. This is the rogue kind of elements that we have had all this while, and they will always go there and compromise, in the negotiations. So the time has come for the Nigerian people to be the ones to actually stand in for themselves. The downtrodden, those who are left, who nobody hears from. Okay, and so if we keep saying labor does not negotiate for anybody. Labor is concerned about itself, and its members, and that's all they care about, not about the Nigerian people. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Let me just add something. I think what you said about the people's sacrifice and that we've sacrificed a lot, and that something about they don't want to sacrifice anymore, that makes sense to just sit it out and go through democratic processes. I agree with the idea that we want to do these things in a more civil and in a way that doesn't spin out of control. Because when you get on the street, the outcome often is not in our hands. I agree with that direction, but the idea that you're making it look like the sacrifice we made before was somehow in vain, or it's a cautionary tale not to go in that direction at all. I think it's not, because what you
I
are
know I'm not
doing
saying it's
is
in
almost
vain.
as
What I'm
if
saying is that people are like, we sacrifice a lot. What the people are waiting for right now is to benefit. They are praying that the goodness of that land, they should partake in it. That's what they are waiting for, fruitfulness of their labor.
this is why I agree with Foley Bill, what he said, because you can dig a hole and cover it and call it work, but are we doing it for the right reason? Most of this suffering was inflicted on us, and we didn't even have any specific direction that we wanted to travel. And this is why the point he was making was that we have to choose our suffering. Our inheritance involves suffering. That is all we've got. We have to work our way up. The good thing is that to build it up is we have a lot of ground. We are so low now that we have a lot of ground to build up. But to deny that suffering is not going to be required and difficulty is not going to be there, I think we are mistaken, because the where we are right now, it means that you don't fully appreciate the position we are in. The position we are in is going to be a tough one to get out of. Look at other nations that try to get out of it. They have to go through a lot of problems. To add to one other point you made about the CNG, how they are switching to, they are trying to do switches now, which should have started a long time ago. What I observe from that is that it's like Nigerian government, they seem to be following the American system somewhat. And the American system is like they don't do too much efficiency savings, but why the British does. If you were looking to do something like this, you'll be hearing efficiency saving everywhere. In other words, they want to reduce the impact of whatever cost increase for other people, or for cutting back on budget. If they want to remove, let's say they want to cut the budget by 20%, they would think about maintaining the same level of service by doing a lot of efficiency savings. But our leaders, they come out with plans, but there's no efficiency savings in it. They just come out and they don't even have the courtesy of doing it properly. They just come out, announce it, and let the chaos.
It's because it's
reign.
reactionary. Most of it is reactionary. It's not like
Instead,
they want to.
they've been looking to cut the deficit subsidy a long time ago. How
Yes,
is that
they want to, but
reactionary?
they won't plan for it. Nigeria will want to have surgery. They won't go for pre-op. You understand? They just turn up on the day and say, "I want my
Even if
surgery."
the surgery was
Then
scheduled
the doctor
5
will tell
years
them,
ago.
your blood pressure is high. I can't operate on you.
Yeah,
Did you come for pre-op?
that is crazy.
Is that way?
Yeah,
But
fundamentally, I don't think Nigeria. Let me start by a lot of time people say America, America. America, when they were at our age, they were farmers. They were cultivating cocoa. They were making cotton when they were at our age. Right now, in our age, no youth want to be a farmer. No youth want to get their hand dirty. I have a friend, he lives in Ogun State. He's one of the wealthiest farmers in Nigeria. He went to school here in Texas and went back home. Even though he get all the credit because he's smart enough to use the government, get all this money that are allocated for farmers and stuff like that. But that aside, somebody was talking about Showore and Peter Obi. I wish Showore kind of humbled himself, not being arrogant, was merged with Peter Obi. I don't think all this, because a lot of things Showore do is radical, which is what we need. But unfortunately, he kind of become tyrant about it and feeling that we were here before Peter Obi. Unfortunately, Peter Obi, the reason why Peter Obi was, people related to Peter Obi was what he did. And there is nobody
in ruling class in Nigeria can say, go and verify what I have done. Go and check where I have gone through to get to where I am. I'm going to tell you, nobody in Nigeria know how rich Peter Obi is. Nobody in Nigeria know how rich Peter Obi is. That man is one of the wealthiest of Nigeria, if you don't know. Peter Obi is very wealthy, but he's humble in what he does. And that is why people like him. Yeah, Peter Shore have done his own part very well, but you can't compare Shore and Peter Obi. The temperament and how they do things. Peter Obi is well calculative in everything that he does. Now, let's talk about this government that is ruling us. If somebody notice this government is being reactive, they put something, if the masses don't like it, they pull it back. That is not how you run a country. That is not even how you run your household. You don't run your household like that, talk less of running a country. You have to look into every aspect before you put it out. People compare American system and Nigerian system. American system is run by counties. In counties, we pay our tax in county. Everything starts in county. It's not in the White House, Washington. White House is just a place that is symbolize America. Everything is run in the locale, in the cities, in the counties before it goes to state. Because every county have how they generate income. For example, every house in this county we pay tax at the end of fiscal year. Even if you own the house, you will pay tax on that house until you die. They use that money to maintain the road. They use that money to maintain the street light. They use that money to take dead animals on the street, to cut the grasses. That is how the system works. You can't say that in Nigeria because the fools, I'm calling them fools because I'm sorry, no human being in the right mind will go and sit over there and look at what they just did, giving them 70 billion and sit down and justify it. In the present condition Nigeria is on. So the people, one of the things I noticed, because initially one time my cousin says, come and join politics. I think you have a good heart and this. I was like, no, I can't. Because politics in Nigeria is, if you have enough thought, you get to where you want to get to. If you can bully yourself, you can get to where you have to. And I don't have the spirit of bullying. We have, in the 90s, I have a lot of people we are working with Dell, and they have big jobs in Dell. When I say they are running Dell in Austin, Texas, then there was one Nigerian guy. He is the MD in Dell, an Igbo guy. These guys, we say, okay, that time internet is not the way it is now. What can we go and do in Nigeria to go and change lives? Do you know the key thing? Everybody complain. No electricity, no security. And once you come in to change things, the people that you put sand in their gari, they will send people. In Nigeria, it doesn't cost a lot of money to take somebody down. It doesn't really cost a lot of money to take somebody down. And that is what we are lacking. We don't have visionaries, people that have interests of the country. Could you imagine America, every budget, when they do budget, they think about 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now. We just borrowed 800 million naira, $800 million, and we're going to share it. And we're going to give 12 million people 8,000 for the next 6 months. Do you know that if he would have taken that money to buy 8,000 buses and give each state 216 buses, and they put it in the transportation, cut the payment, that would be more beneficial than giving this money out. 8,000 buses, that is what that money can buy. 8,000 buses, luxurious buses, and put it 216 in each state and say, put this and see how we can do. For 6 months, let the bus pull in, maybe pay 10 naira, whatever. And people will admire that than this money. Nigerians, we are so hardworking. We don't need handouts. What we need to put things in place to give us an enabling environment for us to strive. Look at every Nigerian that have left Nigeria. They become what they didn't dream that they will become. Because when you go to Western world, you have that opportunity to excel. Even though there is some people that didn't want to work for it. They went and joined the dubious way. But those devious way affect people like us, other people who work hard in every aspect of their life, in every place they are, they work hard. Nigerians are one of the hardest working people in the whole world. We're not talking about in the whole world. Here in America, now, when I was young, they classify us African American. But our Nigerian kids have now establish their own identity that now you can say Nigerian American.
But hold on there. I think I want to challenge some of those statements. I'm not sure it's true, but I just want to challenge it a little bit.
I saw that coming. I even thought you let me
you saw what?
What did you see coming? Okay. What did you see coming?
Engage him.
See, what I was thinking was that no, I begin to worry that people are just saying that we are just the hardest working people. What have we done to tell us that we are the hardest working people? Because I when you ask me now,
let me ask you. Okay.
Like when you were saying that, I was imagining Switzerland. Those people that look useless, they have 300 and something bunkers in their country. 300 and something thousand bunkers in their country. Are we the hardest working people? We can't even dredge our waterways to stop.
No. We are not talking. I'm not talking about inside Nigeria. I'm talking about what we have done globally as Nigerians. I'm not talking about inside Nigeria because inside Nigeria,
other people now. How can you necessarily use that to judge?
Unfortunately, look at I see this small girl that just scored the highest jump in Nigeria. I guarantee you. 10 years from now, I will bet you money. Even 5 years from now, that guy will not be in Nigeria.
Oh, yeah, and that's what she said.
Why? Why is it that guy cannot be in Nigeria?
The environment is not good.
Because of the environment. And somebody in West will see that talent and pick that talent. I have a young man.
What I was challenging that we are the hardest working people. Maybe other people are working actually harder than us, making the next
in Nigeria, we cannot classify us in Nigeria, inside Nigeria. I'm talking about Nigerians that have left Nigeria. That is what I'm saying.
So even the ones in Nigeria, if you put all of them together, overall, you can still argue that the other people are actually working harder. Yeah, they do things, they get things done.
But can I ask you a question? Do you think people have job in Nigeria? Job will come in and a professor who call himself a professor, before he gives somebody a grade, he will touch her breast and give her a phone number of the hotel or give her a hotel where they're going to go and meet at the end of the day. And if you say that you cannot do that, he will make sure that your life is a living hell.
Isn't that why I say we are not the hardest working then? You are saying it's only tied to Nigeria. It's not only tied to Nigeria.
No. But if you're a professor in Western world, like I think Augustine, right? You teach, right? You teach. Can you tell a student of yours, I'm gonna touch your breast before I give?
If it wasn't a pastor, maybe it was a pastor. You're not allowed.
Before I give you grade, you can never do that. If you do that in the West, man, you're gonna find yourself in the hot soup. But that's Nigeria.
India just sent this. India, you know, they are one of the highest open defecation country. Like they literally poo on the outside, and then they also have a lot of poverty. But they send people to space. They are nuclear power. They've done a lot of things.
They can
But
multitask.
are we? You ask yourself, are we sure that we are the hardest working people? Are you
But
sure?
what did India do in the last 10 years? What did they do? They
Oh, you
changed that
can't count.
stigma. They changed that stigma of these people we call Yahoo boys. They created an enabling environment. Every company in the West use Indian people to write the code. That is the reason why just IT area in India generate over $150 billion a year for them.
But
Ngosika
Tinubu
was here
said
the other. Okay,
he
go
will
ahead. Go
turn
ahead.
the Yahoo boys into maker of cheap.
Huh?
Is that
Sorry.
not what Tinubu said? He said he would turn the Yahoo boys into makers of cheap.
Forget about that. Forget about that non-entity.
See, when Ngosika was here, we had this discussion where she said a lot of Nigerians are working for people overseas using the internet, and that some of the problems they were having was that they were competing for projects with Indians. It turns out that Indians, even if they have space program and going to Mars, they went to the moon and all the rest, they outcompeted Nigerians in terms of price.
No.
They are willing to take less.
In IT though, they are one of the best in the world.
In terms
But
of price,
let me
I'm
tell
talking about price, not best. They are willing to outcompete Nigerians in terms of price.
They'll take less.
That should scare you.
No, but remember, in Nigeria, one of the things about Nigeria, if you're in IT, Nigerian internet, Nigerian IP, any IP that is coming out of Nigeria is blacklisted. That is the reason why if they see that you're good in IT and you can work remote, they're gonna pick you up out of Nigeria. That is the reason why they give you visa, they give you everything to take you out of Nigeria, because the IP addresses that are coming out of Nigeria is blacklisted.
Yeah, but that is not the point. The point was about pricing.
Can
They
I
are
say
willing to
something?
give the project out. The
Let
Nigerians
me-
were like, I need $10 per hour. The Indian will be like, I need $8 per hour. And the Indian will get the project. That is what she's talking about.
Why not?
Because the
Why
Nigerians
not?
are charging higher for the same job, while Indians are charging less for the same job.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's a slightly, if in Nigeria, this is contracts. If you have the right people doing the contract negotiation for you, you can find yourself, if you understand it, because one of the things is that people that are negotiating and they don't understand what they are doing. India is doing what they have to do to get their people doing the job.
I don't know. I have to ask myself this, because I know Nigerians are very, very intelligent, very driven people. They want to get to the highest level they can get to. However, if you look at the Chinese, just 10 years ago or so, I saw a video online where they had to put nets between buildings because people walked themselves to almost to death, to the point where they were committing suicide and jumping from the top of the building. Now, so they put a net to catch them from falling to the ground. So these people walk their people, and they put drip in their children's veins when they are right, to keep them awake, to be able to read, to go and pass exams, because the competition for top university in China was so stiff. So when we say we work so hard, when I compare how cold these people are in terms of the way they work hard, and the way it's like our own working hard is inflicted on us by corruption,
That is
disorganization,
true.
and all
That
that.
is not true. That example you gave, in Nigeria, there's people that study with lantern, this light that even when you're reading with it, you're getting blind. So everybody have their own advantage and disadvantage.
I used it.
My hometown, they call it in Panaka. It's this little thing they twist it and put kerosene, and they twist it and put light on, and you use it to read. So you said that people are being put in IV. That is their way to get their people to get there. But our people are studying with lantern and with that kind of without electricity to get to where they need to get to. So every place have advantage and disadvantage.
I think we used to work hard once because I know that the Benin Empire they did build this great wall and they did some great things, but as a people now, I think there's something as a group we don't work as hard as we used to before in terms of
Forefather,
organized, putting work and building something. We don't tend to
forefather,
do that.
you live in forefather, you live in England, right? Forefather, you live in
Yeah.
England, right?
Yeah.
In England, the Nigerian community in England, do you know how much they contribute to the economy of England? For example, do you know how much you contribute to the tax that you contribute to England economy?
On
I'm
average, they
gonna give
contribute
you
higher.
I'm gonna give you an example here in America. Just in Texas, we have more than 40,000 nurses that are working, contributing money into the economy of Texas. Then you have about maybe 4 to 5,000 pharmacists. Then you have about 10 to these are Nigerians. We're not talking about every other. And they are the people, the what quote unquote the upper middle class, which are the really the structure of American economy, the upper middle class or middle class, because these are the people that are six figure, 100,000 and above. And if you see how Nigerians work, because some of us are working to go and build, I told them that I'm not going to build one. To go and build home in Africa, you build in your village, you build in town, and you do this, you do this, you do this. Do you know that there was a time in Houston, people start dying because they work so much, they go and hit the pole when they're going to work at the end of the day because they have worked 20 something hours, 36 hours to make the money in the name of dollar. So unfortunately, I wish, honestly, I wish
Even
Peter
the
Obi
ones
won. Do you know how many?
I watch it. Let me add now. I watch this program online. It kind of exemplifies the Nigerian tend to behavior where they have this. I think visa on arrival kind of program they call it, and you see the behavior of Nigerians. They like any Nigerian will testify to you that when they go to Nigerian embassy, the way they treat them, and even in the Nigerian nation itself, the way we treat each other, it's like we everything is designed not we go to workplaces, somebody will be at their job that they are supposed to do, they will just be chatting, doing other things, or not even show up to work and ask some other person to cover for them, so they just collect the pay. Yes, maybe the pay is not enough, but as a group of people, you have to ask yourself, as Nigerians, we are not working as hard compared to the way other people have. I'm not sure, maybe it's because we are disorganized, that's why we are not working as hard. We don't have any matching order. Maybe that's why we're not working as hard. But in terms of empirically, I don't think we are competing with others. If they tell you how much concrete the Chinese use a year, it's scary. These are human beings like us. They are building and building non-stop. What are we doing with our time? I don't know. When you say harder, I don't know about that. Maybe we are suffering more in terms of the kind of work we do. Like we do mundane kind of tasks, go and get some food, do some work,
We have people who
little
sell
tasks.
petrol. When you go to the filling
Yeah,
station, there's someone selling you petrol.
yeah, it's not that type of work where you see some people, they don't sleep, they just work 24/7 and they will crash. There are scientists like the ones that build the nuclear weapons in America. These people, they barely see their family. One of them got radiation on his body. The days he had left to survive, he was still working and using himself as an experiment for the next generation. And that guy contributed a lot in terms of the effects of radiation on human beings. This is
My
how
brother,
dedicated they are to their work.
are you gonna contribute that to Nigeria?
See what
Are
are
you
you
gonna
saying?
make?
I will. I will,
Are
of
you gonna
course.
make that kind
No,
of
no, no, no.
sacrifice?
See, of
Augustus,
course.
this is your
What
chance.
do you do? No, of course I will. Why wouldn't I do it? It's for me, it's simple calculation. You're still going to die anyway. Why not do it?
What we see as
No.
productivity in Nigeria is not what we see as productivity out here in this part of the world. So the point is, in Nigeria, as Prophet has said, sometimes we run mundane tasks thinking that is the peak of everything we can do. But I don't think that is the peak. Now, I attended a workshop recently. I try to, I am in my 30s. I'm in my 30s. So I was looking at the people I was working with. Some of them are children, 21, 22, but if you see how their hands pass on top of computers, you say you go shock. But yet, I still need to work harder to make sure that you catch up with them and do the whole thing. So what I'm trying to say is that Nigerians have not achieved their potential. What we see as working, it doesn't translate to that development that we need. And we are not skillful enough from the basics. Like now, in my lab, my professor's lab, even in the summers, we train undergraduate students on what we do. So I was thinking that if I am training undergraduate students on skills which I did not even get when I was in the undergraduate, think of what they will do when they get into the PhD or the master's or any other thing, maybe when they get their doctorate. So they start early. And once they start early, they can do things better. But the only thing you see Nigerians have as an advantage is that when they come to the Western world, that small basic that was not there in Nigeria, they pick it up and they try to go further or higher. And that's where you see sometimes you see they succeed. But as I said, one of the things that really we are not being trained the way we are supposed to be trained. And that's why I keep on saying maybe it's about education, that's how I'll talk. You want to be very factual with you. 70% of those in the academia in Nigeria should not be there. And I
Do
wish
you
they
know?
would have.
Do you know that my second daughter went to Nigeria. They have to train her how to hold a pen to write, because all her life
She's
she was she was studying with computer. They call me and say she cannot write.
So
She have to learn how to write with a pen, because everything she have known all her life, and the school that she went to says she cannot bring her computer along,
That's very
and they don't.
interesting. That's very interesting.
that's crazy. Now the second thing I wanted to talk, why I came even to
No,
this
I'm being honest to you.
why I came to this show, maybe it was when Foley B was talking. Foley, look, the truth is that a good leader should be somebody who listens. I'll tell you, Showore has the charisma to be a good president, but in lack one important thing, which is the main thing, Showore does not listen. If there's something I don't know, for me, it's not like some of us have not been leaders. We have been leaders of organization, and we took the organization to the highest level you can ever have. I've been a leader of an organization, and I know that one thing that helped me a lot is listening. You need to learn to listen. There is constructive and destructive criticism. If somebody comes and talks and talks and talks, as a good leader, you go listen to everything, good, bad, and ugly. See the ones which you are being criticized to make you better. You adopt those ones. The ones you know that this one are just bad Belena village people from this village, you keep those ones aside. Even with that, you cannot shout at the person who is destructive in his criticism. You go take all, but you apply the best ones. That is one thing Showore does not have. Showore cannot listen. And I feel that if Showore can listen, with his charisma, he will be one of the best. But now, let's put him on the position where we're supposed to put him. Let's say Mr. President. He may not succeed well because some of those permanent secretaries are very corrupt. Some of those leaders of parasters are very corrupt. But you need to listen to them to know what is happening inside them. You need to. From there, you now select those you know you are working with to make your government better. And that is one thing it doesn't have. And if you see most of the people that are gravitating around Obi, the only thing they do that Obi can listen. Listen. Nobody knows it all. I will tell you the truth. I don't even know to tell you, you already know. Nobody knows it all. Papa, you are a professor, you're a professor in your field. You know a professor from that person's field. That is why sometimes when you are talking, maybe you are talking law. You will need even somebody who is not even a professor in law, but he has a background in law to tell you some certain things. And that is one thing Showore does not have.
I think Showore, when I look at him, he sounds one, the first time I listened to him, from the perspective I come from, I felt like he too looked compromised to me. I didn't like him. I didn't like what he was saying. He was
Wanted
saying that
mercenaries.
that mercenary part, I would like, no, 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 no. Even
Red
Russia has
flag.
learned a bitter lesson. And I just came from, last year or so, or was it last year or just last 2 years, where the Haitian this leader was basically assassinated by mercenaries and all that. And he's just like, oh, I want to bring mercenaries into it. I'm like, but the mercenaries you are bringing, they're coming from countries that are far more powerful than Nigeria. And you want to bring them to the country, they could recruit people, they could compromise your security like crazy. Then when he was here, he was on this channel and he went and called Nigerian military mercenaries. I'm like, but by that standard, you want to employ the Nigerian military. And the way his reasoning seems to be a little bit faulty. I don't know whether maybe because of what he experienced in the Nigerian jails, because sometimes I feel like he's traumatized a little bit, the way he talks. And he comes across as a little bit unpredictable and wants to be dictatorial to an extent. He's nothing like Peter Obi. Peter Obi is more of a listening person and a very patient person. Very, very patient.
There's a bit of tyranny in
Peter Obi too. I think Peter Obi has stubborn side too, in terms of not giving up. He doesn't give up.
But this is diplomatic stubbornness.
Yes.
That's what he's got.
The other
That's the
one
way
is
he
very
throws the
rash.
trap at you.
It's somebody
that
that's
even
annoying
somebody
and
go
he just
talk
tell the
say,
army to go and
Obi
fight.
go
Go
troll
and
you.
kill them.
He go take 4 days before he realize they don't troll you.
Yeah, Peter Obi is very patient and he's the kind of person, and he's very, like somebody said, he's listening, and I think I agree with that. He listens to what you are saying, and I think he's the kind of person that learns too. He learns as he goes. He doesn't just think he
And
knows
that
it
is
all.
when he was governor of Anambra State. If you agree with him 2 times, he will start telling you that you gotta go because he felt that you're kissing his ass. And that
People
is
like
what.
Shore. They say I'm being cheeky on this one. People like Shore because I think the reason why they like him because they didn't know when you are looking at somebody that's compromised, they don't necessarily Nigerians don't know how to wait anymore. All they need is we hate corruption. We want to arrest all the previous leaders. That's enough for Nigerians. They don't necessarily know when the person too is compromised compared to the other leaders. That's why once I looked at Shore, I felt the way this man is sounding, it doesn't sound right. And he seems to be defensive for things that he shouldn't be defensive. The first time I saw him in one interview, somebody asked him something about Mandela, and he was like kicking against the fact Mandela is like, he said Mandela's situation is not like mine, and this like like Mandela didn't do enough or something like that. It's just weird. Sometimes the way it comes across, I feel like maybe he was once a great person and spoke well to the Nigerian issues, but somewhere along the line, maybe he lost it. But if he has always been like that, then I think that my Nigerians just were not able to read between the lines that this guy was never the person, he was never their savior, really. He's not going to come close. Peter Obi is more like that, if you ask me. I don't know how compromised in terms of Peter Obi is in terms of how he relates to other politicians and all the rest. But the way he approaches politics is that I'm not going to necessarily start demonizing the other people. I'm just going to focus on lifting the other ones.
I you know the funny thing here, forefathers. If, for example, the way Peter Obi behaves, his body language, if let's say tomorrow you get a good EFC chairman and he goes after somebody, Peter Obi will not talk, and you cannot say the president is fighting you, and that is where for me, somebody go talk say my mouth somehow they won't kind. When during 2016, when Awudu of Kogi State was campaigning, I saw him 2 days before the election when he was talking. I told one captain in the army, this is the person they are presenting for governor of Kogi State. This one go feel withstand strike. When the election came, 2 days later, that day they were still even collecting the result. Awudu died. If you even take the shock of that the election was inconclusive. Now,
wow.
the second part is that sometimes you see people in such a way that you know that they cannot do something. You know they cannot do it, but yet they are forcing themselves. Now, when Buhari came to power in 2015, there was something I told my brother. The way he was speaking, I will do this, I will scatter this, I will do this one. I told my brother, look, jailing all these people as a claim, it's okay for you to do the right thing. But you know, go leave governance, go they chase thieves. It doesn't work that way. Let the institution do their job in such a way that if they catch anybody for corruption, no talk. Let the people do their job. In that case, it will not look as if you are the one witch hunting anybody. And that is one thing I like about Peter Obi. In situation where if something goes wrong tomorrow that the EFC says this person stole money, we are going after you, Peter Obi will just concentrate and do his thing. Let the law take its course. And in that case, you cannot say that, okay, the president did do this, or we start using ethnic and religious sentiments in the whole thing. He did not support me. He didn't do this. But all of us know that before they even started Buhari's tenure, he said he will go after somebody that's okay, and he did it. So come on. Let's not make it look as if it's a case of
Let's go
violence.
back to how lazy Nigerians are. My
So,
I hope I'm not going to start sounding like Buhari that said, our youths are useless. So they are completely useless youths.
They think they two side for all these things.
See,
for Nigerians,
North Korea, you know what North Korea built? They built an underground metro that is 100 meters underground. I can't even imagine Nigerians even contemplating such a project. Like 100 meters? Are you sure you want it 100 meters? That's too hard. Nigerians don't build stuff. So how can you say we are hardworking? Their leader travels 100 meters underground around the city.
So I think what Ike San Antonio was saying is, as individuals outside the shores of Africa, we thrive. I think that's what he was trying, not as a people, as a nation, or I think we're just saying once Nigerians go out, you see them top offices, even political offices in the US and the UK as individuals, head of corporations, they're in the C-suites, they are chief executives. I think that's what it means. And even the people who are doing the not so maybe top jobs, they're still the head, they're supervisor in their care home where they're working. It's those sort of things he's talking about.
I agree, they occupy such positions, but they rarely own stuff, like big stuff. You rarely see like Nigeria. Why not? Indians are billionaires now. Jews are billionaires in America. Why not? See, sometimes we say these things without.
Forefather, my brother, if you come to Houston, if you see what Nigerians own in Houston and Dallas, you will run. You can't believe. There's a whole lot of wealthy millionaires in American system. Nigerians. Even in the health industry, people have clinics. I don't know, there was this guy, he lived in Nevada. He's a neurologist. He came to campaign for governor of Anambra State, but they took his money. That guy single-handedly built hospital, 2 helicopters, they land in the hospital in his village.
I saw the building.
Oh yeah, the one in the southeast. Yeah, is it that blue one? That big building.
Yes.
Yeah, but they say it's not active now, though.
Because they're gonna frustrate you in everything that you do in Nigeria.
Is it not the lazy thing?
No, it's not about lazy. We always blame the leaders. It's not all about the leaders. Nigerian as individuals in Nigeria need to change. Nigeria need a completely, you know what the Americans call makeover, complete makeover, like stripe every aspect of Nigeria and restructure it. That's because you gotta restructure families, because in the family, problem with their family. I don't know if you have sent money to one of your cousins or one of your brother to do something for you. Then you ask them.
I know there's a lot of problems when you send money over. Yeah, we get that. My issue is that I feel like our accomplishments continentally, even not just not North Africa, obviously they are different. I'm talking about sub-Saharan Africa continentally. The greatest achievement we've had, I don't know, the dam in Ethiopia, and that one is not even us that built it. It's the Chinese that came and helped to build it. But we don't build things. You don't see something that we need and we say this is so hard to do, and we did it.
Could you imagine? We have so many engineers in Nigeria, but we cannot build a water pump. And we're gonna go and hire Chinese to come and build water pump for us. Hire Chinese to come and build road. I saw somebody, I think even Lebanese, to come and build road. Lebanese welcome to Lagos for abroad. Their home abroad is in Lagos. Could you imagine that? But we have so many engineers.
Money. That's the lazy thing that we have mind. We don't want to work to generate wealth and make money out of it. We just want the money at the end, not the.
And that is the reason why when you compare Nigeria and America, at the age Nigeria is now and the age America, at that time of America, there's a significant difference. That time they were farmers. They were cultivating tobacco, cotton. They were exporting cotton, tobacco, cocoa, all these things, because they were more of farming people, and that is how the slavery came, because now we use machine. Then they brought slavery as a way of doing that farming and doing all that. So, but Nigeria, you're gonna find difficult to tell a graduate. He will say a whole me graduate will go and do farm.
That is true, and that is a thing. No, that is a serious
Father
thing.
said.
Even Nigeria today, they are like that today. Like,
Father
I
said.
worked here in the UK. A CEO was mopping the floor. It's the CEO of the company, because they were expecting guests to come in. He was mopping the floor. I was like, but Nigerians, you tell them, like, that's not my job. I can't do that. In Nigeria, this person hasn't seen anything. He hasn't traveled overseas before. He's still acting like he's above certain things.
Have you
Have you
met
gone to bank?
gate men
Have
at
you gone to bank in Nigeria?
The way they will talk
Have
to
you?
you.
Mhm. Have you gone to bank in Nigeria just to do one thing? You find yourself being in that bank, in Nigerian bank, for 3 hours, something that take 5 minutes.
No, something that you shouldn't have to go to the bank for.
Bank from the first
I
place.
give you
Something that you
example.
can call them for.
I changed. My phone broke. They brought me another one to download the bank app that was in the old. Once I transfer everything from cloud, every other app is working except Nigerian app. I have called them more than 600 times. I got tired of calling. I say, you know what? Forget it. I'm not gonna call anymore. Just to get the app to run, you're gonna go one protocol to one protocol. But all my bank app in US is working. The Nigerian one not working. Up to today.
There's a
I
lot of
have
things.
tried 6 months.
There's a lot of things you can
Often
improve
when
on,
I
but
want to send money in Nigerian with the Nigerian mobile app, this thing is always like a Russian roulette. Sometimes you try, it doesn't go through.
So
Like
what
you
I
try,
do is,
like you are trying to strike a matches, it doesn't
if
come
I
on.
need to send money in Nigeria,
You know,
'cause I
that's
don't
what you
want my
do.
bank account to go dormant, so I will do my money transfer from the UK on the app I use. I'll transfer it to my Nigerian account, then I'll transfer from Nigerian account to whoever. I do it around this time, midnight UK time. We're at the same time, because it's quiet. It's like you're trying to, like, dial-up. The days of dial-up internet, like you're trying to connect. It will roll, it won't connect. Then I'll tell them. I say I'll do it in the middle of the night. So I'll set alarm 1 a.m. I'll wake up. I'll send the money.
That's clever.
Sometimes. And when I spoke to a few people, some of my friends now said, see, this JAPA thing, a lot of you focus on doctors and nurses, that a lot of boys who were the backbone of the IT systems in banks
I've
they all
left.
left.
They left.
Yes.
And that's why
I know my
we are having
friend
a lot
who
of
works for
issues
UBA.
with the
Individuals.
banks.
There's a boy. He came over here 6 months ago in San Antonio here. All he know is how to write Python code. That is big. That is his number one big thing. Do you know how much they pay somebody who can automate with Python in this America? To automate in Python, they're gonna pay you good 130, 140,000 just knowing that Python.
With this one, we don't talk now. People go to message you for comment sections. Yeah. Bro, CK, I beg. I don't DM you. I don't send you DM. Open your
No.
DM.
IT in America today. IT in America, if you're DevOps engineer, DevSecOps,
You're still
platform
talking.
engineer.
I'm just saying that. Just look out. If it was regular comment section, people, not this one, but some like if this was Twitter and you said this, your inbox would be full with DMs. Bros, I beg.
But don't you
I
think
beg
that
you.
the Nigerian
If
banks
people
should
want
be
to
able to pay
jackpot,
that money too? The Nigerian banks should be able to pay people a lot, because
they
Nigerian
won't.
banks
The
make
point
a
is
lot
that
of money.
It's because
Yeah,
their
but they
bottom
don't
line.
want, because the CEO want to take all the money.
Exactly.
Thank
It
you.
would affect their
They
bottom line.
want a
And what they
situation
don't
where
realize is
those who do the hard
the
work,
better you make your
those
services, the more money you would make.
thank you.
But they
Those who
don't
do
think
the
that
hard
way.
work in Nigeria are not being paid commensurate to their effort. I'll tell you the truth. I work for university now. Most of the job now us they do am. But when it reach to sign you small thing, professor we don't know how to even download on WhatsApp. Go they drag things, drag them. That's what look. I don't know what I've said it before. It was some of these things that will frustrate you. That I told them that Oga, no, they work again. That was why I decided to say, okay, I take my first shot in the Americas and I got it. And I said it here. I left. The day I left, 2 weeks later, there was an exam. Because when it comes to maybe handling exam, they will call us. Because most of those professors, when they don't compromise you now, as this man will talk, when you touch girls' breast, where you go, they give them orders, they know they agree to listen. They go always want us to be there. Once I tell you, sit down, they go sit down by force. Because say this one, no, they joke. When I left, 2 weeks later, they had an exam. They called, where is Augustine? They don't go. Do you realize that the person who was there said they started getting angry? How could I leave without telling them? I said, look at them. See, so I should come and stay with you. When I want to leave, I'll come and beg you, knock on your door. And Professor, I want to leave. Who are you? So the point is that works with the things, people who do the job, the money they give is not commensurate. I'll give you one example. That time where ASU get strike, ASU had strike, that was 26.
Which of the strike? You know how many strikers we don't get?
Now, so now plenty strike. Now, when the federal government gave money to ASU, there were some professors who had allowances of almost 6 million, 7 million. Now, where did this allowance come from? They will tell you they are taking Chem 101. They are taking this, they are taking this. Now, midday the school, they are not teaching anything. Those positions were covered by either graduate assistants or very junior lecturers. Wetin make me vex pass now say, when this 6 million came, they did not even remove 100,000 to give those people who do those things, even to supervise the undergraduate students, all of them in their pocket. Then what do you now tell me as a young man to now have that effort to go and still do jobs for you again? There is some kind of encouragement. Okay, my boy, you have done well because you were the one who covered these courses in my name. You supervised my undergraduate student. You did this for my senior. Okay, take 100,000. Nothing. 1 naira, pintom, santom, boom, nothing. Come on. There are some kind of things people do. You will see that it is crazy. It's really, really crazy. So that's just the whole thing. In Nigeria, your effort is not commensurate with your payment. It's not. And that is why
I read that you get teachers in all these private secondary schools, not the biggest ones, that they're paying them 20K a month. And you want them to teach you. Like, sorry, how do you pay a teacher in a private, so-called private secondary school 20K? The 30K minimum, which is still not enough, you're not paying them 20. Anyway, Priceless Iffy, let's check your mic in the work.
You are looking for my trouble.
We need to check.
We are looking for my trouble. You've been looking for my trouble since yesterday. Call number one. Now you now number two. Now maybe I will put you in number one.
I'm just checking. Okay, no vex. Next time when you come in, I'll just carry on my conversation. I'll pretend like I don't see you.
Yeah, you know see me.
Yeah, welcome. What have you come to tell us?
I'm just messing with you. I mean, nothing. I'm just, if we continue to talk about Nigerian problem,
we have to.
We can't stop. Day and night, and we still don't have solution. Every sector of that country is messed up. You can't even say that this sector is better than this. So
Afrobeat is thriving, Afrobeats.
Yeah, Afrobeat. Yeah, we are holding our ground there.
And I keep saying it, that's because the government is not involved.
What impact does it have in our economy?
It creates jobs. It might not be much.
I think it generates about 1.4 billion US dollars at least.
1 point in Nigeria.
Yes, from what I gather.
1.4 billion US dollars.
Yes, the money we spend to go and watch it. That's the one I've checked. I'm sure it's more than that if you take videotapes.
Nigeria, or you're talking about abroad?
In Nigeria.
Well, I disagree with you.
Those boys have money. They see them. Everybody they buy Mercedes. They see their house.
I'm not saying that they don't have money. That's not what I'm saying. But my thing is that what impact does it have?
It's a small sector. They can only look after only a few. No. It's because you asked that what sector is working, and I said at least I know that this sector is working because it is not run by the government. If it was run by the government, it would have failed. Even this Afrobeat that we're talking about, I'll say that to lead up to this, and I'm quite happy that someone said it in the comment section. Ngosika mentioned it earlier when Scribe was moderating, and he said, he only listens to classic. Me, I listen to everything. Davido and the Arewa people. What did the boy do? He tweeted a song. He tweeted a snippet of a track. I think one of his artists that he signed on to his record label. I don't know the guy's name. Can't remember. But he tweeted a snippet of the guy's music video where some people are dressed like Muslims, the white robe. Yeah. They wore the white robe, men standing in front of a building that quote unquote should be a mosque. They were standing in front of the building. They had their praying mat. They were standing and they were dancing. And apparently, to those who listened to the songs, because I didn't pay attention, they said the lyrics were actually not bad. It's nothing, whatever. And these guys were dancing after they prayed. And the Arewa Twitter they woke up and they said, a few of them, they said, Davido is next after Deborah. Like people bold-faced tweeting to say Davido is next after Deborah. Davido, they will forever remember, if he set his foot in the northern part of Nigeria, he's a dead man. And they were, all this sort of back and forth. And I just thought to myself, the mistake they're making is Davido is not Deborah to start with. Honestly, they will literally send. See, what they fail to realize is what we've said on this channel and many channels is the elite versus the poor people. They will literally send army to wipe out settlements. If they, God forbid, they killed Davido in one of those places, they will literally wipe out like settlements. You can't touch him to start with. He's not. I mean, God rest Deborah's soul and the other man they killed. Davido is somebody's child. When I say somebody, these other people, Deborah and the rest of them, they did what they did to them because, they're just average man, regular man's child. That's why they were able to do that and get away with it. You can't touch Davido and think you get away with it. No, they would arrest you, and the generations that will come after you, 10 generations, they would lock all of them up. So all this one, I mean, what sort of country are we running where a group of people are threatening somebody and saying you are next after Deborah?
But when I keep saying it, I know forefathers, you're gonna come to me now. But when I keep saying, let us go our separate ways, this will never work for us. You think I'm joking. I mean, it's not in as much as I don't want us to divide, but these are the things. How can you threaten somebody because of religion?
You're literally saying you killed a man.
And say it open wide. And
That should take the video down. They've given him 12 hours. They've given him 24 hours.
I mean, even if they say something about, just like what happened to Deborah, even if they say something, is that the reason why you're going to take somebody's life? And nobody, not even one person,
was tried.
Even spoke against it. Nobody, even your president, I don't think he said something.
Atiku tweeted about it. He had to delete it.
When they're threatening that they will not vote for him,
he deleted it. What sort of country is this?
That was cowardice in display now. When he removed that tweet, what every leader should be reinforcing is a common identity, and as a nation, everybody has the right to express themselves and not attack each other. So that one, I definitely disagree with that. But how about our laziness, Ify? Do you think we are lazy people or we are very, very hardworking people?
No, I've said it here again. Forefathers, honestly speaking, with no reservation, I'm going to say it and say it loud. Nigerians are the most hardworking people on earth, on this earth we are living. If you like, argue with your computer. If you like, argue with your head. If you like, argue with any part of your body. I don't care. I'm not saying that even when I was going to work, I think yesterday I was talking to somebody on the phone and we were talking about it. I say in as much as we have just very few people that come over here and do some illegal things, actually it was this morning. In as much as we have, very few people that come to abroad and do some illegal things, but I have never seen the spirit of hard work. In fact, one thing I love about us, you might be at work and somebody will say something and you talk. Oh, where are you from? You're from Niger. You will see the joy in the person. The person doesn't even want to care what part of tribe or you are from. Maybe as the conversation gets in depth, then you people will start talking. That is the spirit of Nigerians. I'm not going to lie to you. So anybody telling me that Nigerians are lazy is a lie. If economy is working, you won't see these boys. I'm not trying to give excuses on their behalf. But before, all these things is not common. But just because there is no job. I was talking to one of my friends actually this morning she was the one I had this conversation with. And she said, you know what? That what she will start doing is instead every holiday, instead of her sending her school children to do extra, classes and, during the holiday, she would send them to go learn trade, to go learn something they can do with their hands. and start early instead of wasting that money, because she knows at the end of the day she doesn't have money to sponsor them to go to abroad. So she will do the best to give them the best education she can. So whenever they're on holiday, if you want to go sew, she will help you to go learn how to sew. If you want to bake, if whatever you want to do, she will send you something to learn to do with your hands. Why? Because of the economy. She was even telling me the education is useless in Nigeria. You go to school, after school, you won't find a job. And she told me a story about one of her classmates. He's driving a Zikeke, processing to go to Canada to do his master, a graduate, that he's almost towards the end. A graduate, Keke. She told me so many stories. And guess what? When they come here, they do better. They do better. I went to UNN. I remember
Nigerians
I
are
went to
hustlers.
UNN, read accounting. I couldn't get a job. Even where I did my youth service then, the man said we were paid 5,000 naira a month during that time, But these people worked us like slaves. Slaves. Even some of the girls there were begging, "Oh, Oga, can you employ us and keep us?" I said, "For how much?" I think then it was about, if they employ you full time, it was about 20,000 naira. I said, "Mike, what is 20,000 naira?" When my sister finished, she went to the same company because the person is from my place. He said, the man said, "Oh, that he will pay her 50,000 naira." My sister calculated transportation and all that. Now that 50,000 naira is what she's paying the workers, her own workers. Because she learned trade. She went and learned how to do trade. So a lot of things we have to put into consideration. I hate when people say the youths are lazy. The youths are not lazy. It's the country that made them to be lazy. Let's understand that. It is the country called Nigeria that made them to be lazy. These kids are not lazy. They are hardworking. If they are lazy, how are they so smart to do all this Yahoo and steal from all these people? Is it not their brain? Do you know what that brain can do for them? Let us be honest. The smartest of all in every country you go, they are Nigerians. Go look at this. Go search them. Before you move from one direction to another, Father, you see a Nigerian doing something great.
But okay, let's say they are doing great things. What you tend to find in terms of the overall population and what they are able to do themselves, it cannot compare to what other people are doing. We have, like, throughout our history from 1960 to today, we've not even accomplished what a small country like North Korea has accomplished. Not even long distance one. We are talking about like small things.
I
think
it's because theirs
Lagos spent 14 years
deliberate.
getting their metro line.
Theirs is
14
deliberate.
years.
So theirs is deliberate. It's a deliberate effort by their government and the citizens.
Thank
you. There's a synergy. In Nigeria, it is the individuals that are working to achieve this feat. And you have to give them credit because they are doing it almost without the
Government
support
support,
of the
not even
government.
almost without, with complete
You understand?
non-government
I
support.
don't want to take it away because we've been reminded. I saw, people chickling in the comment section, not just here saying, "Oh, you said Nigeria never give you anything. Now they've removed subsidy, and now you're all complaining. Isn't that something before?" So that's why I said almost, just to yield to that bit to them, because they'll come and say, "How can you say they?" So it's almost like 99% Nigerians are doing it by themselves. But you're talking North Korea, a country that has, they have every intention to be one of the strongest nations in the world. And they are working towards it. Nigeria is different. When the president called the people lazy youth. So, I mean, you can't compare the two. Is it the individuals that built this underground, this 100-meter underground that you're talking about in North Korea? No. It's not by, just the regular individuals that built it. So it's different.
I think. Look, we get the intellectual capabilities to do this whole thing. We can do it, but the problem is this: the government is not supporting at all. You see, you want to do this thing now. Okay, I'll tell you a simple case. At least when it comes to all this molecular dynamics and the rest, I think I started learning it a little bit early. But I'll tell you, there are some times where you want to do a kind of research, and the professor will slap you for doing it. I'll tell you.
How, you this small boy, why will you do it without telling me? Why did you even learn it? You can imagine when somebody talks to you that way. But you forget that you people, I don't know, if it's in the Catholic Church, we say you are Vatican I. You are those old priests. This we have young boys now who can touch the computer and the computer will respond. You can't do it. Your time has gone. Just use that old nature you people used to do it in and impart in the new nature of the people now, and they'll become better. But you see a professor Emma telling you that you should not do something because he cannot do it. You learned in the 70s, for crying out loud. We are learning in 2000s or 2000 and something. Come on, let's try to be realistic, for crying out loud. Because you see the way they behave, like gods. It doesn't make sense. So that's just the problem I see. If you want to do anything in Nigeria, I don't care whether it's molecular medicine or nano or what, anything you want, we can do it. But I say those supervising you, go, they are the worst.
Do you know, Augustine, do you know it took me a while to adapt in this country when I started schooling? You know, I had this Nigerian mentality, you know, you're afraid of your instructors and, you know, professors. Do you
Thank
understand
you.
what I mean? It
Me
took me a
too.
minute, and I will be in the class, and one student maybe from the back, and we yell and cuss the. I'm like, hey, Jesus.
Like
Hey, I
seriously?
mean, it took me it took me a while. I kind
there,
of,
there
you
was a
know,
day I
because
had something to do. There was a day I had something to do, and my professor, I said, okay, I'll meet you tomorrow for a schedule. So somehow, I realized that something went wrong. I gave the wrong appointment. So I called the professor, please, can I skip? Can we just cancel the meeting for tomorrow? I have A, B, and C. I'm so sorry that this happened. I'm so immensely sorry. That's how the man was looking at me. I said, why? I said, yeah, I'm just sorry. He said that, look, you have given me a very good reason. I don't see why you should be sorry about it. I said, that time I just came to America. I said, you will not understand. He said, tell me about it. I said, look, if as a student I cancel an appointment with my professor, it's a very big serious, it's a very serious offense in Nigeria. You know what he tell me? This is not Nigeria. This is the United States. You have the right to cancel appointment any day, anytime. So far as it's not okay with you. That was the first time I noticed that the professor gives you leverage. Then my present mentor, he told me that, look, anytime we are discussing, he always ask me, Augustine, what do you have to say about this? When I say I say, look, that is why I want you to talk, because I know that you add something new to it. And there was a day I told her that I told her that you are doing a very good job and you are a very good mentor. She said, why? I said, the way you allow students to express how they feel and tell you what they need to do about a particular project, and you listen and you listen and add more to it, is very commendable. And she told me that's supposed to be her job. I said, you don't understand. There are people where I've studied before, the person who was jointly supervising me in my master's. You remember this letter where they'll say to whom it may concern, right? The person just write whom it may concern. So in tell me I go print. I say, this is a small mistake. Oh. You normally write to him may concern. I just write that, put that to and printed. Hi, the man fumed. Are you telling me that I don't know English? For this thing you have done, just go. I don't want to see you in the next 1 month. And when you are coming, come with an apology letter. I said, Professor, I'm sorry about this. The man insulted me to hell and told me to go away. And what happened is that within that week, the man is a little bit corrupt because he got the extort money from his students. So within that week, my father died. So he called me one evening and told me that I went somewhere and I don't have access to my bank account. Can you send me credit of 1,000 naira? I told him, Professor, please. And this will not be the first time. Not be 1 or 2 or 3. Because Ingo saying go pay you, Ingo go pay. So I tell him, sir, please, I don't have money. There's some things I'm doing, I don't have money. He said, if you don't do this, don't come. I say, sir, do you realize that that evening, my papa died? Please, I'm not really in the best way of my father died. I don't care whether your father is dead. If you don't send it, don't come. Now that day, I go meet HOD. I said, look, this man, I'm not working with him. If you like, go up, come down. I am not working with him. And that's final. And he had a very manipulative mentality. If he fuck up, you vex. To get good students difficult. If he fuck up and you vex, he go say, okay,
Angry
about it. Then the next month, immediately you forget about it. As okay, let's go on a fresh page. He start again with his toxic nature. Very manipulative people. So that guy told him that it will not work. He wanted to talk. I said, Professor, I am not working with you, and that is final. In talk up, I said, I am not working. In go meet my HOD, may prevent me from graduating. For where?
Wow.
Said, you cannot. Look, I don't see Shege. That's why sometimes when they talk, I don't see Shege, undergraduate, masters for Nigeria. I answered the question and they decided to fail me. You can imagine. Question when they ask for class, nobody feel answer them. I answered it. Instead,
the Nigerian education system needs to be. It needs to be.
I don't see Shege for Nigeria.
And that. Oh, if you was going to say something.
Oh, sorry. I hate to tell this story, but you know how they said, women are victim of some of these lecturers. That's what we used to call them then, lecturers. Honestly, I was one of the victims of, and as I stayed here, I went to UNEC, I went to Enugu campus, I studied accounting. If Okoro is still there, tell him that's who I am talking. I'm talking about him. Anybody who knows him should go and tell him that. That man frustrated me to the extent I wanted to buy myself. That was how bad it was for me. I'm not gonna lie to you. That man frustrated me. Okoro, he's from Arondi Zwog. To the extent I wanted to buy myself. I'm saying it with my eyes wide open. While I was in UNEC, Okoro. That was how bad it was for me. Imagine how he has always wanted interest in me, but I'm not that kind of person. Me, 3 or 4 of us sat on a chair and took exam. He's banking and final, one class, they call it elective courses, right, Austin?
Yeah.
I think it's elective, yes. It's his course. This man has always wanted me. But guess what he did? After taking the exam, all my friends, all of us sat on the same chair, got their score. They didn't see my paper. They did not see my paper.
So that you go and look for him.
And I did.
Yeah. It's they're crazy.
All of
they're
them.
Crazy.
They passed.
So, is it like, what did he actually do to make your life miserable?
That I had to repeat the extra year.
For what purpose?
Are you not listening?
He was interested in you.
He was interested in me. I can't find my exam paper, but all of us that sat on the same chair, all of us submitted our paper, but I didn't see mine.
Like someone said, going to
you'll be very shocked. Have you seen where they'll tell you that forefathers, you will not make first class? Look, in my undergraduate, I made first class. When I went for a master's, I was in the point of making the first class. In fact, look what happened. The same thing, my paper disappeared as well. But when the paper was brought, I still made first class. Do you know the funny thing? They went and started cutting all the results that have come out. Result where I don't get A, they cut and B. You know what saved me? What saved me, I say, there was a time I needed my result. So I told them to give me when it was not completed officially. So they gave me the result and I used it. So when they started cutting the results from A to B, I now brought the whole one. Look what I don't give me before, already signed by the department. That's why I don't respect all these useless men of God. The person doing this thing is a pastor of the Redeemed Christian Church of God.
Wow.
The person who was the HOD is somebody who is seen as an atheist. That one, they don't say no God. If you talk God, self, he will slap you. He's even proposing that some people where they kill the sunlight, we can even dry them, or maybe how can I call it? When you say dehydrate them, then use them as meat for protein, since we don't have meat in our country. The person is seen as the worst atheist. But when he saw what happened, he was the one who picked up the matter and said, you cannot treat this person like this. He fought. If you can imagine, when a professor does the work of a clerk, he had to pick the result, put it by force, and make sure that it was submitted before I could make first class in my math.
Father, you don't see.
Is it not lazy people? Is it not lazy people that don't understand the importance of hard work?
Everything is lazy.
Because
Father, you don't see which. Father, you don't see waiting at the talk. They will press your breast before they give you grade. See if your breast is up. Then they will tell you, when I got married, so my wife was looking for a job.
Na garage you go sleep,
She was looking for a job. When I met her when she was looking for a job. So I asked her, how much are they going to pay you? this job that you go, whenever you go, they want to see your breast before and see your buttocks before they give you. Then they will give you a hotel room where you're gonna meet them before they give you a job. And I asked her how much. I asked her how much. When I met her, I haven't even said I'm gonna marry you. When I met her, I said, "How much are they gonna pay you?" She says 30,000. That was like 20 years ago. That was like 20 years ago. 30,000. I say, you know what? I'm gonna pay you 50,000. Don't look for job anymore.
Wow. No, but it's crazy. Honestly, some of these things even start as early as secondary school. It
But
starts as
you see
I
what?
remember that. And why do our educational system, especially the teachers, the lecturers, whatever you want to call them, they take a pride in you failing their course.
Thank you.
For them, it's almost like when they talk, some of them, I've had them have loose conversations like my course is not something everybody can just pass. It's an indictment on you that people are failing your course. It should be your joy that you teach people, you impart knowledge, and they pass. But they're very happy when you fail. In fact, like I said, I saw back at secondary school, I have a friend. Well, not friend, because I wasn't one of those smoking hot boys in class, like knew everything. I was just somewhere in the middle that was called 70. Let my people go 70, 75. Me, I would always find out what's the pass mark. They say 60. I'll be targeting 65, 70. I'm okay. I'm not looking for anything serious. We wrote a maths test. I remember in secondary school, we were in SS2 or SS3. SS2. Because once you pass SS2 into SS3, you know that now you and WAEC get matter. You're not writing any promotional exam anymore. So SS2, one of the boys in school, everybody knew this boy was one of the smartest boys. We wrote mathematics exam, and out of 70, because you would have the first term and the second term, and which is the first term test, 15 marks, second half test, 15 marks, that's 30. Then your actual exam is 70. Out of the 70, I think he scored maybe 68 or 16 something maths. The teachers were not happy. They called him to come to the staff room and sit down in the midst of like 10 teachers and rewrite it, the same exam.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, sorry. If you think he cheated, do you think he would have been the only one? They are even not, those guys were not smart. If it was something that he cheated, you think he would be the only one to cheat and score 68? The person that sat next to him, uncle. Why are you happy that people fail what you taught them? How does that make you a good teacher, an educator? Same thing, they carried on to universities. They talk to you like you're still a child.
That is,
Those guys are crazy.
in this part of
That part really. There is some courses you're gonna go to in this Western world that is very difficult course, and the professor will not tell you you're gonna pass or you're gonna fail. It depends on how hard you work. All you guys experience, you see, this is where I'm different. I didn't experience these things that you guys were saying.
You don't go to school?
I don't go secondary school.
Oh, okay.
You see, I didn't experience that.
This is university. This is not secondary school. Okay.
No, but it's America. My GED, where I took in this country, I have 4 degrees in this country. Somebody like me cannot go to school in Nigeria. That is the reason why I tell you.
Now people like you, what's this son? What's his name? The sandpaper, what's his name now?
Is it Festus Keyamo?
Keyamo. Now people like you, they talk when they go China and say you studied from home.
That is the reason why. That is the reason why when I look at Nigeria, I say, like forefather is saying, hey, this and that. People like me, if it wasn't America, we wouldn't be where we are today. I have PhD in pharmacology, but I didn't go to high school in Nigeria, secondary school in Nigeria, or university. So when
my point is that the people that built America is not you. So what is happening with our people? Is Buhari correct to say the youths in Nigeria are lazy? And
that is not true. Remember, I go back to what I told you. Nigeria, at the age they are today, compared to the age America was then, if you compared, Americans were farmers. They were doing tobacco, cutting, stuff like that, exporting it. But Nigerians are not ready to do farm. I am an Igbo man. I remember in the 90s, I came to US when I was 22. I'm 52 now. When I was 22, when I came to US. The last time I went to school when I came to US, I was 12 years old. I celebrated my 22nd birthday in America. So, but when I look back at it, I said, could you imagine when I go home and I see Aboro boys that we did Aboro in Opi Weka when we were young? I see them, they are old now, they're still there.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if I didn't have opportunity to come to US? The slums where I'm going to be. 80% of them are dead. The neighborhood where I grew up, 80% are
If you
dead.
they control one garage, you never know. If you know they control one garage,
But what it goes back again. Why is it that when you leave the shores of Ikeja Airport, because 90% of us left through Ikeja Airport, Molitwa Mohammed International Airport, 90% of us left here. Once you left there and you go to Western world, that God have ordained, let me go to Bible, that God have ordained will manifest in your life. It's only few that decided to dip their hand in this thing. But because those few do those things, it affects people, everybody, people like you, people like me, all of us. They categorize it. Look at the highest 419 now. The highest 419, the highest con that this man just did, Yakubu Mahmoud. Is it not the highest 419 in the world? Hi, baby. Is it not the highest 419 in the world? It is. And the Western countries are looking at us. Look at these fools. Look at these Mumu people. How can this happen? We spent $800 million, and this is the outcome. You know.
Look,
See,
there are some things.
in the West here, sorry, let me just add this. I feel like, yes, those teachers were penalizing students that were working hard to achieve something. So it may be a cultural thing that has kind of made us not want to dedicate ourselves to working and building something valuable. But in terms of looking at it in terms of results on the ground, we are not working as hard as other people.
Forefathers,
You know?
okay. Let me put it to you this way. I think this working hard business is similar to when you say we don't value our people, we've had the conversation before. So I would use that analogy again. I'm putting it to you that when you say we don't work hard, the individuals are not the problem. See, there's only so much the individual can achieve as individuals. When you add the might of the government to it, it propels it. It takes it to a
Next
different
level.
dimension because our government is docile or intentionally not
Problem is,
interested.
why I find it difficult to separate the government from the people is because the government come from the people too.
I know, I get it. But when you like that underground that you mentioned in North Korea, I'm sure it has the hand of the government in it. It's not just random
Yes.
people. That's what I'm saying. So
True
you
and
now,
true.
you in the UK, you're
But
a
the
decent
people
guy.
too, though, even
No, I
in North
know,
Korea, the people too.
You live in the UK, you're a decent guy, you have a decent living, you don't have criminal record, you do your job, you're a good representation of Nigeria, you speak well, you're well behaved and all of that. You understand? You see a pregnant lady on the bus, you stand there, you give them space, you see an elderly person, you don't have to be told. You carry yourself properly as a Nigerian. That's the most you can do. You're not going to go out in a green blazer and a white shirt every day to say you're promoting Nigeria. Do you understand? So you're doing the bit you can do, but you now have a Kuremadu. Do one thing. If you like, live in this country for 100 years. One Ekuremadu act negate everything you've done, that I've done. Do you understand? The fact that Buhari comes here, I don't know if it's true or not. I even heard that Prince Charles joked with Buhari that I hope you have a house in the UK or something like, oh, do you have a house in the UK? The last time they met, because you're always here. But when things like that happen, no matter how much you and I as individuals try, there's a way that is not noticed. But if we have a government that is speaking for us, You know Nigerian house now. Do you think people respect Nigeria when they see us queuing up? I went to that place twice in the last. I went there twice in 4 days. That happened 2 weeks ago to renew my passport. I told you guys was on with this channel. The first time I went, they said my NIN was not activated. I nearly died because I don't live in London anymore. So I went home, quickly called 1 or 2 people in Nigeria. They helped me validate my NIN, something that I had captured in this same UK like 4 months before. They said it wasn't validated. Why do you give me NIN? I not validate it same time. It's a different process to validate. So I went back 4 days later to go and capture for this passport. The same thing that I saw 5 years ago, that I saw 10 years ago, because every 5 years the passport was expired. This time I did 10 years because I'm not going back. The way we queue every day, I mean Monday to Friday, you have about 300, 400 people on a queue from 2 a.m. If it's summertime, 2 a.m. Some boys came from Newcastle to London, siblings. They said their boss, they said, sorry, boys, lovely boys. They said the night bus we catch. I was just laughing. I said, which one is night bus? They left Newcastle around 8 p.m. They got to London around maybe like 1 o'clock. They've been at the Nigerian embassy since 1:30 a.m. If you want to be one of the first people, you have to get there like 5. But because they came from somewhere. So when we queue like that, like beggars, like Almajiris every single day, and people who walk past would ask, oh, who are these people? Oh, they are Nigerians. That's our institution, that's our government dragging us through the mud. Every day. That's what I'm saying, that you can't see
I keep saying, you keep separating the government from the people. The people go on to become government. Like some people now that were elected from in Labour Party to this thing. How many of them do you see protesting on TV that you people should not increase our salary? We need to bring it down. If anything, cut it by half or something. If you want to increase your salary, you know what? We are not going to increase our own. Cut ours down and put it in the people's cover. No, they are not doing that. It's us that are going out there to do these things. And if we keep separating ourselves from it, maybe it's not true. Maybe it's not fair to do that, because in the end, it's still us that go on to man that office. There are people in the UK that go to Nigeria,
so
they become officials and do the same thing again. It's a secular thing. It's a secular thing, and that's why one can accurately say, as a people, we have not worked hard compared to other people.
Are you working hard as an individual? Are you working hard?
As a people is the term, not individual.
I'm asking you forefathers. Are
I'm
you
working
hard?
hard.
Are you a lazy Nigerian in the UK?
Pardon?
Are you a lazy Nigerian in the UK?
No, I'm not. That's my point. It doesn't matter.
I'm not setting you up. I'm just asking a question. Are you lazy?
No, I'm not. That's what I'm saying. When I said as a people, this is not an individual.
And that's exactly what I said initially. I said as a collective.
But forefathers, there was an example I wanted to give you guys. You know how in Nigeria, when you finish JS3, because my daughter was in Nigeria for a year and 6 months, my second daughter. So she took junior WAEC. And they're telling her that her brain is art-related environment, art. You know, they have the science and art. My daughter was like, you guys must be out of your mind. Art. No, I want to be this. And that she want to be is science-related. My wife did theater art in Nigeria, right? Today, she's a pharmacist in US. But the only thing JAMB can get her, the only way they can put her is to put her in art. I have my wife's gynecology was a banking and finance in Nigeria. She did banking and finance in college, and she came over here and become gynecologist.
Whom are the hold on. Whom are the examiners in the US? Are they Nigerians? Put Nigerians there and you find out. Whom are the examiners in the US? Whom are the people teaching them in the US? Whom are the people funding all those things in the US? Make it Nigerian and you find the same thing.
It's not a, we live in a country, a system where it works. I disagree with you.
But the example I'm giving you is you see a child.
Created the system. Some other group created that system.
You will see a child.
As people, some other people created the system, not the Nigerian people did that.
You can hold on, but why is it that when they come over here, when Nigerians come over here, they act right? because they know that there is rules and regulations.
That
They
was
don't act
created
the
by
way they
other
act in Nigeria
people.
when they come here.
So now I think we are getting somewhere here. Maybe what we are lacking is system creators. We don't have people that can create systems that actually work.
Can I tell
Because
you something?
the people that
If
created the
you are
system
one of
that will go and perform are other people that did it.
forefather, if you want to change Nigeria, right? If you're doing something like you're saying, is people. Those people does not have enough money to put themselves in the government. And if they put themselves in government, there is no enable environment to cultivate that. Because look at the two parties. They don't have, I mean, what everybody was hearing, what is it? The stuff they wrote. What is it? Your manifesto. Manifesto is rubbish. Because you know why? If you ask Buhari, the manifesto he wrote during his election, what did he do with it?
He doesn't even know.
Over here in America, you have Republican and Democrat. They have a structure. If you become a Democrat, that means you're a liberal. If you are a Republican, that means you're a conservative. And that principle is what guides them. And that is what works every election cycle. But in Nigeria, we don't have that.
Yeah, but you see, maybe the hardest thing to create are the strong institutions, like somebody said in the chat, or the system created. Maybe that's even the harder thing to create, because once you create it, then everything starts functioning fine. But clearly, we are proven to be incapable of doing it till now.
How can you prove? How can you prove it? Look at the incompetent individual that is
because all of us are overseas.
Incompetent individual that is our president. Incompetent. Tell me what that man can do for you. Instead of being grandpa, he should have been a grandpa and go home. People say, but the American president is a grandpa. Yes, American president is a grandpa. He's sitting over there, but the system is running from the locale. The system is not running from the central. But in Nigeria, the system is running from the central, not from locale. So that is the difference. And I hate it when people say America, compared to America, this and that. I have heard you say something about the money we spend in America. You can't, if you compare it to Nigeria, it's little money.
Yeah.
It's chicken change. But you're comparing not even apple and orange. You're comparing car and the bicycle.
Yeah, but the reason why that's our point. The reason why that is because we choose to buy a bicycle. We didn't choose to build like other people did. Like even the guest today said it now. That even North Korean leaders, North Korea is doing what they are supposed to do for their people. What is it about us? Maybe lazy is not the issue we should be talking about. Maybe there's something about us that is making us not able to build something.
Bachelors and masters.
Yes, I think what Emeka just wrote now, Emeka for life. Look, that is just reality. The truth here is this: if Nigeria wants to get the best, and see its citizens work harder, Nigeria should learn to reward hard work from the basic level. From the basic level of doing anything. Now, let me tell you something. When I just finished my NYC, I wrote, when you want to go for a scholarship, you write your statement of purpose and all those things. The first statement of purpose I ever wrote and sent, I didn't get that scholarship. That was in the UK. I didn't get that scholarship. Then I'm the type of person where I try to recollect anything I do. At the end of every day, I sit down and see what I've done well and what I know I did not do well. The ones I did not do well, I stop them. The ones I do well, I promote them. So when I didn't get that thing, I gathered all the documents I submitted. I had to say, okay, read all those documents. Then I had to go and browse standards of writing those documents. When I learned how to write a statement of purpose, I now saw what I wrote before and submitted, and I told myself, guy, you write rubbish. I told myself, guy, you write rubbish. If not me, the admission office, I will not give you that position. So what I'm trying to say is that the fact that the system saw that what I wrote was not correct and didn't give me the opportunity, it taught me that I should learn to recollect and see what I wrote. The same thing happens with the government. If government can reward hard work Those who are not being selected know that they were not selected based on merit. They will go home and try as much as possible to increase their intellectual capabilities. So
But
that
unfortunately, in Nigeria, merit does not work.
that is it.
In
The next time you are
Nigeria,
coming,
merit
the next
does
time you
not
are
work.
coming,
That
you
is
know
the
that you are
problem I've been
more better than
highlighting.
what you are.
That's the problem. We can run and hide all we want. I don't know what this guy is saying that was flagged. I think it was the one that did masters and everything that was flagged. He's still flagging the same problem. The system that he went and studied and did all those things was put together by another group, not us. If you put Nigerians in charge of America today, we'll find a way to run it to the ground based
No,
on the way we operate.
no.
Or if you put Nigerians in charge of America today, Nigerians are in charge of America with our
My
mindset.
brother, Nigerians are in charge of different sectors in Americas today.
No. He's
We are
saying
not
like
in charge of the country.
basically what he's saying is, in fact, I mentioned this when I was at when you go to that Nigerian embassy, you start talking to everybody because you get there at 5 o'clock, they don't open until 9. So you have 4 hours of being on the queue, and we start talking about Nigeria's problems and solutions. And people are defending some nonsense. I said, the UK, this London that all of us are in today, this 2023. I said, leave the citizens alone. The citizens, leave them. Take everybody in government of this UK, drop them in Abuja today. Move the ones in Abuja to UK. Let them run the countries for 5 years. It will be the opposite. The things that we don't even know that we have underneath our soil, they will find. They would. Nigeria will be the greatest country on earth, the richest. If we just change leadership. And that's what Forefather is not talking about your sons and daughters that you give birth to in America. He's saying the government. Take Tinubu today and Femi Fanekayode and all these people.
You guys stop putting Tinubu on this topic.
Ganduje is likely going to be a minister or the APC chairman. How? The person that was seen collecting bribe on TV.
And it's fine.
We have a long way to go. A very long way.
That is what I'm saying now, because maybe that is where the laziness is. That we haven't figured out how to put a system that will be long lasting. We have individuals that, like a flash in the pan, they come and go, but they refuse to do the hard work that is going to be needed to put a system in place. Why? I don't know. In short, to me, I have my own reasons what I believe in, but most people don't know that. They don't know that. They just keep blaming the government and say the government is another entity that emerged from space or something.
But can I ask a question though? Can I ask a question though? All these individuals that are government, I think up to 60% of them studied abroad. If I may be wrong. 60% of them studied abroad. 60% of them have lived in Western world, one way or the other. But they went home.
They know they carry the good things from the Western
world. But they went home. And Nigeria, they went home and Tinubu said that he went to school in America, Chicago. But Tinubu cannot even articulate what he will do for Nigeria. People say, why is Peter Obi? Peter Obi said things that even if those things cannot be accomplished, we know that some of these things cannot be accomplished. But he have an idea what we need and where we can go. Man, we don't even know where we're going. We don't even know Nigeria, where are we heading to? We don't know. We don't have a sense of direction.
The people driving it know where they're going. They are intentional. See, when you say they come to the West and they don't replicate it, if they replicate it, that doesn't work for them. If they replicate it, then there's a leveler. You know, people they joke now, say abroad not leveler. Everybody's on the same level, which is not true. Level day. As for that day now, I know if you play the league with for that they play. You understand? With the UK together, but the kind of things where they control, the kind of way they do.
What kind of stuff is that? You see the kind of stuff this guy is doing. He's just making stuff up. He's just making stuff up. Boy, you don't know what I'm doing. I might be a janitor somewhere. All of us in the UK are well off. Whether you're a janitor or not.
But jokes apart, you know, people say UK abroad now leveler. And to an extent, it's true because you see somebody who even works at your grocery store in the UK, for instance, husband and wife, let's even say they both work at grocery store, 1,250, 300. maybe 1.5 if they do overtime, 1.6. Husband and wife, that's like over 3,000. They will live a decent life. They won't be poor, they won't be hungry because their children won't have to pay school fees. No medication, no malaria tablet, no drip. All those things are taken care of. Their children, so they can be decent. You that you earn 10K, yes, you drive a better car. They might not even have a car, but the public transport is good. So that's the leveler. If our governors, presidents, if they replicate the same, this class divide that they're trying to achieve that works for them, it destroys it. So it is intentional to keep it that way.
All this, what you just say, what you're saying now. Do you know about in April? I went to a wedding. It's a current governor. Do you know? A current governor, the son of a current governor was doing wedding here in Texas. Okay. Do you know that governor drove himself from one part of Texas to one part of Texas without any escort? He was in one car driving himself. But when he went back to Nigeria, and they showed him on TV coming back from US to Nigeria, do you know the amount of convoy this guy was on? But this guy is one of those people that lived in America, went to school in America. Actually, went to school with my parents, went to school in America. But this guy, the amount of money that he spent in security, I was like, if somebody really know that you're coming to America, if they want to kill you, they can kill you on the road going to your son's wedding. But once you arrive in America, you're nobody. Everybody is of equal. Everybody is of equal.
But do you think they like that?
I don't buy what you are saying that America, everybody is equal. Let's not oversell it. America.
No, my brother. You can have. Have you seen Jeff Bezos? Have you seen Jeff? Have you seen Jeff Bezos? Jeff Bezos wear jeans and t-shirt.
Oh yes, they do that. They are not very showy. That's for sure.
Okay. And you will see Jeff Bezos walking on the street and talking to people.
Yes, but see, every population. See, if you look at if you look at most of these capitalist nations, they tend to require a kind of servitude population. Even here in the UK, before they became an empire, they had this serfdom that they have. They have what they call debt jails. They have all kinds of stuff they do to other poorer people. The tax that you hear about, it started for poor people, not for the rich. It started for poor people here.
Actually, it's still for poor people that pay tax up to today because rich have hired the best accountant. They hired the best accountant to take care of things.
Yeah, but you're saying everybody's equal. That's what I was trying to
Man, I don't know if anybody saw the video. You guys saw the video of Governor of Edo State stuck in the I don't know. The person that was videoing it didn't video it to see if he came out from that car.
It was Delta State.
Oh, I thought it was Edo.
I think because of what Ike just said, this may be the reason why some nations, when they want to transform their country, they shift towards socialism and communism because they're just tired of the inequality. Okay, and just say, let's flatten everything. Yeah, that might be the reason why they shift. Because if you look at France, they went halfway. They became a somewhat mini socialist when they did their revolution. And they are more socialist than the UK is, for example. But the Russians, the gap between the rich and the poor was so massive, and then it led to the revolution, the socialist revolution that they had. In China, yes, those ones, they just went ballistic. They destroyed everything that was in their way. They destroyed their culture, destroyed everything, and just went straight communist. So maybe that is a reaction to a long-standing problem of inequality that people felt like, okay, we have to do away with everything old and everybody has to start the same level. Can you imagine a president earning the same money as a carpenter in a country? That is some crazy stuff. But that's what those people had to do to get to the point that they got to today. But I don't think we need to go in that direction anyway. Maybe,
but not as a carpenter, but like in America, the senators are earning about $170,000, $180,000 a year. around that. But Nigeria, a senator is earning almost maybe that amount in a month. That's Nigeria for you.
Nigeria
And they
has
don't
the
have anything to do.
They are the second highest paid in the whole world.
Don't get
Singaporeans
me
are the
white
first.
twisted.
So Nigerian senators are the second highest paid House of Rep in the whole world.
One other aspect of communist and socialist countries that they don't have billionaires. You will not see this thing where you have Jeff Bezos and Rothschilds and all that. You know, everybody is on the same level. That is another, not just the salary level. I don't even know fully how the systems work in the communist destinations, but I can see the attraction. If you've experienced what Nigerians have been going through for a very long time, you can see why people just like.
You don't find the white stuff, the white connection.
Yeah, look at that. What white stuff is he talking about? But let's forget. Let's forget about that.
Talking about the white connection.
You know, I don't know when you start talking about white stuff on camera. so yeah, but this thing, because when I look at what other people have accomplished, small populations. Look at Singapore, what they've accomplished, and then we are the hardest working people. But look at our nation. Like gutter everywhere, everything is so. Even to just sweep the streets, you know, you can bring prisoners to sweep the streets, you know, for free, but we can't even do that. I don't know, man. Are we so hardworking?
Did you see the video? You saw the video? Look.
Which one is that?
By the way, a prisoner in America works.
That's the governor. That's the Edo State governor.
Oh my God.
Edo State governor.
This is what we live with now. This is what I'm talking about. Most parts of the world have overcome this. It's laziness. Most parts of the world have overcome this. They can't even dig gutter. And then when they dig the gutter, they pour rubbish inside the gutter. They will throw the rubbish away. They will see warning of flooding coming years in advance. They won't even dredge the rivers. I don't know, man. There's something, I don't know whether it's laziness or
my brother.
We are not hardworking enough to build systems.
My brother, I hated the idea of building home in Nigeria. I started building home last year. Do you know that flood that came from Bayelsa and dumped in my hometown? My house was swallowed completely. And I told my mom, because my mom retired, I told her, you know what? The house can go to hell, because you know what? I have put almost $100,000 in the house. Wow. And I told my mom, you know what, the house, because she's the one that forcing me. I say, you know what, forget it. I cannot build the house anymore, because the problem will happen again. Because you know what, the flood is coming back again, because the fundamental issue was Cameroon fixed their own part, but Nigeria did not do their own part. Because Nigeria did not do their own part, when that Cameroon opened their own thing, it landed from Bayelsa into my hometown. So these are the problem. And this, if they would have done it since 70s, when they made the agreement with Cameroon, all this money we are borrowing, that dam could have been generating electricity for Nigeria. But guess what? These are the problem that we don't know how we can fix Nigeria. We don't know how. I don't know how we can fix Nigeria. I believe Nigeria cannot be fixed.
Nigeria is easy to fix. It's very, very easy to fix. I like what this person said. He said, I think Abiodun Agbola, he said the missing link is purposeful leadership. Every other thing will fall in place. It's true. It sounds easy. Get purposeful leadership, but the people need to get that purposeful leadership. If the people are not in the right mindset to get it, you can't get it. You see what I mean? Because if you have a leader that travels overseas all the time for treatment, and you seem to think that it's okay not to call him out significantly and come out on the street and say, no, our children are dying in hospital here and you are going overseas to get treatment, you have to fix our hospital. If you don't challenge your leaders that come around and say you should not put security in your country and ensure that all this kidnapping and IDP camps are shut down, if you don't make them do that, don't expect the country to get fixed.
A lawmaker proposed, I think it was the Ninth Assembly, a lawmaker proposed that the children of all lawmakers, top government officials, must study in Nigeria the way they shut that person down. Like the person didn't land that thought. The way they
Mm.
all shouted that person down.
And did
They
you see
are
the Nigerians come on the street and say, yes, we support this guy? This is what I mean. It's almost like we are become complicit in
But
the
what are you
entire
gonna do? What are you gonna do? Buhari was how many days in throughout the time he was a president? Nobody know how much we spend for him being in England. How much we spend because in Nigeria there's no accountability. Who are you gonna account? Because they're doing freelancing. They're running the Nigeria in freelancing. They get money, they share themselves. They keep on running it in freelancing. You're talking about holding. Who are you gonna hold accountable? You go to the court system to hold somebody accountable. The court is corrupt. You go to DSS to hold somebody accountable. The DSS is corrupt. You go to hospital system because somebody is being given money to build hospitals. One of the best hospitals in America is in Chicago, 3,000 beds or whatever. It costs $660 million to build.
Hold on. Was the person being given money to build hospital, or the person was given money for the purpose of building hospital, but they know the person was going to steal the money anyway? They were sharing it. In other words,
What you're saying
because
is
if you give
potato
money,
and
the reason why I say that is because if you give people money to build hospital and they don't build the hospital, what you do is you arrest them and you make sure they are prosecuted. But in the case of Nigeria, the person
guess
doesn't build
what?
the hospital.
This
It's
man that
forget about it.
just went to jail. What is his name? What is the name that went to jail in England?
Ekweremadu.
Ekweremadu. Ekweremadu. I heard that they allocated money to build kidney specialist hospital in Enugu State.
Yeah, I think I heard about that.
And
He
suddenly,
was supposed to build it.
but what happened to the money? And nobody's holding the money. Even the Enugu State people didn't even know when he collected the money.
See, like in the UK now, if you tell the UK citizens that there's a list of people that are stealing their natural resources, the first thing the UK people are gonna, where are the names? I need it now. If you tell UK people that we have a list of terrorist funders that are in their country funding terrorists, they will say we need the names now. But in Nigeria, it's almost as if we lack awareness of what we need to do. I don't know what I'm not blaming the people, but I'm just saying that
But
we are
fundamentally,
all
look at
complicit in what is going on.
For that, we don't lack any. We don't lack any of that. We have all the information that we need. Nigeria has over 28 agencies that report to government on security basis on daily basis. Everything going on in Nigeria is well reported to the presidency and the police. Now, it's left to them to take action. So far, they refuse to take action.
So you mean nobody is able to leak the information?
No, they have all
Not
the
even by
information.
accident.
They have all the information that they need. That's what I'm saying. Nothing goes beyond and that goes above them without them knowing what is going on. But they refuse to do anything about it. That's just
But
it.
sorry, just to interject a little bit. But how is it that Nigeria, of all the things we are capable of, we are everything we mess it up, but somehow we are able to keep this secret, thoroughly keep it? How is that even possible?
It's because the people who are benefiting are the people who are keeping the secret. That's what it is. If you are
Who's
made, if you are the DPO of a particular region, say a particular small town, you are the DPO there. You are all in all. Everybody comes to you, and so you determine which case you want to prosecute and which one you want to keep. And depends on what comes from it. You see, the system. That's what I was trying to tell Loco yesterday when she was telling me how NEPA is read and all that. It doesn't have to do with the reading. What's on the listing? Okay, how many people are you going to take to court? If you take NEPA official to court, will you take the local government person who is charging you for extra what they call it, amalak or symbol tax receipt that you're supposed to that they're asking you to pay for? Are you going to take them to court also? Then when you are still there with the court, you have NEPA there, you have the local government, then you take government itself to court because government also fail in its duties in some places. You take them to court. How many court cases will you handle? And you still be able to maintain your work and your family. So most times you just become a government of your own. You make sure you have your security. You make sure you have your generator. You make sure you have your borehole. You make sure your cars are working. You make sure that your children are taken care of if you need extra security, or you yourself become the security. Okay, you make sure. So in fact, let me tell you one thing, for father. It goes to the point that you have to even choose where the location of the primary school, whether it's private or otherwise, they're putting your children where they are. You have to sense, get information how safe that area is, whether there's any Fulani settlement around there, which part of the town it is, what is the security situation around that area, because you don't know. You may be in at your workplace and you hear, oh, it don't happen, no, can't carry your picking. You have to find a way to get there. So this is the situation. When we're talking about it, people think we are talking about. Look, how many times have we on a notice told to come rush to your school and to the school and go and pick your children because we don't know what the situation is going to turn out. It has happened many times in the federal capital. I'm not talking about local government, I'm talking about federal capital. And so they not that they are not aware. There was a time a security report was done, and I was part of one of those who were part of those who went around that distance. We had over 50,000 cells. Cells. When I say cells, I mean cells of Okada riders, Keke Napep riders, people who you could not identify where they are from or who they are around Abuja. Around Abuja, over 50,000 in each of those cells. Government was aware. We are just citizens who wanted to just find out how secure our environment was. And so if we as ordinary people can find out that, is the government not aware? They were aware.
I think they are aware. The question, for
But they
me, I
refuse to
have
take
my
any
reasons
action.
for think. I think that one, they are standing Nigeria down. They could have easily secured the country. Most sensible nation would just recruit more and put them in every region and secure the nation. Period. It's very, very simple. That's why I think the Nigerian problem is
I
simple to
don't think
fix.
I don't think they really want to do that because they need those
Forefather,
individuals
forefather,
to run their,
forefather,
to,
forefather,
Yeah.
forefather, in Nigeria,
Uzo,
if I got
welcome.
information that,
You notice I
yeah,
called
great,
you
I heard
Uzo.
everybody.
I stopped at
I don't know,
Uzo.
now we don't
Okay.
come back from village meeting.
Let's keep it at Uzo.
So people
Okay.
join the other meeting.
Okay. All right.
No, today is Sunday. Village meeting must take place. So,
Okay.
forefather, in Nigeria, if I go to police station and tell that I saw some people planning to rob, all right? If that's an information, you know what they will do first? They will get arrested first. I'm put in the jail first. They will not even want to know the source of the information. In Nigeria now, the Nigerian people prefer, even the Boko Haram coming, they keep quiet. Because if you talk, you must find out how do you see, they will first arrest you, say, before you know you're in Abuja already, before you know you're part of Boko Haram. So that's the problem, the fear. Yeah, no, everyone knows what I'm saying now. If people now get information, they don't even report to the police. They will keep it for themselves until it happens. Because when you report, behold, when you go there first, they will first arrest and handcuff you first. Then you yourself will be blamed. All right. So for that, when people have information, they will keep for themselves. And when the agency have the information, just like Kuje prison, they got that these people are coming. They remove the whole CCTV and there was a prison break.
Uzo.
What happened? What
Oh,
happened?
who was that? Okay, I thought that was Uzo. Okay,
You
go
understand?
ahead.
Today, what happened? They got that they are coming to release their. Maybe people are saying is that it's a government organized prison break to release some of their Boko Haram inmate, which was arrested for in connection with releasing the Chibos gears or the Dachi gears or the railway workers gear.
And I don't know whether anybody has been held accountable for that problem.
I'm
There
not
is no
accountable.
signal. There's no signal to people that there's any accountability. But does that not go back to my point? That is it that we are lazy when it comes to creating systems that actually work. Yeah, maybe individually we know how to work.
We are not lazy. You have to create something that's going to work. We are all human beings. If the system does not work, what the confidence for you to go and create it? All right.
But if it doesn't work, that's why you create it. You fix it.
No,
you do whatever you need to do to get it to work, isn't it?
It's not working. It's not working. We don't want it to work. You know the health they talk. They don't want it to work.
And then they want. Okay, do you not want it to work?
let me tell you, I once confronted
KJ, I'm asking you, do you know what to
confront-
work?
I once confronted one of the security guys in Abuja. Why is that things are going on and you guys are not taking any action? You know what he told me? He said, okay, so if we take action, we're taking it based on what? Are you the also? Are you the? You're only reporting to somebody. If you finish writing the report and put it on the person's table and the person refuses to act, what do? You force the person to act. So that is what it is. They write their
But,
report.
but
So
you want it to
when
work
we
too
come and say the
now,
system is
don't
not
you?
working, the system is working perfectly well. The
And that,
operator.
by the way, you're gonna pay for the full scap to for the report. You're gonna pay for the pen for the report for your information.
You know, look. Like 3 days ago or so, the police chief in Abuja was saying they don't even have money to fuel their car before. What more now? So the cars are, you are on your own, because where is the police going to get the money to put 45,000, 45, yes, thousand naira for one car, half tank to go
Yeah.
around? So there are no patrol vehicles going around anywhere. Okay, because that is part of what the outcome of the increase.
The
So
government
you
should
can
have
imagine what's going to happen.
implemented that now, isn't it?
JJ, you said something here. Let me tell you something. He came and testify this and say now. I'm in Houston. If I'm at home, I see a helicopter move over my roof, all right? I will run out to check the school if something is going on. Forget this you are saying that Nigeria exists. If the helicopter goes to my roof two times, I have to start calling the school. What is going in that school? That will be any shooting, what is security level. That's where we live in. Yes, America. That's how we live every day. My son goes to school. I'm scared. I don't know what's going to happen in next.
Even with me, I just came back because I work in the community. Me, I just came back from work. Every day I leave, I worry about what is going to happen.
Yeah.
And the company that I work for is target all the time. So what he's saying, the same thing that KJ is saying, it happened globally. It happens in Western world too. But the only thing is that Western world have found ways to contain, do a minimal
Exactly.
damage.
But we have
But
not been able to do
Nigeria,
that since 1960. We've not
my
been able
brother,
to do that for ourselves.
everybody's saying you take your country back. Youth is who read the election, no be youth.
Exactly.
Who run with the ballot, no be youth. Did Tinubu came to run away with ballot today? I saw a clips on YouTube. Somebody asking the Yorubas or the people in Lagos, the Tinubu that you voted, what can you say now? Some of them they scratch their head. But now in Igbo land they say Ometunu Ogen Ometunu Nubom is touching everybody. Nobody's running. Look at what happened in that flood. If that governor have done the road, that flood would he be there? I wonder if he came out of that car. I wish the car stopped him in the middle of the road completely. The water get into the engine and suck water into the engine. And if I see if they're gonna come and carry him from a helicopter from the top of the roof. Because that is stupidity to highest power. Road is the common infrastructure all over the world. Come on. Because in my hometown, we cultivate yam. Yam and vegetable and all that is one of the things. And fishing. Do you know that during the flood, the bridge to go into my hometown separated and killed 17 people that are running away from running through with the boat from the flood? That bridge have been awarded to be fixed. Up to today, if you go to my hometown, you park your car here, you get into canoe, you cross and come up on the other side and get on the car and go into your hometown, into your village. Then when you come back out, you rent canoe and come out. That is rubbish. That is something that shouldn't happen in this world. And we have money to do if we recover the amount of money that have been stolen by these people, and put it in Nigeria. We don't need to borrow money anywhere.
We never needed money from outside. Our problem is within. And when I keep saying we are the ones creating the problem ourselves, because these are our leaders, none of them were from Oyibo man. None of them were Oyibo. They were from us. They were born in Nigeria and they grew up in Nigeria, trained in Nigeria.
Look at Festus Kayomo that was talking during Jonathan, during Obasanjo, look at what he's doing now. He's humiliating himself. Because guess what? Tinubu find a way to pay everybody that he can pay to do his deed for him. And fundamental.
For me, the summary is we may individually know how to work hard, but systemically we have not put in the level of work we need to get it to take effect, to become.
My brother, I don't know if me or you can go and put your life in danger to go and fix Nigeria. I don't think
our
anybody.
lives are already in I think the mistake is that not realizing that our lives are already in danger.
Unfortunately.
It's already in danger. So I wanted to go into one other topic.
Sorry, Fofa, you keep saying that. How is our life in danger? Educate me on that.
Because we're most of us by and large die before we get past 52 years in giving our life expectancy, and the chance that a Nigerian will die in hospital or through one funny issue or the other is very high.
What father? Are you? Am I among people in that?
I don't think I agree with that.
No. If you're in the West, you're not physically in danger. The only danger you
that
have
is what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying.
If
I'm in the West.
You are not physically in danger. You are just the own danger is.
Forefather. All right. I'm here. All right. Do you know how many people that have died in Texas in 2023? It's more than what have died in Nigeria for 3 years.
No, I agree with you on that. It's
everybody here. If you are driving,
die a year in America. I agree with you on that. But generally, no. So you have to look at life expectancy in the country. I think American life expectancy is almost 80 years. So that's not the same as Nigeria. Nigeria, you can go to hospital for treatment. Somebody puts something in you. That's the end. And many people end up in that kind of bracket. Malaria, all kinds of stuff. People are losing their lives to all kinds of nonsense in Nigeria. But
unfortunately,
in America, the only danger you face in America, to me, is genetic extinction. That's what you face in America. If you go in America and you think you're just going to live there and everything's going to be okay, eventually you are going to have that consequence. If you are not looking to return, at least come back to Africa and do whatever you need to do in Africa.
For what? Why are you going back to Africa? For
because
what?
That is where your heritage lies. That's where your bloodline is.
Which heritage? My brother.
Okay, let me spell it out for you now. Let me spell it. No, let me spell it out for you now. Let me spell it out for you. See, if you have a child in America, let me tell you what is likely to happen. Although you do, I'm sure you are not going to allow it to happen. But chances are that your child, if you are not having an influence over that child, chances are that they are going to procreate with a European. And that child that will be had, chances are that there will be more pressure to procreate with a European. In 10 generations, there will be nobody like you.
No,
like father,
it's not even 10 generations. We are talking in next generation. Forget that one.
So if in 10 generations you are going to go extinct and you think that is a good thing.
Forefather, I agree with you. For example, I went to
this is exactly what we do. We work for short-term gain. We never work for long-term gain.
Forefather, for example, when you are talking about people that have come before us, or like people that came here when Tinubu was here, that they are scared to even to punish their kids, to flog them, to whip them, I may agree with you. But this is my generation, all right? My boy, no. What you know Nigeria, that there's no light in Nigeria. I know that one. That boy, you know that one got all right? I don't know how he learn about that. Right from school or anything.
My children learn it real because they were in Nigeria and there's no light.
There's no electricity in Nigeria. I don't know how
but you see, he took his children to Nigeria. He's different.
Do you know what happened today? All right. You know what happened? I went to a friend's birthday. All right. They are from Ijo. They are from the Ijo people. The children are greeting me, me, boy. I said, are you from Ijo? Yeah. See, the kids are 10 years, 9 years. They are born here. But they have been brought up like when they see me, they are Uncle Migbo. You know, Migbo is.
I thought Migbo was Orobo.
I mean Orobo.
Okay.
Yeah, Orobo. Yeah, they are greeting me with their all right. So those kind of kids that the children are bringing up, all right, that is different. But those that come before us, when Tinubu was here, that was answering Johnson. Some of them answering any name, Bushman. Some of them you see names. You will say, Uncle, is there a name? Some of them answer, you see someone answer in the same man, you could answer Bushman, something Bushman. You don't set of people, they don't even punish their kids because they're too scared of the government taking away their kid. Away. My poverty here, if you bend in here one side, no person gonna tell us, say, make a promise to say I won't do this again, daddy. All right, that's the problem. All right. So for me, I don't see our children being lost. Just like Kike said, his child spent a year plus in Nigeria. All right.
Yeah, but that's why I say even when I was saying it, I realized that they don't go full out to say they are going overseas and never return back home because they often keep touch with home for a reason. You are going back to Nigeria not because his instinct is telling you need to go back, but if you
Forefather,
went full on and stayed in the
forefather,
West, that is extinction eventually.
forefather. To be honest with you,
I remember for something. You know, when I started this issue, my son name was Nkwo, NKWO. My son see Okonkwo. Every day ask me, is that your uncle? I said at the end, you know that anybody that he asked me, is that an uncle from home? Is that an uncle? I said, no, it's not uncle. But why is that? You said that's the mentality they have grown up to get.
Forefather, let me tell you, I'm one of those people that believe in home. Besides last year and this year, my average, I go to Nigeria 4 times in a year. Besides last year and this year, the reason why last year, my brother, I have so many close calls. Then this year, I said after election, I decided not to go at all because Nigeria is to me. I don't know if if somebody had how much dollar is today. Nigeria is going down the drain completely. I'm sorry to tell you, all of us, it's like taking a serious nose-free drive, like it's plunging. So for me, I'm one of those people that I advocate of being Nigeria. I'm proud of being Nigeria. I love being home. When I go home, I feel at home. I really do. But unfortunately, I would have loved to me, as I'm talking to you today, I would love to live in Nigeria, to me. But do you know why I cannot live in Nigeria? Number one, electricity, which is common thing. Number two, security, which is common thing.
Not so common
Not
for
only,
us.
not only security. Do you know that if I go to Nigeria, I cannot eat in my uncle's house easily or my people's house easily? Do you know why? Because they want to kill you. That is our mentality. Because one of my friend went home from here. His nephew asked him to buy bus for him to do transport. He says, I don't have money, son. I don't have money to give you to buy. Do you know what he did? He organized kidnappers to come and kidnap the man. That is Nigeria for you. We blame government and government. The problem of Nigeria is not only government issue. Problem of Nigeria is rooted in family. It's rooted fundamentally
Culture.
in family.
You can argue that it's a cultural problem where
And if we cannot fix our family, if we cannot fix our family and be true to our children, that you send your daughter to university. During Christmas, your daughter carry bags of rice, carry yam, carry all these things, come back. And you don't ask your daughter, excuse me, is it the money I pay for your school fees that you bring in these things home?
I think let me add something. I think it's like you know how I don't know how many people know. I'm sure all of you are aware how the human mind works. You know the brain, how you have neurons firing signals one to another. I think societally, what we do is the signals we send to different aspects of our lives and society in terms of crime, in terms of leadership, is the signal that reinforces bad behavior. because one, we don't send signal of accountability. We don't send any signal of nation first. Like we have a bigger project in mind that we are trying to build. Societal, this in morals, and all the signals we send are the wrong ones. So you can see why things don't work. So maybe it's not physical laziness, but it's just other systemic laziness. We don't seem to be capable of at least throwing off these wrong cultural aspects.
It's embedded. It's not even cultural. It's embedded in us. Have you fly to Nigeria? And once we arrive in Nigeria, to stand in line, to stand on the line in Nigeria to go through immigration, all of a sudden, everybody start doing wulu wulu. Oh, who do I pay money? Right quick to pass. But in America, when we were boarding that flight in Atlanta, leaving Atlanta to Lagos, we were on the line. But once we arrive in Ikeja airport, we cannot even stand on the line because everybody is looking for somebody to pay so that they can walk him through. It looks like once we come.
I've had one old woman push me out of the way and he went in front of me. I looked at her, I was like, okay, there's no point. Let me just let her.
Once we come to Nigeria.
Part of military, now the old man push you come out.
No, now what are you gonna do? You want to start another fight with her? I respect her age, but I didn't respect her action. It was weird. I just had to stand back.
Last November, when I was coming back to US, for me, because it's so hot in the airport, I like to wear short and t-shirt, pack, check in. Then when I get into the departure, I go upstairs, take a shower, dress up. Because most of the time when I arrive here, I go to work. I dress up at the airport. Inside the airport, you go upstairs, take a shower, eat over there. Then when the time to board, you board. This girl with his children, maybe the husband is a military guy or something. We were on the line. All of a sudden, the military guy walked exactly in front of me. Bah, put my things on the side to put the girl stuff. I was like, bruh, back off. He looking at me like, I said, get the fuck out of my face. He was wearing the military dress. I said, get the fuck out of my face. Put her behind me. Sorry, I say put her behind me, then we go from there. When we came out on the other side, the guy actually wanted to attack me. I said, man, I don't care what she have. She's not better than me. You can do that to Nigerians, but you cannot do that to me because I'm exposed enough to tell you that you need to go and stand on the line. Because the husband or whomever, because I think he's the orderly. Because the orderly, you are orderly, and you try to do this, she need to understand. When we arrive in Atlanta, she was on the line, doing things the way it's supposed to be done properly. So that thing is embedded in our DNA for some reason. It's embedded in our DNA, and it's going to take a lot of genetic manipulation to manipulate.
No. I don't subscribe to that. I really don't. I think for me, there was always.
Oh, by the way, I'm sorry for using that language.
No. It's just because of those who watch it and the kids and all that.
Mm-hmm.
There was always this argument, school of thought, that it may be our IQ level is too low, or we are just like primitive, and all kinds of arguments. But history has not shown that to be true. And I actually think the biggest culprit, which is a bit unfair, is that we have not been blessed with an overarching event that reminds us that we have to fight for our survival. And no, nothing like that has happened to us as a people completely. Like if you look at the other nations, even the ones that lost wars, like Germany, North Korea, all of them lost wars. But one thing they have in common is that something big happened to all of them. And they said, after this event, we are going to fix our country and we're not going to look back. And they never did. And I think that's what we don't have as a people. This is a theory. This is not even like a small theory.
But I think you're wrong on that, because people like us, the people like me that are from Igbo, big thing have happened to us. Okay. So like that big thing that happened to Nigeria is supposed to us. during that time supposed to change Nigeria?
I think the difference between that event was even more damaging to us, because what happened was that it was within us. We are fighting ourselves. But what I'm talking about is when an external force comes in,
With
it
nuke,
unites everybody.
with nuke. Exactly what we call with
Yeah,
nuke.
it unites everybody, because like if you look at when the Chinese were invaded, I think what probably started getting me thinking in this direction was I was watching a documentary where they were talking about China's the Japanese invasion of China. It was a very brutal one, very very brutal one. But one of the things the Chinese official told a Japanese official was that he was thanking Japan for doing this to their country because it has woken them up. This was decades ago, and look at where China is today. So he understood something. This is why some nations carry out this false flag operation, or you hear that nations leaders go to war because they want to unite their country. You see what I mean? This is
And
one of the reasons why they do that.
what you're saying now is the reason why we believe so much in Peter Obi, and we believe in him so much because he gave us hope. He gave us strength to believe that Nigeria can happen.
All right. Let me say something quickly. I
Mhm.
was going to go to bed. Sorry, I was. Someone, in fact, comment section. Someone said, "I've gone to eat amala and I'm back." That the sounds in my voice. No, it's 1 a.m. It's almost 2 a.m. in the UK, so there's no amala this time. I was going to go to bed because my phone died. Then I switched on my Niger phone, which I use, times like that. And I just was on Twitter, and KJ, the news we were discussing about the Lagos, the documents, the 103 people that are going to be buried in Lagos. So Lagos State government have issued a statement, official statement, and I will read part of it. For I'll send you the link and you can share it. So Lagos State are saying that yes, the bodies are going to be buried. They are not denying, but what they're now saying is, I'll read part of it. They said, however, after almost 3 years, the bodies remain unclaimed, adding to the congestion of the morgues. This spurred the need to decongest the morgues, and a procedure that follows very careful medical and legal guidelines in the event that a relative may still turn up to claim a lost relative, after many years. So basically, they're saying nobody has come to claim these bodies, 103 bodies, and that's why they're going to bury these bodies. Now, what they're not saying is these are not from Lekki toll gate. That's Lagos State saying it's not from Lekki. That people should remember that there was violent clashes at Fagba, Ketu, Ikorodu, Orile, Ajegunle, Abule Egba, Ikeja, Ojota, Ogba, Isolo, and Aja. And
Wow.
Yeah, that is what they came up today. I saw that in the news in
the official
channels.
That's the official position. So they're not saying this document is fake, this document are leaked, and they are not denying the 103 bodies, but they're saying, oh, none of these bodies were from Lekki Toll Gate.
Yes, that's what
and I don't think
was
that
saying.
I don't think
In a way, I'm not surprised too, because if they want to cover things up, they could just chuck the
Yeah, I
bodies.
think they budget 60 something million naira to bury them. They budget 60 something million naira. But what he's saying, what he just read is the truth. He's saying that it's not from the Lekki Toge. Rather, he gave all these places as
Yeah.
this thing. They're doing damage control. They're just doing damage control because somebody leaked the documents, and
the
now they're
document was
trying to.
leaked. So they had to come up with a statement.
Yes.
And it
then
took them more than 48 hours to come up with a statement, actually.
the statement is actually, stupid, because those clashes that happen in those areas mentioned happen between citizens, and everybody who was involved knew somebody who was there. So did they leave the bodies on the streets for government to come and pick it up, or the relatives and friends of those who went to those clashes didn't see them to carry
In
them
fact,
or to their
the way I'm looking at it is, so all these places you mentioned, it was, knife, gun, whatever, all these local guns. But where you sent the army to, there were no casualties like that. Where there were guns, people didn't die there like that. But the places where they were stabbing each other, you have 103 people.
Lagos people are kind of lying because behind the scene they are settling, they are paying families money to shut them up. They are settling people.
Sure. It's
Yes,
same
sir.
time when I said when things happen, let's try to condemn it, no matter where it happens. KJ, you remember Hope Uzodinma do the same thing.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Yes.
he went to the morgue in Owerri. Hundred of dead bodies. The bishop of Owerri is cried. Who are these boys? They bury them shallow, just put in a shallow grave like that. Nobody talk about it. So Hope Uzodinma did the same thing. All right. So that's why they can do this and get away with it. After that NSAS and all this killing we are killing, yeah. Those are the same thing.
Today was supposed to be like a Bible study day. I don't know what happened to the Bible study.
You can pray for us.
I don't know what happened to the Bible study. So,
Hey, excuse me, forefather. Wale Soyinka said that it's time for you to recognize traditionalists, not only Bible and Muslim. There's traditionalists. It's time to recognize because we don't know who is in our midst that are traditionalists.
We need to vote for that. He worships the rock
I
behind him.
definitely support that. This idea that the new arrivals are coming now to tell traditionalists how to behave, I don't subscribe to that. But that said, anyway, yeah, they are new arrivals.
But if he said that this man, this barrister liar that wear his native
to work, native attires
in Abuja, he wear for to court.
Yeah, because they allow Muslims to do the same. So why not allow him?
Yeah, they're going to allow him to wear it.
So my point, the question I wanted to ask was that because of all the issues we've been having recently, because of religious issues and all the rest, is it a time for us to start considering new ways of relating to God? Because we seem to be stuck so far. Either we want to go back or we have only two options. Do we need to, or some people say don't believe in any God at all. I think maybe there is something to be said because, for one, I am not one of those people that don't think that there is no God at all. But maybe the relationship we want to have is we have to decouple it from the state. We have to decouple it from science. Maybe it's just a personal spiritual thing. Our own individual beliefs.
But God, the way Nigerians talk about God is different from the way it's supposed to be. I give you an example. Do anybody saw video of Saudi Arabia guy with dollars and came into a car place and said, "I want most expensive car you have"? And the guy says 2-point-something million dirham, and he says, "No, that's a small money." That is for him. You that are playing moneycracy in terms of one masquerade in our land, he says Nigeria is practicing moneycracy. That he doesn't believe in God. He's probably don't believe in Allah. Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates and what are their name? Elon Musk. Probably these individuals don't believe in God, but they are succeeding. I don't know if you know Arise TV. What is his name? Rufai was talking about some group of individuals suing Elon Musk in Twitter for not paying the bonus or whatever that incentive that he's supposed to pay, which what about $500 million. This is one company. They are suing him for not paying his incentives, and he's going to court. That is incentive that he owes individuals inside that company, and he knows about it. Then our Nigeria, we go borrow 800 million and share it to rich people and give crumbs to poor people.
What does that got to do with God, though?
The God. I'm telling you, those people don't believe in God.
You know what? I don't know whether they are actually flat out atheists, as they call it. Maybe they are agnostics because some people believe that maybe there is a God, but they don't just know. And I think that is where most people should. Maybe I actually believe that there has to be.
My brother, God. If me and you are doing business in Nigeria, once you call God, I terminate that business. I don't want to hear that again. We can't do that business. Everybody that have duped me today in Nigeria is God. They are first to be in the God present. They are first to be that blessed center. When I was in college, I went to all Catholic school. When I was doing my program, the woman is the worst human being, but he prayed in every class. But he was the worst human being in this world. He was the first time I saw a devil praying. So my brother, in Nigeria, people
But
that
you
are
are assuming
praying.
that isn't that on you that you are
Don't
assuming
go
that
there,
just
John.
because somebody prays to
It's
God
not.
means that they are supposed to be good people. Maybe it's not necessarily true. Maybe what God just truly represents is just the reason why we all exist. Because
But the Bible we are reading, the Bible we are reading is telling us that if you're godly, you're good.
yes, but
Okay?
okay, you are looking at it from the point of view of the Bible. I'm not. That's why I'm asking that maybe we should move away from all this, and because I think the first human beings on earth, one of the first things they realized was that I'm not assuming that God was just sitting next to them and saying, "This is how it's supposed to be. This is how it's supposed to be." What they realized was that okay, we didn't create ourselves. We found ourselves in this world. We have to figure out a way to survive bit by bit, bit by bit, and they relate to the world the way the world relates back to them. So and they understand and they didn't create themselves. I think that's where religion came from. Because one thing we know for sure is that we are not aware that we created ourselves. So because if you created yourself, then who created the other people?
The forefather. I used to work with these guys. You know what? I asked them, "Don't you go to church?" They said, "For what?" I said, "How do you exist? Who teach you? How do you exist?" He said, "My mother taught me." I said, "How do you wake up at night?" He said, "My mother taught me, wake me up." Everything is his mother that taught him. You don't even believe that God exists. That's mindset of some people. But in coming to Nigeria angle, we are brought up with a religious way of life. Every Nigerian was either.
Don't you think you should have asked him who created his mother?
Himself. I don't know to who. I don't ask who. So we are born without our religious belief. All right. Now it's just like our religious belief is what put Nigeria where it is today. All right. For example, I don't know what David did. All right. Now, whatever he tweeted or the song he sang, now see Twitter was on fire, blaming Obi for it. You understand my point? What does religions contribute to be a politician? How does he transmit to that? All right. Now, if with that segment of people, even though Obi is the best guy on planet, they can't vote for him. They can never vote for him because they already have religious belief that he's against their religion.
Their religion. Yeah, and this is why
So
I'm
our
asking the
problem in
question.
Nigeria
Maybe we
is
should detach ourselves from those things.
even though let me tell you something good on that. I you say this. I don't feel like you're one Nigeria human being. Yeah, you just want Nigeria to be big, want Nigeria to be this thing. But the more we start saying say the truth, the better it is for all of us. All right. The way the Southerner live is not the same way the Northerner lives. For example, Southerners alcohol is good, we drink, all right. Northerners will say is bad. But I remember one time they destroy how many load full of beer in Kano. The same breweries, the same tax and VATs brew with meat, they take part of it to develop their people. They don't want it. All right. Now, let's say the truth. All right. The truth is this: we have two different masses of human beings. All right. Yes, it's just that you are bringing oil.
But hold on. Let me so that you don't waste your time. Let me give you instances where you sit in America, how that is happening there too. The same iniquitous money that is generated by California and other parts of the coastal American states is what is funding most of the Bible Belt and the people that like to hate them. So
No.
you have
No.
you have similar behavior too in
Okay.
America.
No.
Even in the UK, you see the same behavior in the UK. The
No.
Southeast generates most of the wealth.
You got it wrong. You got it wrong.
Let me tell you
Okay.
something.
Where is the money generated? Most of the money in America generated.
Let me tell you something.
States generate their own money. Then there's contribution to the center, but state they generate their own money.
But the center contributes to the states too.
Yes.
Instead of that, like it just like
Exactly. That's my
Texas.
point.
It just like Texas. Them what they make, their GPA here. All right.
Yes, but the Texas is a coastal this thing. That's what I'm talking about. The hinterlands that are not as wealthy, they get a lot of support from other areas too. So that is nations have this peculiarity where you have this thing you don't like. Like in the UK, they have
Once again, I disagree with you because now you're comparing America and Nigeria again. America and Nigeria is not in the same.
let me do River State now. See, because it's not fair when we set standards for Nigeria that other people are doing regularly, easily. And in the countries you are in, like in the UK, they have what they call the West Lothian question. The West Lothian question is that the Scottish and some parts of the UK get more out of the center of the state than some parts of England. That is the dominant culture. So are they ripping themselves apart? They are not. We have to get used to the fact that there are peculiarities, and I'm sure there are peculiarities in Nigeria that the South gains from too.
I think when you go to, I think I don't know North very well, but I think when you go to North, one of the fundamental problem in North is not people that don't want to. I'm not going to say that they don't want to work hard, but their culture, their people are not gingering them to work hard. I give you an example. Somebody who is rich in North, when he come out, the guy asks him for money. He gives him the money. Every day he asks him for money. He's fine with that. But in the South, especially Southeast, if I ask you to buy me a drink today and you buy me a drink today, tomorrow you want to buy me a drink again, I'm going to ask you, bro, I don't want you to be buying drink. Tell me how I can be buying drink for other people. That is the difference.
What you are saying now is the same thing that somebody in New York or Los Angeles will say about people, the Bible Belters or those what they call them.
No. What somebody in New York or somebody that I'm upper middle class is saying, the tax that I'm paying, the tax is where what you're saying might apply. Because in America, people that are 6-figure and above, they classify you as upper middle income. Your tax, they are the pillars of US. They are the people that make US what they are because they are the one that are paying the tax. But once again, I rather pay the tax to help the poor than to be poor so that I can be helped.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that just like you are talking about in North now, in some kind of way, it's the same thing they do. I've seen it several times. They talk even in the black community, they call some people Pookie and Ray Rays, and those are people, they have different kinds of names for each other. This peculiarity, even here in the UK, what do they call them? Chavs. They even have specific name for them. Chavs, scroungers, all kinds of derogative name that they call people that are considered not to be as successful as the other groups. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria, to be fair, on that point. But going back to the topic of God, I'm thinking that maybe what am I thinking? I'm just wondering that maybe it would be a good idea to an extent you've already started doing it. You say you don't believe in God at all.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You said if anybody mentions God in front of you,
No. That's not what I said. When I'm doing business with you and you say, I will do this in the name of God, I will say, we are not doing business anymore. Because the people that have ripped me off are the people that are in the front of the church and the people that are reading Bible like no tomorrow.
Good. I think what you have done now is you separated business from religion. That is something I'm talking about. We need to be moving in that kind of direction.
Moving forward, if we can take away religion from our society, all right, go and worship the way you know how to worship. All right. If you're Catholic, if you are a religionist, worshiping your own. Don't bring religion. If you see some places, even in a government office, early morning, they will go and stand and pray for 30 minutes.
Like Anambra State,
All right.
like
In
the state
reality,
where I
right?
come from.
So
Oh
when
my
that one,
God.
then we force the
Yeah,
workers to fast and
everybody,
pray. We
when
force
before
the
they
workers
start
to
work,
fast and
yeah.
pray. All right. Listen, here, if I comes to work, all right, here, if you start anything about God, religion's topic, all right, it's again, I can report you can get fired for doing that. Then
100%.
you get
100%.
fired for
100%.
bringing religion topic into the work environment.
You see how Augustine started clapping? He looks like he
No,
has
but
been
that's
part
what I'm
of
telling
those
you.
sessions.
He's,
He
he, he's the
What I'm
truth.
saying is
All
because
right.
At
during
this
my
point,
during
at
our
this point,
undergraduate days,
Okay, listen to this.
Yeah.
the HOD always does that every morning.
Oh
And
my
when
God.
we'll be in the office, we'll just be laughing.
Oh God.
Sometimes
okay, but
you go to some interview being a Christian, an interview will ask you about your religion belief. You try to convince him at an interview how you believe in God. This why that means you fail that interview. You gone because you know that if you ignore you are going to bring
Yes,
dissent.
because they don't want you to be coming into their work environment and
Yeah.
be anal about religion.
Yes.
So there is things you don't discuss in the work environment, religion and politics. You don't discuss those two things at work.
Those things.
Hello, sir.
So
Let's
if we can remove religion
let's
into
not
our
over
society
push
in
the
Nigeria,
lead.
we'll be fine.
Let's not over push the lead. We know, say we know Ebola, and their system is working better than ours. But not because no, it doesn't mean that everything they are doing means that that is perfect thing to do. The best way to live life. I'm an Igbo man, and my Igbo name is Okechukwu, God's portion, and that means that the Igbos have a way of worship even before the Europeans made it more modern, and that simply means that we have always been people that have something we worship. That thing we worship, just like Paul said to the Ephesians, that thing you call that unknown God is the God I've come to preach. So those things that we have given other names are the same God that created the heavens and the earth, Chineke. And we have always known them, not through the eyes of the Europeans, but through the eyes of our forefathers who started that worship. There's something was responsible for the bank theory, if that's what you believe in, if you believe in science.
But KJ, I understand what you're saying. But hold on,
This is my problem.
KJ, where do you live? KJ, where do you live? Where do you live? If I may ask you, do you live in US?
Where I live is not consequential right now.
No, because I want to ask you a specific question about that.
Okay, ask me.
That's the reason why.
Okay.
Okay, I live in US. Okay, I can't go to church from Monday to Sunday.
Yes.
And the nature of my job, by weekend, I'm at work, both Saturday and Sunday.
Yes.
So if I don't go to work on Saturday and Sunday, I have to take holiday. I have to take a vacation. And if I don't take that vacation, then I'm gonna shortchange in my paycheck. And not only that, I'm gonna shortchange in my paycheck, I can pay my mortgage. I can pay my car payment. Do you see where I'm going? Religion is supposed to be something. Do you know that somebody asked me, when was the last time you go to church? I said, maybe 2 months ago. They were like, for real? 2 months ago. Yeah, that is the problem we have in Nigeria. Somebody will go to church on Monday, go to church on Tuesday, go to church on Wednesday. When do you get opportunity to go to work?
I beg to disagree with you. I beg to disagree with you.
Augustine, make you put mouth in this conversation.
No, for me,
if you want to listen, let me explain.
For me, look, I said that if not for certain things, by now I'll be in the church as a reverend father. For me, I am in this part of the world. I take my going to church serious. If you must know, I am an altar server. I serve at the altar. Even today, as I'm talking to you, and I'm serve.
It be like those where chop with reading so, father reading so for back. I don't see their eyes.
Today, Nami serve mass today. One thing I always believe in life is this: do what you know is right, and do your religion the way you want it. Make sure.
Are you saying we should separate religion from business and state?
Good. Separate religion from business. As this thing he said now, I also do it. I used to go to Onisha market and all this market and buy. If I'm working with you and you tell me Makachuku I am telling you, as you just mentioned, you say, Oga, I know they buy again. Waiting happen. Oga, I know they buy again. Live on like that. Simple. I don't like a situation where you bring religion into the sciences. If you bring religion into the business, no. Do what you know is right and do it well. As I've said now, most of those who have done the most evil things I have seen are those who are touching the ropes of the pastor or the reverend father. They are
So
the top.
in the context of Nigeria, then if we are supposed to start learning how to separate religion from this in the business and state, in the context of Nigeria, we are seeing a situation whereby the opposite is beginning to trend now. They are trending in the opposite direction. They want to bring chieftaincy into governance, religion in the north with the Sharia, this thing that is going on. Who knows what's going to happen in the south? So it appears religion is beginning to become, instead of being taking it out of the governance of the state, it begins to come in. So how do we ensure that that doesn't
That is
become
the
the case?
problem. Like I was thinking about all these things, what you just said now, I was thinking about it. Now I told myself one thing, that if I was in a position of authority, let's say Mr. President, there are some little drastic things I would take. One, in all federal forms you are going to fill, any federal form you will fill, there will be no state of origin. You will just have state of residency.
And religion.
Secondly, there will be no type of religion on that form. Now, once there's no type of religion, I don't know whether you're a Muslim or a Christian. So once I'm doing something, taking decision, I don't know the state you are coming from. The only place I know where you are resident. Now, I was thinking about this just 2 days ago, and I asked myself, what makes you a resident of, let's say, Anambra? You must have stayed there at least for 1 year. What will you do to show that you have been staying there? Like I'm talking of a case now, maybe I want to fill a form. I just say, okay, I'm from Edo. Or maybe I'm living in Edo. What are the things we need to put in place? We need to find a government, maybe in this part of the world, is tax filing taxes. There must be a particular document I need to release, which everybody needs to get, even from the local government, or maybe even getting it from I don't know, maybe banks or anything.
The bank statement
Yes,
in
the
the
banks,
UK, that's what they
to
have,
show
bank
that you have
statement
stayed in
bills.
this place
Sorry,
for
also,
1 year.
you're taking us away now. You're taking us away now. Let's deal with the fundamental, which is what forefather introduced, that about religion. Now, there are certain things that we cannot ignore, whether we believe in God or we don't believe in God. Somebody is responsible for the breath that we have, that we are breathing in and breathing out. I'm coming, sir. I'm coming, sir, because there are certain things we are losing, And the truth remains, if science was good enough, by now science would have been able to create breath. But despite everything they've done, they've not been able to bring somebody to life. And so that is why I still stand on that fact that because some people are practicing worship of God in some diverse way that may not be acceptable to us, does not necessarily mean that the whole system is not right. Now, in the Nigerian context, I'm coming. So I want to trace something back. In the Nigerian context, what happened that certain people started introducing all kinds of different time to worship in their office and all that? Because if you notice, for those of us who lived in the north, several of those federal government offices had some small mosque built to it. So whenever it is the time for this, whatever they are doing, in fact, now it's even bad. Some of the taxi drivers stop at the middle of the road, okay, and come out to worship. All right, no matter what you do, they're not going to move. So,
And that is the reason why we need to separate that
I'm coming,
from.
sir. I'm coming,
Let
sir.
him finish so that I
I'm
can know
coming,
what
sir.
to say.
So, because of that, some people say, okay, since even if you go to the office and the time gets to the time they want to do, and they're doing something where they will you have to wait for them, and they go sit in part of their office and do that. They too started organizing to do the same thing. So at 12 o'clock, 12 noon, they too go and gather somewhere and do their own this thing. You see, if it's a government that is responsible or like reactive to what is going on in society, they will have found a way to quietly do away with that. Now, listen, before now there was no church in Aso Rock, okay, but there was a mosque built in. All right. And that was why when Obasanjo became, he said, okay, I'll bring Okoye. Okoye, you to come and start a church here. All right. And which I hear now have been, locked up. However, the truth remains that because people are not doing the things the right way doesn't mean that necessarily that become bad in itself. And there's no policy in Nigerian constitution that writes that religion is part of what we should be doing in this thing. The religion stands out. What the constitution simply did was to recognize, a religion as part of the lives of the people, not as part of governance. People who are bringing into governance now are the ones breaking the law. Okay, and so and then it doesn't really matter because it's a personal thing. All right, some people in a community, and now listen, when we use our situation in Nigeria and compare to this, you see, in Nigeria, the people are paid per month. In the West, some of us are paid per hour. So if you are going to be you are working for 8 hours, they don't even some places don't allow you to even answer your call. All right, you have a particular time you are giving break, and that time of the break you go do your calls. But it's not also the same so you can't even apply that across board. But in the Nigerian civil service especially, nobody checks what is your deliverables. Nobody finds out whether you're delivering or not. Sometimes when you go there, they're always there making noise and chatting. At the end of the day, they close and go. So productivity is not measured. Therefore, they can take out their time and go and pray if they want. If that's why they're going to get this thing. So you cannot use that to now, say
But that
that.
is the reason why we're backwards.
Emma, look, the point that religion is good. Even religion is fine and it is very okay if you ask me. Even in this part of the world, they respect the religion because there are times where students leave the class and go and pray. You allow them to go and pray, especially during the holy month of the Ramadan. If you notice very well, I used to see the Catholic mass even on television. On YouTube, they don't interrupt Catholic masses or maybe any religious worship for any advert. So I've noticed that even when you pray the rosary with them on TV, they don't interrupt. That's to say that they respect it. That is why they don't interrupt it. But the only problem I'm seeing is that Nigeria will do the overdo. We don't mix them in such a way that, like what Buhari said that time, that Buhari was the one who said it himself, that once somebody brings something to say, so if I say you call the name of Allah, that is correct. No. So that's the problem with Nigeria. We interwove religion with governance, which is not supposed to be so. So let's separate it different. When you are dealing with anything with governance, socioeconomic policy, don't bring religion into it. When you are
It's
done,
as simple as ABC.
you go home and pray and do your things. Fine.
Oh, by the way, I believe in God. I worship God. So don't get it twisted. don't get it twisted, because I say once you call God in my conversation with you in terms of business and I walk away because you don't do me wayo for calling God.
Most of the time in Nigeria,
So
in typical Nigeria, once somebody wants to cheat, you will call the name of Allah or call the name of God.
100%.
That's the truth. Not that he wants to cheat.
And
So please, I believe in God 100%. Please don't get it twisted.
KJ, see, as you see me, I'm a full 4th degree out of St. Columbus here. You know that I'm an usher at the church.
God forbid.
Oh, by the way, I've been a 4th degree for 26 years. For your information.
You see, Alabi, all of us, we are all child of God, but the issue is that we are trying to say, Nigeria are taking this in too far. All right, I don't give you the example. Look at what David did. Now their aggressiveness is turning to Obi. The politics. Remove, let's separate politics, religious, all this canceling. Nigeria will be more better. But
Actually, we have Augustine N. Pastor, please. I don't know if he's pastor or priest.
My grandma doesn't go to church, all right?
I think just to go back to my original point. My original point goes, I think, slightly further than that in terms of even through religion, should we start looking at the way we approach God itself? Like maybe we need to start moving away from some of all these things, because one way or the other, we are still going to find ourselves in a kind of competing religions, or the way maybe we need to totally move to something new, because in the end we are still practicing the same old religions, either traditional this in a Christian or Muslim, this thing, or we find something new, because all of them are ways to relate to the creator. You see what I mean? So we could start from separating it from state, which is where we are right now, trying to separate it from state and separate it from business. According to Ike, it has to be separated from business. So all those things, we are doing it already. But do we even need to start moving away from the center of the main religions itself and think of a different way to approach these things? It's just a kind of thought this in exercise.
In America, for example, there is different religions. There is Muslim, Islam, Buddha, whatever. Some people don't believe in God, but what they have done is that you will see it in politics, though. Conservatives talk about pro-life, pro-life, and all this. Liberal talk about this and that, but at the end of the day, at work environment, religions are separated from work.
Okay, that's
At work environment.
Can I weigh in?
Yes, we were
Okay,
waiting for you to weigh in.
So thank you.
For you.
I'm so glad we are bringing up this discussion. Forefathers, to be candid with you, religion should be separated from the state. But honestly, religion is the only thing that is still keeping Nigeria together. Because the way things are going, if not what the pastors do on Sundays to plead with the people to say, God is merciful, be merciful to these people, there would have been a serious problem in Nigeria. Even in the Muslim, I believe the imams, the majority of them, let us not lose the sight that there are genuine pastors and imams. Let us forget about the political pastors and the political imams. The true imam, I believe, I don't know, but I believe, this is my belief, that will tell the audience, the members of his religion, be peaceful, love your neighbor. And that is what every true Christian does. So if you remove this piece, that genuine...
Uzo, can you mute yourself?
So if you remove this genuine piece that the true religion provides, what will you use to replace it? Now, when we come to the Western world, the mistake we make is to begin to think that there is no religion in the Western world. I'm a priest in America. As we are discussing this now, I got a call in the hospital. One of the high ups wants to see me for a private chat and other things. This night, I'm going there. So the thing is just that religion is one of the first amendments. So when we say that it is not discussed in the hospital, if somebody says, I want to see a priest, you will never deny the person that. If you say, I want to see a man, somebody told me today, I want to see a minister of the Mammon. Later they said, I started making calls. I have arranged to get the later they said minister to be in the hospital in the morning to see this patient. But the problem we have is that our leaders in Africa, not just Nigeria, in Africa, we use religion when it favors, we use it to plunder when we want to use it. So the way we use it, so the best word you should use here is to take it out of state, to remove it from state. But if you must keep it in state, like what you said, we now begin to define a way of doing religion. It is no longer religion. Religion is a way a people relates to their spirituality, to their God. So it can be any form, it can be any way they want to do it.
Your audio, what you are saying is very good, but your audio seems to be choppy.
Oh,
I don't know.
sorry.
Is it like US thing or?
No, I need to work on this system. I just got it new. So we actually need to take it away from the state. And when you take away religion from the state, the difficulty we have is the Muslim. You know, we find it difficult to differentiate between Muslim religion and their culture. They embed it so much into their culture that you don't know when they are using the other way.
I think you are right. Sorry. I think you are right there, because I just want to buttress this point very quickly. you know, it occurred to me that in the north they don't have like traditional thrones as we have in the south, where you have the Oba, Obi, and all the rest. All they tend to have is emirs, and so the religion has fused into one. The traditional and the religious, big, that's the conventional religious one, has fused into one. So it's difficult to tell the difference between the what is culture and what is religion. You know, but in the south it's easier because you can tell the cultural part is tied to what the Oba or all the Onis and all the others are doing. But compared to that of the north, the two are infused, it has fused together. So it's hard to tell. And I think I was just trying to support the point you're making.
Yeah. So and also the only thing we cannot also remove from religion is the economy. And the problem we have in Nigeria is that when we're supposed to address economy, we are addressing tribe. When we're supposed to address economy, we're addressing religion. Imagine somebody living in Lagos wants a motor part that is direct from Japan. He's not going to look for a Muslim. He will look for the person that goes to Japan to get the motor part, no matter where the person is coming from, to buy it. So the problem we have is that our leaders are deceiving us instead of being accountable to the economy, which is their primary responsibility. They use tribe and religion to confuse and deceive us. If we get our economy right, religion will play an important role to the life of individual members of that community. Like in my hospital, they're interested in you working the number of hours they've assigned you. What you use your extra hour in a day, you have 1 hour for your break. So some people use it to come to mass. Some people use that hour to go to pray. So what you do, that hour comes, you clock out. You go and say your 30 minutes prayer. You clock in and come and do your work. So because we are, like somebody said, somebody sits in the office as a civil servant from morning till night doing nothing. So prayer becomes official business. And he calls everybody and let's go and pray without clocking out.
Yeah, they go and close. Then they pay them for the prayer too.
And that is the reason why
I
productivity is not measured in Nigeria.
guess it's all
Productivity is
for the
not
glory
measured.
of God. It's all for the glory of God. Let's not.
Productivity is not measured in Nigeria. Accountability is not. You don't hold anybody accountable for this office. Have you gone to office in Nigeria? You come and talking to somebody, and that person pretend like he doesn't know the job that you're talking about. And at the end
Accountability
of
is
the
at the
month,
core, isn't it? Accountability is at the core. I think this is what I was talking about. The neurons. We don't send signals of accountability ever. Something will happen. We will hear that criminals have been caught or somebody has done something, but when we wait for convictions, nothing comes. You don't
yeah,
see
but
any accountability.
unfortunately, in Nigeria, do you see they haven't even bring evidence? They're parading it on TV. Oh, we did this, and you haven't finished your investigation. You're parading it on TV already. That is the difference between things. That is the reason why when people compare America and Nigeria, I get offended because you cannot do that. You cannot do that.
They hardly tell us about conviction. I think I can't even remember any time. I know they do talk about when a politician has been convicted, but like in Nigeria, when they find people doing something, they will arrest them, but you never hear about convictions.
The Senate president was in EFCC. What is the outcome?
And
The Senate
sentences, you hardly hear about sentences.
So,
current senator president.
Forefather, are you not surprised that Desiani has been arraigned?
No, I don't know who he is. Sorry.
Desiani Madeka, the girl that took all the money and run.
Are you not surprised that she has been?
Oh, that lady! I heard about her.
Yeah.
The lady wearing bra that is worth millions. Her bra is worth millions.
1.2 million.
She has been arraigned by who? Sir?
By EFCC. By EFCC.
No.
But that just to release her.
No.
She was arraigned on Thursday, Friday.
No.
Yeah, it's on the news.
No, that's fake news. That's
It's on
fake
the
news.
national.
That picture, I'm coming, sir. That picture that trended was taken with Ben Bruce, was taken by Ben Bruce, and it was at her son's graduation in England.
Yeah, her son's graduation.
She's not even in Nigeria, but you see,
the next day she was arraigned.
No, It's not. She's not even in Nigeria. So how do you arrange her? You arrange her in London.
Can we go wait?
You arrange her in London. The truth of the matter is, see, let me tell you how these things work. And I give credit to Bawo, the former FCC boss. When he got to the position, he was asked by one journalist. These things they talk about. Adesanya Alice Madeke, she has a bra that was made of gold. This and that and this and that. The man said, "Look, forget this. I've taken this office. I've searched through the office. I've asked for the reports of data. None of those things are true. These are just media,
She's an Igbo
hype."
woman. She's an
Okay.
Igbo woman that Uzo. What happened?
So he said that none of
What
those
He's
things,
an what?
you
He says
know.
an Igbo
So,
woman.
so
So there's
When
an Igbo woman.
Dezeni was coming to his team through OTC to spend millions of dollars. Does he separate Igbos and Yoruba and Hausa?
no,
He goes to a
Wow.
club.
aside
Everybody comes
from
out
that,
to
see,
drink.
let us get one thing correct. I'm one
He
of those
was
people
head of
who
OPEC.
I don't just jump on these things. See, listen.
Mm.
Dezani Alice Madeke was the former wife or the wife of Rear Admiral Alice Madeke. That woman was already a manager in Shell. She's not poor. She's not from a poor family. So when they make it look the way it sounds, they play it up and make it. I'm not saying maybe if she's corrupt. I'm not saying she shouldn't be this thing, but the way it is played, it is overplayed. Okay, even she now they say she was arranged, but it's not even arranged. And she has also, now that she's well and fit according to her, she's taking the government. She has filed a case against the federal government for defamation of character and all the things that the lawyer said they filed put in that listing, and that case is coming up also. So what am I trying to say? I'm saying that sometimes you see when when the government envisage that if they put me on the pedestal, people will be happy about it. I mean, especially the poor will just, at least we're getting some of our money back. They keep playing up that. They keep playing up that. It not necessarily mean that those people have those monies that they're talking about. Yeah, you see, there's nobody in Nigeria who has worked in Nigerian government, even plus Peter Obi, who is a cent. And Peter Obi himself said it. It's not a cent. Okay? The system is built such a way that it is skewed to corruption. It is skewed to corruption. It's almost like impossible for you to work in the system and not be corrupt because everything is done under the table. That is why it's
No,
bad.
but Peter Obi did that to save all the money that he saved.
Listen, I didn't say Peter
So
Obi. So I said Peter Obi himself use his own mouth say, "I, Peter Obi, I am not a cent."
yeah, but the word you use, the
So
system is corrupt. But
all I'm
he went
saying,
into the. Mhm.
all I'm saying in relation to this is that you see anybody who comes into the system who wants to strengthen it, those people are quickly buffed off and removed from the system. Because if you strengthen the system and block the loopholes, there will no longer be chop chop for the boys. So chop chop has to always be there so that the system can continue. No, they don't want to repair it. They know there's corruption in oil business in Nigeria. They know there's corruption in the location of resources in Nigeria. They know there's corruption. They know virtually where the monies are. They know. They know. Okay,
But
what
why don't they just do one tenth?
you guys know that I know where the monies are, and he pointed that out. Many of those places where the monies are, where
Why don't we just do 20% and take 80%, or do 40% and take 60%, rather than to take the whole thing and make Nigeria poverty of the whole world? That is my point.
See, have you ever asked yourself why is it that in Nigeria, forefathers can be given an oil well that belongs to Nigeria himself, he and his family will be running it as the sold to them? Have you ever asked yourself that? Have you ever asked yourself how many Nigerians have oil wells running as their own personal companies, and what's the reason and the criteria for giving them that? Have you asked that? So these are the things that we know are out there. Nobody's asking those questions. And that is why all of them, they can even be president for Nigeria and not be receiving salary, and they're good because at the end of the day, I will locate oil wells to my friends and myself and my sons and the rest.
So how do we fix that? How do we fix that then? Because we can't continue like this.
But that's what I just said. You see, it's for somebody who have the determination to put the system straight. and put in, just like in America here. You see, I want somebody was saying, look, the IRS. If you come into if you come into America and you are not paying taxes and you are doing this and doing that, okay. In fact, there are some people who even have a way of getting tax returns. They have the way of cooking the books and getting tax returns. And they told me a story of this woman who was doing it for over 10 years. At the end of the year, they will return to her 500, 600, 500, 600, and they will not do anything. They never responded till after about 10 years. One day they wrote her a letter and said, you are owing us so and so million. She said, what? They didn't respond. I said, I'm going to a lawyer, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Eventually, she filed, they want to oppress her, this, that, this. When they came with the record, they brought every goddamn thing she has been doing the past 10 years. They put it on this thing. I know what they do. They didn't send her to jail. They didn't send her to jail. They say you are going to pay, and you pay the taxes. You're going to pay the tax upon that money you took. Okay, yes, and you pay for the every other thing. She was charged, and you be paying. She worked and was paying until she finished paying.
Yeah, it happens to everybody.
Now,
Random, they edit you.
in Nigeria, we have a government charge you for corruption. Let's take example of the man who was in charge of the what's his name, Mena. You say he has stolen so much. You charge him, you find him guilty, but you serve the term, and that will be it.
Is this
What about the money?
accurate? Sorry, is this
No,
accurate?
no, the thing is still in the case, and the case is still in court. I'm just saying what will happen at the end of the day.
No, sorry, I'm just talking about
This
the
cannot be true.
Fun of it.
This cannot be true.
I don't know who wrote that. I don't know who wrote that. I don't think that person live in America to write that.
Who? I'm talking about the case of Mena.
This is Nigeria, federal Inland Revenue Service.
Yes.
So this one is just trying. I think the person is just trying to say that don't worry, very soon, Tinubu's company Alphabet will take over from the FI.
That would be scandalous, man. That kind of stuff is gonna.
What do you mean? That's what he did in Lagos.
Yeah, but
that's what he did in Lagos.
Doing in the entire Nigeria will be too much. There are too many.
Oh, don't worry about that.
You forgot that more Nigerians didn't vote for him.
If we are serious,
but wait, what is the work of Alpha Bara? What is that work? Tax collector, Abi?
No.
Yes. Not just to give them more sense.
They don't collect tax. They don't collect.
What do they do?
Tax. They supervise. They collect tax. Government still collect their tax.
And they supervise who they collect, and at the end they collect 30%.
Yeah.
So, but what you see, if Tinubu wanted to give Nigeria a gift, one of the things he could do is take that kind of architecture, put it in the FIRS, and have it being implemented. Even if he has to do a kind of non-governmental organization that can run it, they can do it instead of trying to profiteer.
My brother Tinubu did not come there to do things right. I'm sorry to tell you, he's not intending to do anything right. He's intending to enrich all his friends and the rest of his family. I'm sorry to tell you that. It's just reality that we need to face. This man is almost 80 years old, he's supposed to be with his grandchildren. Even in America, people of his age is in the nursing home or